this featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz, we have finally had the two teams favored going into play-ins face off against each other in an epic best-of-5 with everything on the line. For BDS, it may not have been completely smooth sailings, but jungler Xiao has shown brilliance using aggression and creative pathing in order to give his team strong leads in the early game.
Xiao getting clever. Here comes the Bear Cavalry. Licorice is not ready. There it is, a nice bit of Gouda to get things kicked off.
Cut out for him, though, facing the last remaining team from the PCS and their superstar, Junjie. PSG Talent has not dropped a single game, and Junjie is showing exactly why he is so feared domestically.
He's down in the meantime. Crop might just go down here. He's not got flash available. Junjie does, though, and he looks for Zeus as well.
To carry BDS to the Swiss stage in his rookie year, Xiao needs to take down one of the toughest opponents yet in Junjie, who is looking to take the PCS into the next round and remain undefeated.
Welcome back to Worlds 2023 and the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. PSG Talon versus Team BDS for the last spot in the Swiss stage. PSG are the last remaining team from the PCS, carrying the hopes they're reaching on the shoulders. They go against the BDS that have bounced back the last few days.
Yes, BDS has been looking great. A lot of it has been, I know the featured matchup was looking at the jungle matchup, and I think that's really important because Xiao and Nuke have been, to me, the most important part of it. Of course, mid jungle, core of the map, and I think them being able to perform a little better around Crownie has made this a lot more of a solid matchup today.
Yeah, also super excited to see the first series of today coming in with this BDS versus PSG. And I think it's, as we already talked about with the junglers here, I think that this is by far the strongest jungler we have in all of play-ins. You know, I was memeing a bit with Glory, but Junjie has been my MVP of the tournament. I think it's just been looking like he's been playing a Smurf game most of the time when he's playing the game. He just looks unleashed. He looks a cut above the rest and the best jungler in play-ins.
Yeah, he has been absolutely unleashed, especially like on the Jarvan in the early game. He has been taking over. But I do think it's interesting playing against Xiao because while Xiao can get active in the early game, I think a lot of his success actually came in the LEC from counter jungling, getting info on the enemy jungler, and making it hard to find those ganks. So we'll have to see how that plays out today.
Yeah, very true. And I think versus the Team Wells matchup, Xiao had some really poor games. The Gragas one, I think we want to scrap from our minds.
Absolutely.
But that's why in some of the replays that we saw coming into this matchup, I really enjoyed his Sejuani ganks. I thought he was incredibly creative. Credit towards their coaching staff and Goto1 as well. I think this team, when they are in form, no one in the play-in stage can beat them. The problem is just that we've seen individual failures that have put them into really tough positions. Last series, Game 1, huge lead.
Welcome to the inconsistency of BDS, buddy. Is it the best team? Is it the worst? We don't know.
It's impossible to know. One thing I do know is there's a big experience gap between these two teams. Obviously, PSG.
What the hell?
PSG are coming in with 110 Worlds and MSI games on Maple. Nuke's got those 7 games, by the way, are the 7 games they played this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is also the inexperience that BDS has surely lacked in some of the matchups where no one is really stepping up to be the voice that will make sure that the shot calling is clean. No one's really having the nerves, because I think nerves has been the thing that plagued BDS a lot, specifically against that Team Wales series that they had. And on the side of PSG, well, they're all veterans at this point. They're all more experienced than they are on BDS.
Yeah, and I keep referencing the interview from Maple, calming down Junjie before the series, like his first series at Worlds. So like it's
TSM Raz.
What? Whoa! Hey! Take it easy. I'm just a fan of Maple. He was in the LPL too. That's 2 for 2, okay? And Maple, there's a reason why we talk about experience.
Oh, yeah.
And he has the talent around him. This is the series where he comes up big. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, the most experienced player on BDS's roster with 13 whopping games at Worlds is Adam, and we caught up with him after yesterday's series to get his thoughts on how BDS should have improved after their upset loss versus Team Wales in the Verizon post-game interview.
Welcome back to Seoul for the Verizon post-game interview here with Adam from BDS. Congratulations on making it to best of 5. It was not an easy road for you guys, but you guys made it. Talk me through this series. Chaotic first game, second one a bit more clean. But how do you guys always do it like this? Nothing's easy with you guys so far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, to be fair, I knew that we would kind of win today, because after the loss against the Team Wales, we had a lot of discussions about what would work the best for us. And starting from yesterday, I think we've shown pretty clean performances, apart from today's game 1, which is, I would say, I mean, BDS is not like we always have this tendency to go a bit slow, you know, sometimes. But once we're in, we're in. So.
Can you tell me a bit more about the way you reflected on the games yesterday? You were saying that you know which way you should take. Can you tell me more about this and the learnings from this one?
Yeah, for example, if you take a look after the loss against Team Wales, I was really frustrated, really angry towards myself and also towards my teammates, right? Because, of course, when you're at a world stage, you should not be happy, right? And you should also take accountable, you know, your teammates if they do something bad. So this is why, you know, after this we had kind of a big discussion, and then we worked all together to really see like what actually is the best for us.
Okay.
And in game, I think now everything's good, to be fair. So I'm really glad.
All right. My analyst over here trying to hide from me, but I've got a little bit of
looking for Raz pen. He dropped it.
He dropped the pen. That makes sense.
I wanted to throw it at you, sadly.
Yes.
I do want to talk about some of the adaptations I've seen BDS make, because they had a really nice series of map movements in their game yesterday. They were forcing a lot of Barons, and I have a little illustrator to show all of you with their pressure on the map, and specifically looking for an early Herald off of good back timing. So here we can see that BDS are coming back onto the map with Shio. Both teams have their bot laners rotating into mid, because Herald's going to be spawning in the next 30 seconds, and they want to fight for it. But I want you to keep your eyes on Nuke, because he walks all the way through top lane here and is going to set up to just walk in with Adam as this wave crashes. He's not on any vision, completely covered by that control ward there. And as the wave comes into turret, he steps up so they can get this tower. He also had perfect information on where the rest of Flying Oysters were on the map, so this tower goes down very, very easily. He even sets up the Sun Disc immediately after it. Now, while this is happening, on the bot side of the map, there is a push going out from the Aatrox, and then in mid lane as well, Kai'Sa is first to hit the wave. But these three players from BDS are going to be able to get into mid before the two supports on the CFO side can actually get in there. So they reclaim Prio on this mid wave, but their three players, Nuke gets a big push in top lane, and also Adam runs into bot lane to pick up the wave that shoved in there just a moment ago. Now, while the Aatrox tries to roam back up into mid, BDS actually recover priority in all three lanes, because they were bullying out this position in the river and had vision control. Now that the Herald spawns, CFO try to walk in to secure that, and Crownie, seeing them, just steps up and is full pushing in this mid wave. At this point also, we've seen Adam get the push into bot lane. Nuke is moving down too, so while CFO try to use their numbers to get into the river, they realize very quickly they have completely lost them. So in this sequence, with losing Prio in all three of their lanes, they lose a tower in top lane, they don't get the response tower in bot lane, and this Herald goes over to BDS. Well, they just take a reset, accomplishing nothing. BDS got a massive lead off that.
You know, that's a really good illustrator. And I really love the wave bouncing as well, where you can see that they have to respond to the push coming through from Adam immediately so they can get Prio again. Another thing I was a big fan of was the full send it mentality. And I think this came out of the interview that Adam had as well, where he said that, listen, we needed to get something going. We were too inactive. And I think Baron starting, when you just see one member off the map that's going for a bad recall, you just take it immediately. That was something that BDS kept going for again and again and again in their last series.
It saved them in their game too when they had to Kalista and they really fall behind, dropped to level 1. Just being able to, yes, if you have a lead, just being able to really pressure them. But also, if you're falling behind, you need to find a win condition, find a hole in vision, and they were able to do that in their final series.
Yeah, it's important too, because in their loss versus Team Wales, they were not decisive. They kind of stalled out in the mid game, didn't do a lot, so seeing them go for the Barons quickly is very, very important. Now we can switch gears and see who our fans predicted to win in our MasterCard fan predictions. Every day, you can head over to @MasterCardGG on X to participate, and the results are in now. Almost. PSG at 40%, BDS at 6%. That is right in the line right there.
Yeah, damn, a fan prediction of 50% as well. We might as well just throw a coin instead.
Yeah, that's a
One
shocker
flip.
for me. I mean, PSG just does look really good, and this is going to be the toughest matchup for Adam so far in the top lane with Aja. Aja is going to be a menace, so that's the matchup for me that I'm looking forward to the most.
Top lane matchup, jungle matchup, both incredibly important. Now, it's time to find out the last team for the World's 2023 Swiss stage as Team BDS and PSG Talon face off. Ashin, Mark Z, take it away.
Hello.
It's a little earlier. It's a little earlier than we were
They get
expecting.
jumped.
Yeah.
I was like, my mic in the right spot. I was like, what do I do with my hands? You know, but welcome one and all to the last of the best of fives, last of the series here in the playing stage, PSG versus BDS. We are the neutrals. We are the people who get to
to come in and be very, very neutral. We're not going to have any LEC biases or anything like that. You know, we're going to see how this all plays out.
And normally you would see my face on a European cast and go, damn it. But here's what I'll say. I have cast a fair amount of BDS series. They have not dropped a game while I'm casting. The one series they lost and they got reverse swept or whatever, I wasn't there.
Yeah, and I got the pentakill for Crownie as well, so, you know.
Us two together, you know, might not be your first pick, but you'll take us.
Yeah, I mean, look, you gotta take whichever you can right now. It's very early in the morning. Well, not as early in Central Europe, but we are going to jump straight into picks and bans. PSG on the blue, BDS on the red. And I'm curious right now because this is kind of a matchup where we're kind of saying like PSG have kind of just looked good, whereas BDS have been ramping up bit by bit.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting play so far. You see the value of double Elim, the fact that BDS had a bit of a weak start day one. They've bounced back. Their first series that they won against DFM, it wasn't super convincing. It was slow and steady, and they weren't making super proactive plays. They seemed happy to just scale and win. And then yesterday, they were starting Barons. They were 4v5, and they were going ham. So I really like them gaining confidence here, now going up against PSG. One of the teams you would probably have expected as kind of a matchup to get out of play-ins as a perennial powerhouse.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of people's pick'ems are going to be very upset with this particular matchup. I think a lot of people would have said BDS and PSG to get out. But with all the bans coming in, one tree was banned, one shall be received. Therefore, they get the Maokai on the side of PSG. It opens up a pretty big kind of hole right now, because if I know something from PSG, Maple on Jace is kind of disgusting.
He played a ton of Jace in the regular season of Summer. He and Maokai can combo together. We saw it even yesterday, though it did not win the series against BDS. You saw how powerful it was against them. Almost able to take that one down. There was a lot of snipes on the Crownie, so we'll see if they can combo that Jace. Of course, neither Nuke or Adam are really Jace aficionados, so probably not going to try and pick it away and separate that duo, and instead going for the Sejuani, which is what they played last time in the Maokai.
Yeah, it seems to be the kind of Sheo specialty right now. I know when I was casting the last series of BDS with Dagda, it is a kind of a little bit of a kind of sore spot, the jungle pool for Sheo. It's kind of like, right, if he doesn't get Maokai, if he doesn't get Sejuani, where does he really go?
Ivern,
yeah, the Ivern unfortunately banned away as well. But Rakan has been a huge pick as well, so that's going to be going over to the side of Labrov. Honestly, it's such a blindable support that you can put it with almost any matchup. And the Xayah off the board, it means that any AD carry can really go there either. But for PSG, I was going to say, they're going to probably lock in their solo lanes here. I don't think you want to leave open the Jace this low and going on. So you get the Kennen, you get the Jace, you lock in your top side, and that is scary as all hell.
I kind of like the early Kennen at first. My initial reaction is, why are you picking this so early blind? But knowing Adam's champion pool, most of them are not great.
Could you name it off for me if that's possible?
Dogs, Darian, Darius, Olaf, Garen, Set. No, we're still waiting for the O in Olaf. We'll see if he ends up playing it here, but most likely not into Kennen. I mean, at 6, maybe you can all in, but otherwise getting there is going to be pretty difficult. So we'll see when he wants to go there. Nuke going to tried and true Azir. Absolutely huge pick for him yesterday. There was a game where they were controlling 99% of that game, almost lost the entire thing, but Nuke was able to save it with his good Azir play.
Yeah, I mean, the good Azir play, and also the legacy of Shurima Tower killing off the Kai'Sa right before they literally nearly ended the game. So, you know, it's all mechanics. It's all part of the skill of the game. But now we're going to see a lot of focus coming out from BDS, just throwing in those support bans, making sure the Rakan has a good time. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Nautilus ban, just something that can deal with that kind of front-load and engage. And then for the side of PSG, honestly, just start banning away maybe even top laners or even AD carries, to be perfectly honest. Just take away things that can maybe kind of burn down a lot of what you're trying to go for here on this basically dive comp.
I like the Respect Kalista ban, something that people had not had on Crownie's radar until yesterday, and then they saw it and they go, that looked bad.
That's a beep.
That was scary. We're going to ban that one out. So yes, getting the Respect ban after one game on the Kalista. We'll see if he ends up going back onto Ezreal. Ezreal's here is a pretty common combination, but didn't love the early Crownie Ezreal, but maybe again that was that day one nerves where the team was not playing well as a whole. We'll see if he goes back to it here, looking like it based off these bans right now.
And that's the thing, Crownie has been, when he's been given an AD carry that can have agency, that can kind of go forward aggressive and have their own kind of self-kiting tools like the Xayah, which we saw yesterday, or sorry, the day before, that is the kind of Crownie that we do expect to kind of be able to pop off. When he is on something that's a little bit more safe, quote-unquote, on the Ezreal, that's kind of looking to more kind of poke things down before going aggressive, it's not as impactful, shall we say, but the last ban going to be that Renekton coming in here. So BDS, they're probably going to pick up an AD carry, leave Adam for that counter pick, and I mean, then PSG, they're kind of just going to bring it all back. I mean, the Kai'Sa, for me, in a lot of senses for PSG, would work very well here.
Yeah, you would think with one of the S-tier AD carries banned, you just go to the other one, but we haven't seen a ton of Crownie Kai'Sa actually so far, so it might be a champion that he doesn't really want to play, generally speaking. And I will say, in the current composition, there's not a ton of dive to combo with, and you know, you can, Kai'Sa technically slots in anything, but she's absolutely at her best when there's other dive buddies that you're going into, and right now that's not how their comp is looking to function. Looks like a lot more front to back, and the Sion blind is definitely leaning more into stable front line, front to back DPS.
Yeah, the gods, you gotta add the S, yeah, the S at the end.
Slurring a little bit usually.
Yeah, just a little tired,
gods.
because you've heard it so much.
And Sion also gameplay, putting you to sleep.
Straight up, honestly. But, well, we'll see now the Alistar locked in here, so it's kind of adding into that kind of front-loaded engage. You're going to go in with the Alistar, maybe even have a flank with a Kennen, and just kind of come in from all sides. The kind of AoE advantages you have with these ultimates from PSG is kind of nuts right now, and see what they want to try and put in. The Kai'Sa would make a lot of sense here for them as well, just to kind of, again, just add in someone who can just all in and just try and blow up a character.
Yeah, I think Kai'Sa and Jace combo together well because both have long-range skill shots that you can land and chunk people up at the start of fights, but Jace with Duskblade going hammer form, assassinating someone and using that intangibility to run out is often a really good combination that Kai'Sa can also follow up on, and we see the Zeri locked in after a continual round of nerfs still pops into the meta here and there, and makes some sense, like we said, playing more front to back in this team composition, not wanting to lean on the Ezreal as much here because Kai'Sa can have a fun time against Ezreal if you ever get ahead, especially if you're going the lethality build and you're just pouncing on the Ezreal over and over again. So instead they go Zeri.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like for BDS, the longer these fights go on, you've things like a Zeri and a Azir, just and a great front line, you will start to kind of burn through these health bars very, very quickly. They can just survive that first kind of initial attack from PSG. PSG kind of run out of options very, very quickly. They'll need to kind of almost reset the fight, kind of back away, and then come back at the fight from a slightly different angle. Unless BDS can kind of, you know, basically make a big mistake there, I don't really see how PSG can really kind of get around that.
No, I mean, you basically either poke out at the start so that BDS can't walk forward, or like you were just saying there. And so, very interesting game one. It's a best of 5 here for the first time, obviously previous series as well, but it was rest of best of 3s until play-ins until now. So the advancement matchup to see who goes to Swiss stage will be decided here, and both teams opting more standard, get a feel, see how the enemy team's playing before you make your bigger adjustments in game 2.
Absolutely, and look, which is stronger, LEC's 4th seed performance at Worlds or BDS in a lower bracket kind of run? That's the kind of question we got to come out of here right now, because this is something that is going to be very much watched by a lot of different people. I think a lot of spectators expecting both these teams to make it. Now only one can, so you got to put your best foot forward. You got to start off the way you want to carry on, and for BDS, they have to make sure they hit the ground running.
Yeah, big redemption available here for the European 4th seed as a whole. It's had some struggles with Mad Lions in the past, and day one was scary, but they have rallied and looked a lot better. They also knocked out Golden Guardian, so some successes thus far, but of course you are playing hopefully for the Swiss stage, and they have a tough opponent in PSG who is almost always there as one of the powerhouses, like we were saying.
And PSG, that's the thing, is like BDS is the 4th seed from LEC. 4 seeds for LEC in Worlds Swiss stage would be nice, but this is PCS's only seed left. This is the only thing they have to really kind of continue on with the tournament. So the VCS already got their seed in. They were guaranteed after the way the bracket went. So PCS, they don't want to fall down as a, you know, kind of a play-in region that's not able to send their first seed off to the grander stage.
Yeah, and I think relying on Maple, who has come back to the PCS after that stint on TSM in North America, instantly back on the world stage, joining the #1 seed with PSG, and helping guide them. I think you've seen a lot of Maple's strengths on a team that can function and follow his leadership. They showed that graphic. 110 games of Worlds. 9th most.
I believe
maybe
9th,
moved up to
yes.
8th. We'll have to check if it's going to go up any more through play-ins here. But very, very impressive leadership out of him and helping lead this team through a difficult play-ins.
Yeah, for BDS, they're kind of these players are looking to make that kind of legacy for themselves. They're very, very green.
Most single digits.
Yeah, literally almost all single digits, if not at the start of this 0. And I mean, for people like Crowny and even Adam and stuff like that, it's kind of been a stage they've been looking to get on for so long. Obviously, Adam had done it before, but it just feels like this is the team they need to try and perform on. And for Crowny especially, it just feels like it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how much Adam can do on this Sion pick. I did call it boring. However, there's the other school of thought, the Baus school of thought, made in Europe. And we'll have to see if Adam wants to go for some annoying proxy farming, dying 10 times, ulting down lanes left and right. And it does actually kind of match up with the way that Adam somewhat plays the game, where he is more roam focused, more willing to take aggressive plays, and try and have a big influence on the map. And Sion can't do that quite well.
boss standard, made in Europe or find in Korea.
I don't know if they appreciated it.
I don't know exactly how they feel about it, but Sheo, full clear on the top side, now looking to see if he can maybe make something happen here. Wave's in a bit of a bad spot for Maple. You can see he really wants to try and just kind of get this one going, but right now just very, very aware that I don't know exactly where this Sejuani is, and Sheo was very, very patient for the moment. We'll see him now finally revealed. Gonna see a flash for flash. Nicely done there by Sheo. Always worth trading your flash for the mid laner's flash.
Yeah, relieve some pressure, limit what Maple can do in the early game, and then just continue your clear onto the bot side of the map. Sheo already getting involved, and this is an interesting game to think about what each team's game plan is early on. I don't think there's one lane that you're necessarily trying to snowball. You, as PSG, probably want to get some wards out, isolate Asha so you can just keep pushing in Adam over and over again, get some chip damage down that turret. And for Sheo, you can technically go to almost any lane at 6 especially. They'll all have setup, but there's not a single one where you have some game plan where it's like, we got to hold down this or save this lane. It's just, if we can get this Azir ahead, nice, or Zeri or whatever, but you don't have that many winning lanes naturally. It's a pretty even early game.
And the thing as well with BDS and how they've played so far this play-ins, it has been, you know, up until the last series, very reserved, very kind of calm, cool, collected. Don't need to go for anything too crazy right off the bat. But, I mean, this composition is perfect for that. The Sion will keep infinitely stacking. The Azir is a late-game god, as we all know. And the Zeri is doing Zeri things, pew-pew. And this is kind of the way you're going to go for it. But now Sheo looking for a re-gank here into this mid lane. Maple, yeah, he's going to have the Hex Flash jumped on top of him. They will get the knock up and the CC down. The first blood goes over to the Rakan, and BDS are on the board.
Labrov and Sheo comboing together again. They were fantastic yesterday as well, working together to make a play happen. Sheo burning that flash early and instantly the repeat gank to punish it. On the reset that came in, Labrov just showing up after clearing a ward bot lane instead of going back there, actually continues up to mid lane, linking up and making that play happen. And here Adam, very aware that Junji is right there.
Yeah, very aware, and you can see him just kind of constantly just staying closer to his towers. There's no real chance of a CC. Chain coming in. Now Junji's going to realize, oh, I'm caught between a hog and a very large man, but going to be able to walk out without any real problems right there. Adam, very respectful, knowing that his wave was pushing away from him, so he needed to try and just back away so he didn't get caught.
Yeah, it's still slightly annoying for Adam, the fact that he couldn't get the wave in. Asha can kind of freeze it here. Junji is hanging around, making it annoying. We'll see if they can actually turn this kill. It will be difficult with Adam having his flash available.
Yeah, I don't really see them kind of going for this one right now, but Asha's going to be able to kind of freeze this very, very effectively, and this is where the matchup really starts to become difficult for the Sion. And yes, he won't die, but he won't exactly be thriving either.
No, you are a low econ tank jungler. You know, you take your money, stash it in the
put it in your
pillowcase. Yeah, you're not. There's no investments coming long term for him. He is going to be holding on as best he can. And I think it does put more pressure on Crownie and Nuke in these situations then, because I think Adam has been one of the most impactful top laners thus far in a meta where I think top laners have had a good showing in terms of impact. Nice combo. Let's confirm it.
Nice.
But yeah, I think you've seen Renekton's take over games. We've seen Rest with his Aatrox having good showings, even though they didn't win that game. You've seen that this is a pretty good meta for top laners if you're in one of the more bruiser champions to take over.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Adam, I think a lot of people were expecting Adam to kind of obviously, you know, continue with those bruisers. A little bit of a slightly different look here with the Sion low econ tank in the top side, but we'll see if it has the same kind of impact. Again, Sions have been throughout the meta just one of those picks that you can always go back to, you can always rely on as the worlds and metas change, because it's just that reliable. That Decimating Smash is so good, just keeping the wave nice and trimmed down.
Yeah, and even when he doesn't have the best itemization in the world, like you said, just so much in the kit that allows you to scale up and be a front line. And I know there's a question of how good tanks will be. Currently, it does feel like they are behind some of the bruisers and carries, but if it looks like a good angle for it, you can always make it work. And on the flip side for PSG, I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on Wako. He's someone who I loved watching at MSI this year. He is incredible, and I want to see them get a little bit aggressive here soon. Start when the sixes come in. Hopefully find some plays with Junji and not just seed everything, because this is what we kind of saw at a CFO, and BDS was very happy to punish it. And it's something that I feel like is sometimes a detriment to the PCS region, where they are just too happy to sit back, scale, not contest objectives, not really go for anything. And then it's third dragon, you're 4K down, you're on soul point for the entire rest of the game.
Yeah, and you then have to fight every single moment of every single objective because there's nothing you can really do. And now you can see with Wako, knowing that the Dragon just went down, he's going to have to play so respectfully because he doesn't have support. And that means a free turret plate goes over to the bot lane. Crowny going to drop down a ward as well to make sure he doesn't get caught out by Woody. But I mean, right now it's pretty solid here from the side of BDS. The difference in the gold is literally the kill. That is it, and that Dragon now as well. But nice combo. Not really going to lead to much else, you would imagine. Maokai is coming, but knows he's on a ward, so no Nature's Grasp to really make this one happen. I will say Labrov going to bring the Maokai back over the wall. The Bramble Smash should just be able to kind of deter any other engages. But yeah, I mean, PSG, I mean, they looked for something, but I don't think it was there. I don't think it was ever there.
No, just you land a combo, you see where it goes, and you don't want to flash, you don't want to burn any ultimates, so you just take it and go. And again, the scaling continues. I think from a scaling perspective, PSG is fine. Wako and Maple are obviously going to be fine. We saw exactly how good that can go. With Jimmy in yesterday, his Jace was incredible. Kennen will always be a threat to squishy backline members if you can find good flanks. But BDS is a very, very good team around objectives. They're willing to have a proper setup, start them, force you into them. And again, we'll have to see if PSG ever wants to get aggressive prior to that. It is still only 8 minutes, and here they are starting off their own objective.
We had a little chat before we came online, obviously, in the green room, and we were saying, you know what? If this first game starts like that last game from GAM and Team Wales, we'd be very happy. I think it was like 27 kills in 22 minutes or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't think we're getting that, Mark.
No.
I don't think so. I think it's going to be slow and steady, sadly, does win the race for either of these teams.
We're about to start talking about all the rotatos going on. Oh, wow, yeah, the bot side.
You're in Ireland. You like potatoes.
Oh,
yeah, there you
the crossovers there.
There you go, man. The crossover
the
we never knew.
Crossover.
We never knew we needed, and you know what? We probably still don't.
We thought about it, reviewed it. Shut down. No, thank you.
BD came back and said it's a no. But I mean, yeah. I mean, for BDS, you're scaling. We've talked about that many, many times. But I feel like it is going to come down to that first big fight, potentially around this next Dragon in 3 minutes, because you're going to have access to all those ultimates. You're going to have the slicing maelstrom and things that can just kind of close in on top of people on BDS. And on the other side of it, BDS are going to have so much time to kind of, you know, keep everyone at arm's length. This could be the big moment that kind of breaks this game wide open, or like most of the time in these kind of series, I could be completely wrong and nothing will happen.
Yeah, maybe PSG will sack it, cross map, go to the strong side where they have the Kennen, get some plates down instead. Yeah. Maybe we'll just have no conflict. PvE game mode. Whoever farms best wins. They just agree at 30 minutes. Whoever has more CS.
The 1v1 All-Stars, like first to 100 wins.
Oh no, the Caitlyn mirrors where it's just farming. No,
not the best.
Cool idea, execution.
They definitely should have banned certain things, just like holistically. It's like these are not allowed.
Gamers are very sweaty, and they will find the optimal way to play, regardless of how interesting it is for viewers.
It's a fun game mode. No, it is not. It is Caitlyn farming. All-Stars is a fun event sometimes. I like the tandem mode. That was fun.
Yeah, the arena?
Yeah. I like that kind of like, you know, 2v2 kind of setup. Hopefully we get it back soon. That was probably the best game mode we had since ARAMs got introduced.
I'm still spamming ARAMs to this day. Yeah. Me and Dracos did not have a good day yesterday on the Rift.
the ARAM MMR has gone down.
Dramatically.
Dramatically dropped on our ARAM MMR, but we'll see now what's actually going to happen here. Minute 20 until that Dragon. It looks like PSG not willing to sack side lanes just yet. I'm going to try and put down some pressure here in the mid lane. Shelly will get her charge off, doing her favorite thing in the world, which is bonking her head against large buildings. And yeah, I mean, they're just trading it. Crowny's just untouched here on the bot side, so I mean, this is just kind of how the game's going to go. We might see it engage at this Dragon because there's decent war control from PSG, but I feel like they're just going to back away and just try and, just posture around, lose this vision, unfortunately, for themselves.
Yeah, a little surprising to see Sheo decide to go in there and trade ult for ult on the Alistar. It will make engaging on Alistar a lot riskier if you are going to get there first and have your vision set up, and Alistar is one of your primary engage tools. It's kind of nice to force that one out. As this Dragon will be spawning, it won't have it available. The question is, do PSG even test? I like trying to break Maple out of mid lane, funnel some gold into him if you can make it a little bit riskier for Nuke to potentially try and wave clear if you can break that turret, but still 3 plates up. And then the flip side, I like BDS's response of kind of just ignoring it, letting it happen, and Crowny getting his own plates on the flip side of the map.
The big thing is now we're going to see, Just Blade has just been finished up for Maple there. You've got first items onto the AD carries for the moment. TP will be available for Aja in a couple of seconds. It's just setting up for a decent spot here for PSG if they want to try and contest and take this Dragon.
Yeah, we'll see if Aja can get his recall off and finish a Mythic, that would be huge to get this Dragon contest more in their favor. You can see them already working down some of the wards here to try and find him a TP angle.
Well, TP's going to be coming in. That's Nuke on the bot side, just trying to keep himself separated away from Junja and Maple. There is another TP ward there, pink just behind the red buff, so that could be a place for Adam to look for a bit of a flank. You can see now the Dragon going down very, very closely, and they're going to try and push them off. TP from the Kennen coming in. They've already caught out the Dragon and Kagan out the Sejuani. They're trying to turn back in. A slicing Maelstrom lands onto quite a few members. Can they finish them off? That is the question. The Scion's a beefy boy, but not that beefy at this early stage. 1 for none. The Dragon goes to PSG, and they felt comfortable, and they got themselves the win.
A huge exhaust by Labrov basically saves the team from getting wiped there, but it's still a big win for PSG, getting the kill onto Sheo, getting the Dragon away as well to stop this stacking. Here you can see the ultimate ridden in by Junjia, kind of forcing the rest of BDS back because they had a really nice flank, and Woody, despite having no ultimate, still goes in there, makes the hero play, and is able to get out, set up the Kennen. And like we said, there's the exhaust stopping most of the damage from coming through, and you can see maybe Labrov would have died. Adam potentially would have been a much easier chase forward if all those health bars were either gone or down at, 10%.
Yeah, you definitely feel like with a Kai'Sa shotgunning into the backside there, if that slicing Maelstrom does all the damage it should have done, that's a very different story. But it's now 1-1, evens on kills, evens on Dragons, and it does feel like this game is just kind of scaling up a little bit more and more, but PSG know they have the tools available to them to make these plays happen. They could look for it once more again, potentially at this. Ooh, Crownie. Yeah, I was going to say, if he gets stunned there, he is almost certainly going to die, so has to flash away. Very unfortunate to lose his summoner there.
Yeah, a nice little punish by Aji. Getting in, getting the lightning charges down, forcing the flash. He did not have his own because he used it in that dragon fight, excuse me. And here, I gotta say, I do appreciate the aggressiveness out of PSG. Yesterday, when watching CFO, that was a situation where maybe they just go for the Dragon contest and then back off, but PSG wanting more, finding their angle, and Aja being the main focus, having that Kennen picked early and kind of calling out Adam's champion pool, looking pretty good right now with a 40 CS lead, being able to get way ahead, able to have a big impact in these Dragon fights, and putting BDS now on the back foot after what was a really nice first blood in mid lane.
Yeah, it really was, and I think that Aja is kind of being able to, he's got the coal, stacked it off, sold it, got himself very, very far ahead. Now, Adam should be able to finish off this turret, so it should be a trade on either side. Both these teams tit for tat for the moment as they look to try and just gain as much resources as possible. And with PSG picking this early kind of, top jungle mid, very much in the first 3 picks of this draft, it makes sense that they had a lot of priority here. It makes sense that the top half of their map is the one that's getting ahead.
Yeah, I think so. I like the decision here. Getting Aja, getting the Rift Herald at the same time, most likely going to drop that one mid. BDS, like we said, going for more the cross-map play, knowing that PSG has overloaded the top side of the map. You can see the goal difference over time, powered by AWS. A nice recovery for PSG here, and I think it's going to put pressure on BDS around these neutral objectives to have better setups there where they're not all corralled on one side. They have this front-to-back team fight. You highlighted the flank ward that potentially Adam could have gone to. The impact of a flanking Scion is sometimes negligible. The rest of the team does not follow.
The deadliest.
Yeah, you do your ultimate, you miss, you go flying past, meet up with the rest of your team. Yeah, it can be a little underwhelming, and I think with the amount of poke available for PSG, it does put pressure on BDS to find their own good setups, because if you're just getting chunked out, forced back by Maokai Saplings and ultimate every single time, I wonder how they want to approach these in the future if they are going to try to flank Adam next time instead.
I love that you brought up the flank and kind of how Adam's not really on that bruiser, as we mentioned earlier. He's on a tank that the impact is not as high as it usually can be. And unfortunately, I'm going to, kind of have to make a comparison, is that if you ever watch the LPL, if you ever watch some of the Azirs we have in the LPL, specifically Xiaohu, he's the flanker. He's the one going
Bananas.
for the crazy plays. Yeah, but that's the kind of impact he has to have, because when the Shy was kind of on these things like the Scions and the Orns and stuff like that, it meant that he had to be that impact player for his team, and I feel like Nu kind of has to facilitate that role as well.
We haven't seen a ton of crazy Azir engages out of Nuke. He's more the sit back, use it to disengage, go for consistent DPS. Whereas, like you said, there's a lot of Azirs at Worlds waiting in the Swiss stage who are way more on the engager side, the setup. And if BDS are going to win the series, maybe that's the role they have to take, so that way Maple cannot just sit back and poke with Wako until they find their own time.
We've got a lot of time. We've got plenty of time. We actually have 45 seconds of time until potentially the next fight, as the Dragon will be spawning, but Start to see now where these teams want to try and highlight. I will say Adam not finishing up his first item really does hurt now, right now. He really would love just to have something to kind of go for. And I will quote Jamada on this, is that gold doesn't make a big difference. Item completions change how the game is played, and that's just kind of so key when you're looking to try and contest these objectives.
Yeah, I understand what Adam's doing here. You have double magic damage topside if the jungler ever comes up there, so you go your Merc Treads early, and then even grabbing the Negatron Cloak can help a ton to negate a lot of that. But does stop you quite a bit if you're not going to just finish that item first and you're instead going to go back to what I assume will be Jack Show. We'll have to see where he ends up going.
The Jack Show makes a lot of sense here just because of you'll stack it up fairly quickly and you'll be able to stay alive while you've stacked it up, so that's kind of the value of it. But Nuke now pushing up towards this top side. Do they look to try and burn down Aja before this really goes down? He will just clear out the wave, back themselves away, which means PSG get full priority on this bot side. They'll get themselves at the second dragon. There's an Ocean Soul. And I mean, look, we talked about how patient and calm BDS can be, but they seem to be a little bit behind on the plays right now, because that's a tower for a tower and a dragon. So PSG are already coming out on top of this trade.
Yeah, I mean, PSG definitely have a bit of a tempo advantage just from the fact that Aja will be uncontested in side lanes and can get kind of first move if he wants it. You can see there, BDS, without the Sion having his mythic, perhaps is the reason that they are saying, okay, let's trade this. It's just second dragon. Absolutely fine to give this away and continue to scale. We already talked about their scaling options are incredible. Crowny and Nuke will both become monstrous threats in the mid to late game, and they did not have the easiest angle in there. So strategically, totally understand why they played that way.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking for Adam on this bot side, but he is still a Sion, so you have to be very, very careful. They're taking a hell of a chunk onto that turret, though. Should be cleared out for now. Just about keeps it alive. But I mean, we saw the level difference now between Adam and Aja, excuse me. It just feels like it's getting more and more further and further. It's 50 CS now between these two. And yes, I know we keep mentioning it, it's a tank jungler. It doesn't make that big of a difference. A massive Kennen is still scary. It's not about the Sion at that point. It's about the Zeri and the Azir having to deal with the Kennen.
Yeah, and especially Labrov as well, being on point with your exhaust. If you're ever engaging and trying to set up and leaving your backline exposed and you're not in range to exhaust the Kennen, it can be a bit of a contrasting priorities where you're like, I'm the engage. I'm no longer there to peel if the Kennen goes in. So this is a lot of pressure on him, and I will say, I think Labrov has had an incredible tournament so far as I caster curse him.
Maybe caster curse him. Maybe he was delivering Junja to the rest of his team, but no real carries there. It was the front line fronting up. The Jack Show finally finished up there for Adam as he finally feels he has some kind of presence within this lane. But, I mean, yeah, absolutely. I think Labrov has had a really solid tournament so far, has really stepped up for his team when he needed to. I'm thinking more specifically, you know, kind of being that facilitator, being the guy who needs to step up. I always think of the Braum game he had just recently there. And it just felt like he was on point with every unstoppable, or unbreakable, every single time he needed to put down the ult to kind of kite for his team. See if he can do the same, because like you said, he's kind of got an unfortunately, you know, damned if he does, damned if he doesn't situation of I go in or I don't. And either way, I kind of screw my team.
Yeah, and I thought the Taric game yesterday was great as well, having that little splash of creativity in your champion pool, because he is a lot of the times kiting back with the Braum. His most played is Rakan, so he is, of course, great on this champion as well. And here it is. Primary engage, of course, you have Sheo if he can snipe someone out with an ultimate and make it easy for the rest of the team. Or if Adam can land a huge charge, great. But otherwise, it's probably going to be him having to start a lot of the fights off for the side of BDS.
Mark,
how are we doing?
With
2 kills in 20 minutes?
I mean, you're LCS, I'm LPL. This is slow by any standards.
0.1 combined kills per minute is the gameplay I like to see. Let me tell you, I'm a pacifist.
I know, but it's just...
Unless I'm playing...
I'm an entertainer.
I'm a murder hobo in games. In real life, pacifist.
Get those Baldur's Gate 3 going, you know.
No one is safe.
Everyone must die. Thank you for saving our village. No.
Do you have XP for me? You will die. 1 XP? Give it to me. I'll take it.
It's like that Megamind meme. It's just like, I wouldn't say saved. I would say under new management.
Yeah, exactly.
We wait to see what's kind of the next big play. But I mean, look, Baron is on the table right now, and it was something that BDS were willing to do the last time, as we see PSG finally pushing in to clear off most of this vision. There is a ward or two that's kind of hovered around this Baron pit, so there is potential to kind of spot out what is going on, but I don't think PSG are going to pull the trigger on this anytime soon.
No, I do like BDS kind of the way they've been moving away from PSG and some of the power positions that they've been in. I thought yesterday BDS flowed between their plays very well, and I think in a situation here with how much damage they have on Baron, they can look for situations where PSG falls asleep at the wheel. You can maybe get damage over the wall. Zeri can hop walls, Sheo can hop walls, and you can, of course, hit free from behind. And so there are some tricky plays for BDS here if they ever choose to do it. And yesterday they showed a more aggressive look where they were willing to kind of flip some objectives, and maybe that's one of their avenues here. If they're trying to avoid straight-up conflicts, maybe you can look for some tricky Barons, but PSG is kind of all over that right now, given that the next Dragon isn't spawning for another 45 seconds.
Adam has done 1,000 more damage this game than Crownie.
How?
Yeah, that's the maths in my head wasn't computing right there. So I did get a little tidbit as well. Crownie is 12-5 on Zeri for this. So, you know, big pogs. But thank you to Depa, our producer, for giving me that tidbit of information. But I mean, hasn't had the same little impact. He is 2 items now, so this could be one of those things where you bait out someone. You know, you haven't fought them in so long. Now all of a sudden they're huge.
Yeah, well, I think this is the time to actually start contesting objectives. Like we said, Adam completing his mythic item, getting some more in his back pocket, as well as the 2 item spikes available for both Nuke and Crownie, actually.
Nuke and Crownie coming in there. It's a 2.5 item Maple, though. This Jace accelerated shot glasses are smashing. Aja looking for something on the side here. They know he's there. The vision is being hotly contested. No one really has a full control, but it does feel like BDS are the ones more comfortable with this situation.
Yeah, starting this one up, Aja is in the bot side, flanking a little bit, but BDS have control of the Dragon right now, leashed down to that side of the map. And Labrov is marking Aja, knowing that he needs to keep that exhaust.
Oh, it's going to be Adam dropping down his ultimate to get out of that particular fight. Now we might see the Dragon taken. That's going to be Soul Point now for PSG. There is the flank, and they knew he was there, but they couldn't stop it. The cleanse comes out after Sheo threw down the Glacial Prison. It's a fight on 2 different fronts. You can see Crownie trying to see if he can put down damage here on the backside, doing decently into Maple. Pew, pew. Can he do the Zeri things? Everyone's flashing away. Nobody dies. Mark?
Just how I want it. No bloodshed on the Rift. The objective taken. Everyone disengages. I gotta say, Sheo has been incredible with his smites this tournament long. There's been very few contested objectives that he has not gotten. This time around, Junji is getting the better of him. That's 2 smites, I believe, that were contested, both going to Junji at these, and now the Dragon stacking is truly a threat to BDS on Soul Point for PSG, and a nice disengage by both teams. I like the way Crownie and Nuke both get over the wall where they are then safe but able to still DPS here. And while the exhaust was slightly late, it was not onto the actual backline member. So Aja goes in here, finds this kind of angle. Labrov does not actually get the exhaust quite down initially, but Crownie's over the wall and safe. Nuke was also safe that entire time, and they're able to keep kind of DPSing here safely without having any threat onto them, and then Crownie hops back over the wall and forces PSG into full retreat mode. The problem is, when you do not fight consistently, flashes are always available.
Yep.
And the thing about BDS's comp is it actually has more mobility built into it outside of the initial kind of engage from Wako pressing ult, but Crownie has multiple, mobility spells in your E. Obviously, you can shift in on the Azir, but with all the flashes available, it's so easy for PSG to disengage once the fight no longer looks good. And this is actually when I want BDS to get more aggressive. While the flashes are down on Maple, maybe you can find a play onto him.
Yeah, well, we talked about the junglers. Our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Junja versus Sheo, and so far Junja has had the winning of it. Aja has a flash. Wasn't going to go on the Crownie there, but I mean, it is all about the junglers right now. And with so little kills going down, it does become about these big objectives. If you can get that smite down, you change the dynamic of the game, as Junja has, because he's now they're on Soul Point.
Yeah, exactly. You're on Soul Point. Also, it's an Ocean Drake, and so it'd be great for BDS against some of this poke and some of the saplings and the annoying things that can come through if you can actually go ahead and get some free regen when you get poked. Not the case so far, and if PSG is able to grab this last dragon, there'll be no more ocean spawning, and from then on, the poke will stick.
They've got a couple of dragons to get before then. 15 minutes or so of time before they would even really kind of go.
You know what? Yeah, let's sign up for it. Let's go to 7 Dragon Dream. No kills. Just keep PvEing away.
This is like murder on me right now. It's like I'm building myself up like, here it is.
As an LPL caster, you got the scratch.
Yeah, I know, right?
Dude, you were supposed to be the Penta Penguin, or what is your title?
Yeah,
what is happening?
Penguin. I don't know, man, all right? I used it all, okay? I got 3 pentakills in
You didn't
in a
save
week.
it for your best of 5?
Yeah. I'm sorry, okay? Crownie just had to get it beforehand. They were looking a bit shaky, But I mean, there's still time. We are getting to the point in the game where pentakills are actually far more likely than anything, to be perfectly honest.
We are playing 2 of the leading champions all time with pentakills in competitive play. Zeri is not #1 yet, I don't think. I'd have to double check it. She might be. She might have overtaken.
She might be just below it, because I know Gala got a couple of pentakills towards the end of summer.
Kaisa was, I think, the #1. It was like 100-something pentakills across all pro play.
Yeah.
And then Zeri coming out, years later, shot up the scoreboard. I think she's #2 now. Like Jinx is 3, I think. I forget the list. At one point, I looked it up because I was like, kind of devalues pentakills on Zeri. Where you're like,
so many.
There was 1 week where there was just like 1 in every major region.
Yeah. Pentakill. Oh, maybe a pentakill happened here right now as we see Sheo gets a little bit caught up there. CC down. He's going to lose his aftershock and he gets taken down. Wako with 1 kill. There is the slicing maelstrom to try and slow the retreat. The exhaust comes out. Aja has to back away. He's taking a lot of damage and he flashes out. Adam is TPing in. He's going to ult straight away, you would imagine, to try and catch somebody out. He knows he's just too far away. PSG found an opportunity. They got rid of the jungler, but there's still not really an opportunity to go ahead and take that Baron.
No, PSG were feeling hungry there. If they get another kill or 2, maybe that is the Baron that they could take. But again, the nuke Azir just being so relentless with the DPS forces Aja back, chunks him out, gets the flash out, able to basically stall that Baron play with the chip damage that he returned to PSG. And so while it's a nice pickoff onto Sheo, and that is normally the most concerning member to lose around a Baron buff when the enemy jungler drops, they did enough to stop PSG.
See the team fight damage there, as you just mentioned. Nuke doing exceptional work there to make sure he was keeping his team in it. Adam TP'd in and did 0.
Kind of rude to put him on that graphic and all that. That bagel is because he wasn't there.
Yeah, it feels like we should have something to kind of take away champions when they're not actually involved. But now we come back in or look for a fight. Aja, no flash this time, so can't really look to engage. Whoa, Junja looking a bit aggressive there and going to take a lot of damage. And they shotgun on the backside. Wako looking to take out Nuke. Good flash away from the Shurima ultimate. And now he's taking out Nuke. The ultimate from the Maokai keeps everybody in place. And a double kill for Wako as the Sion is now dead. Sheo running for his life. It's looking like it's going to be an ace. Not quite, though, as you can see that the Sejuani should be up. No, he's been caught. And there it is. Ace 5 for none. PSG, they were just as bored as we were.
Wako had enough of this slow gameplay. Just goes in on his own and breaks the ankles of BDS, mechanically outplaying them to win that fight, get soul point for his team, and set up the Baron now for PSG, breaking this game wide open.
Huge moment, and Wako deserves every single bit of praise right now, because Junja, he overextends.
Yeah, this is one of those classic Maokai, whoa, going on a ride. Did not mean to do that. And then this is a moment where Wako sees his angle, but with flash and ultimate still available for Nuke, it is a dangerous play to go for. Wako was getting super hyped up at MSI for a reason, arguably the best marksman player in the playing stage, showing it off here, making a monstrous play for his team.
I mean, huge moment there for PSG, and I mean, for BDS, it was just a really unfortunate moment there where Nuke and Crownie were separated, because that's why Wako felt so confident going for it. He goes, if I kill the Azir, no one is going to be able to hurt me. So he was right, and now BDS, they find themselves 7,000 gold down, an Ocean Soul, a Baron against them. They need to try and pull something out of the hat.
Yeah, and I can respect BDS showing up for these plays. I think there's been times where BDS is sometimes a little too inactive in the game, where they are not showing up to contest things and they're seeding objectives, or they're looking at the enemy and not going in. This time around, honestly, it's mostly been both teams show up and PSG just plays the fights better. They were trying to be aggressive in the Dragon fight 2 fights ago, where they tried to chase down, but there's too many flashes to disengage from PSG. And I think it's a question mark of, do they have enough buttons for Adam to make plays? This feels like a composition that they are not able to quite execute the vision of.
I like that you brought up Adam as well, because it feels like this is just not what we want or what we expect from him in the top lane. Like, this is not how he performs. And even, we were talking about it in the green room on the day they lost against Team Wales, where it was like, even on the 1-5 Renekton game in Game 3, he still looked like the best player, and it was because he's Shunja going forward again. He's pretty tanky, and they're going to have to try and help him out. He will eventually go down to the tower. Crownie picks that one up there. Eventually, he does get punished for going a little bit too far forward, but the base has been cracked.
Yeah, fortunately enough, Aja was just pushing down in the mid lane there, able to break that one, but maybe Junjia should stop pressing W on Sheo when he has his Arctic Assault up. Not going to relieve quite enough pressure to force PSG back yet.
Whoa, Adam, he needs to try and make a play. He knows it. He tries to flash in aggressively. Nuke does eventually get away, but only to get hit by the Q, not quite going down. And you can see Wako kind of corralling them, pushing them in, saying, you can't fight me right now. I'll take a free inhib.
And look at the power of the Ocean Soul. Triple Ocean Dragon putting PSG back to full after stuffing that engage from BDS. There's no need for them to back off here despite being in a 4v5 situation. They grab the mid inhibitor on the tail end of that, and they're just going to keep pushing.
Keep going, get themselves the bot inhibitor turret, maybe the bot inhib as well. They go for a little bit more. They only have the Baron for another 30 seconds, so I imagine it's take this and get yourself back out, spend all that lovely, lovely gold. It looks like it's going to be exactly that. They're even going to buff up the minions in mid lane just to make Shado's life that little bit harder. But, I mean, BDS, I think it's fair to say they're in a hole.
They are in a lot of trouble. I'm glad that they were able to find a punish there. Adam went for a play, flash Q on Sion is hard to pull off, though.
God loves a trier, you know? Like, you can't say he didn't try his absolute best, but yeah, I mean, it kind of looks like a little bit of, I don't want to put too much, you know, words or feelings in anyone's place, but a little bit of frustration there. Adam kind of going like, we need to do something. I need to do something, and on a champion that's limited in terms of playmaking as Sion, that's all he's gonna do.
Yeah, I don't blame Adam. Not like he's having a bad game as Nuke is in trouble.
Oh, Maple, blue suede shoes, just with the quick step.
Yeah, the back step there, baiting the ult out of Nuke, finds that kill, and that might be game, honestly. There are neutral objectives not for 2 minutes, and they have open inhibitors in mid and bot. They might just try and walk in here, guide these super creeps in, and use this Ocean Soul to sit on top of BDS and just chip these turrets down and force BDS to engage onto them.
Yep, Aja has got a stopwatch it. He wants to go super aggressive, flash and slicing Maelstrom. He's going to TP, he's not going to TP, and that's going to be Maple, the Spear of Shojin to kind of finish him off. There's even a GA onto Waka, so even if he goes super aggressive, I'm watching Junja to potentially be the one to go aggressively onto this, but they can just keep everybody here, keep everyone pinned back in their base. Aja's doing his work. He's taking away the turrets.
Yeah, they're fine. I mean, even if you're not going to end the game here, it's keeping BDS corralled completely in their base. With that Shojin, they can go the double shock blast per acceleration gate. A little busted, I'll say that. And just poke down the next turret. You're going to have triple inhibs. Should you not be able to end the game immediately, you can at least use this pressure to fall back to the Elder spawning in Baron in a minute and a half.
Triple inhib. I don't even think they'd want to try and maybe even try and flip it. They want to try and end the game right here, right now. It's going to be on to Sheo and Adam, or Adam now gets caught. He's going to try and have to run away from this one here. I don't think he's got the health bar. He does not. He's fallen. And the rest should fall with him. They haven't got a mini wave just yet on that second tower, so you have to wait a little bit longer. Adam trying his absolute best, but the towers have gone down. The turrets are dead. The slicing Maelstrom is just perfect. And they're going to be able to kill the Crowny. Wako goes wacky, but it won't change the result. He gets shut down. It's a nice little reprieve there for BDS and Crowny, but at the end of it all, PSG, they look comfortable.
They looked good. There was one punch that BDS snuck in on the first blood mid lane, and then from then, PSG bided their time until they were able to wrest control away from BDS and never really looked back.
No, really, really didn't. And then again, like I kind of bring it back to Adam. I mean, this guy is the catalyst of your team. This is the guy, I mean, Laura mentioned it in her interview the other day. It was like, do you feel like the main character? Do you feel like you're the guy who makes plays? And he was kind of like, not really, but at the same time, you kind of have to feel like when he's not on these big playmakers, BDS suffered.
Yeah, this was one of these games which I think will define a lot of the rest of the series. The early Kennen pick, cast your mind back, first phase, basically seeing nothing yet and saying, I don't think Adam has an answer to this. Is this suddenly going to have to be a first phase Kennen ban, or maybe there's something else where he does have a counter prepared, and it was like game one, we just give the Sion as like a, hey, let's try front to back, and next time I'm going greedy and I'm a 1v1 this Kennen. We'll have to see where he wants to go from there.
Absolutely, but for PSG, I mean, they came in prepped, they came in completely ready. They said, we have a game plan, we do not care about bot lane. And honestly, like even then, it didn't matter. Like, all the top side was all they needed.
Yeah, we talk about the speed of play of the PCS sometimes, and BDS is also not a super fast-paced team. And if PSG are just going to have better objective control, better team fighting, better mechanics in those team fights, as we saw from Wako, it's suddenly like, okay, what are you going to do from here, BDS?
Yeah, what are you going to do? Well, Raz's got to wake up because he's he's dead on the test right now. Raz, are you with us? You have to take this, Raz. Tell us what happened.
Come on, bro.
Raz, what happened? Tell us what happened, Raz. You didn't fall asleep, right?
Let me check his notes.
Uh-oh.
All right. Do we got anything in there?
There's something about Levi and something with Glory dying.
Yep, no.
I really like this.
Honestly, that was the slowest game that we've really seen at the start. We had 2 kills for like 25 minutes, and then we got the wake-up smackdown of the century with Waco's Kai'Sa in there. Draft is up on the screen. And just to like recap what we saw, because there was more action in this draft than in the first 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Initial rotation from PSG was fire here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that you get this for yourself, you're happy. Yeah, I thought we were going to see more action around that since it's like Maokai, Cannon Flame, poke with the Jace. We'll get a few kills. We'll keep the pace up. But, you know, historically speaking for PCS, that's not really the case either. So they love their slow games. Where I really was baffled a bit was the fact that it was a 4th pick Sion and not just Kai'Sa straight up grabbed there when it got through. So I did my research and I was like, I know Crownie's played Kai'Sa. And I went to his match and I was like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 17 games has passed since he's actually played Kai'Sa since then. And I think that's a shame on this patch because it is, it can't even be argued. It's an ST80 carry, and you saw what Waco was able to do with it too.
And I was pretty concerned about the limited range from the composition because you're going into Jace, Kennen, Maokai, just in general, if you're committed to a fight, it's going to be pretty tough. So Zeri didn't really have that many moments. There's one.
It was close every time.
It was very tough, exactly. In fact, one of the Drake fights I know we'll get into very soon was close. You could see it. Burn flashes. PSG gets a kill, gets a Drake, runs away. I'm like, damn, we can't get nothing.
No, honestly, it was such a strange game because I think you look at the draft, both team comps have very clear ideas, right? You have like heavy poke, you have a lot of like early push, especially on the top side for PSG, and then strong team fighting theoretically for BDS. Yeah. But can you actually find the engages that you need to with BDS? That's always going to be the question. Can you get the right setups around objectives? And that's ultimately what the game stalled out to. It was a lot of walking up to Dragons and seeing what we could do. So first, before we actually get there, I do think it's worth pointing out that BDS did find some attacks around mid lane. They wanted to focus Maple, and they got 1 kill for it.
You know what? I was happy when I saw this as first. I thought to myself, wait, this is a really good setup. You get bot lane priority, you move Labrov up towards the mid lane, group around Shio. You're going to see some really fancy movement where Shio will Q forwards. There'll be an E from Rakan to follow up, and then the W. Like, it's a really good sequence where Hex Flash, E, Q, E, and then W on a Maple that doesn't have Flash. The amount of space that Labrov can cover because of this setup was really good. Here's what the main issue is. There was just like... It never amounted to anything, and you never did anything again with it.
Yeah, it was tough. And I thought they played it out so well. You're right. It caught him off guard. He was leaning towards top side because that was closer to the Maokai. I was like, I personally thought the Jace was going to get away, but the Rakan W hits. And for the comp, I was like, okay, you're going to play sides. Surely you're going to play slow. You have great front to back with the Azir and Zeri. Generally, as your frustrations are fair, they're fair. They could not find a fight.
We had 2 kills in 20 minutes, Raz. Stop this right now.
Well, tell me why you couldn't find a fight, right? Because we look at this early Drake, and it's set up. We got 10 players down here, but BDS walk away, and it gets stolen from them.
It does, and I mean, they have the setup. They want to go for it. TPs are coming through. Sheo dies. Now we're 1-for-1, and then the rest of the fight just didn't really amount to anything. It's a late exhaust, and it just becomes a disengage afterwards.
They've been indecisive in how they wanted to play it out, so maybe if they push up towards the Jason Maokai, they would have won out that fight.
Now listen here.
Yes.
I see a way here where Crownie completely cleaned this fight. He has Flash coming into this. It becomes a bit close. I want you to take a look at Labrov, what he's going to do to Maple here. He's going to Flash W him and try and CC him down. I think Crownie can just straight up almost flash over the wall and get in there. Look at the amount of damage he's able to pull where he almost gets him down. He's waiting for his E cooldown, but they're not able to do anything. And I don't know if it's indecisiveness. Maybe I am a bit coping there. I don't know, rewatching it, I just felt like I wanted more blood, you know? And I don't think I can be faulted for that.
I mean, I think everyone wanted more blood. I do think it's really hard to play a lot of those fights as a BDS backline when there's Maokai ult, there's an Alistar, there's a Kennen sort of running at your face. So much of the time is spent running away that it's hard to go in. But switching gears, every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, PSG's Waco broke BDS's ankles in the key Dragon Soul fight. He broke their faces too.
That was legitimately a great angle that he saw. Not only did he see Sejuani use Q to get away, did not have ulti, actually 10 seconds away from finding ulti. Zeri wasn't there alongside Sion, so he just had alone time with Azir and was able to get 3 kills off the back of that one. That was beautiful from Waco.
And I know we don't like Kai'Sa in meta too much, we see her too often, but plays like that specifically is why I like the champion. with the AD build, standard AD carry Kai'Sa, found a moment in a team fight where good mechanics and good movement can make the difference. And that's what Wako did there.
The only things you had to worry about was the Zero ultimate, and you was ready for the flash.
Absolutely.
Yeah, really, really well done on the team fighting there. But with the loss, BDS have selected blue side going into game number 2. Goldborg, what do you think this sort of means to them in terms of their strat coming in?
Yeah, I'm actually not even too sure. You'll take a look at the bans here. I don't know if they want the Maokai for themselves, think that was good for setup with the saplings as well around those objectives where they struggled. Maybe easier going for a team fight too. But I think it's hard to say because I don't think draft could have changed much. It was really about the pacing for that game.
I think maybe get Adam into a position where it's you can actually get into a matchup that is more melee focused.
Yeah, the Kennen blind pick is something that will go on throughout the tournament. We haven't seen it too much in play-ins. I think it is a really strong blind. We've seen it in the LCS from Summit. In general, it's great for strong laners, and it's only gotten buffed. So ban it, makes it easier on blue side with how many priority bans are on red.
Get that Kennen out of here. We're set for a close fight here in our second series, but PSG have the edge going into game 2. Let's see if they can reign undefeated here at Worlds 2023.
We have a pillar around here.
Yeah, he's going to have the Hex Flash jumped on top of him. They will get the knock up and the CC down. The first blood goes over to the Rakan. Damage and the shotgun on the backside. Wako looking to take out Nuke. Good flash away from the Shurima ultimate. And now he's taking down Nuke. The ultimate from the Maokai keeps everybody in place. And a double kill for Wako as the Sion is now dead. Sheo running for his life. And there it is. Ace 5 for none. PSG. They were just as bored as we were. Have to wait a little bit longer. Adam trying his absolute best, but the towers have gone down. The turrets are dead. The slicing Maelstrom is just perfect. At the end of it all, PSG, they look comfortable.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena. The realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love. AKA the Cisco Network.
Welcome back, one and all, as we see PSG take a 1-0 advantage in their quest to get themselves, see? They know.
Wolf
they
gets
know.
it.
Wolf gets it, man. They know what to do it. They know how to go for it. But, I mean, that's exactly what we want to be seeing from Adam. Thank you for showing us on the screen. This is Mark Amoshi.
Yeah, we all agree Wolf.
Or Mo. M-O.
I'm not
You're
with
not
it. Dude,
with
that
it
last
today.
game, I was actually just asleep and my mouth was moving on its own.
It's just incredible ventriloquism.
Yeah, you were actually doing both spots. No one knew his co-caster fell asleep.
Seamless.
All right, so to give credit to PSG, 1, they executed their comp very well. 2, I think their draft prep, in hindsight, is even better than I thought it was. I liked initially the call out on the what is Adam going to play if we just early pick Kennen. Didn't love the first answer that we saw there. But then also, just with the Xayah ban, as we see the Kennen ban from BDS, not wanting a repeat of that. But Crownie not wanting to play Kai'Sa at all, meaning that you can get that for free later as one of the other S-tier picks. And the Zeri was not really great. Who knows how much of that was just the team not being super proactive. The Ezreal was something that you did not want to see either, I think. So there's a question of, what else does BDS have in the tank now, or has this lower bracket run given PSG enough data to make this a quick series. We've seen that before, like, for example, in the LCK, where it felt like T1 kind of got figured out as you watch more and more throughout that playoff run.
Yeah, and it does feel like for BDS, like that last comp worked like earlier in the year. That was your front-to-back team fight. You were maybe against the K'Sante up in top side rather than the Kennen or something like that, and that's where that Zeri kind of front-to-back team fight on both sides ends up being beneficial. This time, BDS do not want to try that anymore. They want to go for something that gives Adam some agency, and with the Maokai replacing the Renekton ban on the side of PSG, they're going to first pick the Renekton.
Yep, grabbing that one up here for Adam. People always get mad that it's not gods, it's gourds, but we're happy with the gourds. We'll take the R snuck in there. And I think Adam's Renekton has been pretty good, so happy to see him with a little bit higher lane agency champion.
Something you can have a bit more emphasis on. Something that Sheo can also go up to as well. We've seen Sheo kind of obviously leaning very heavily onto the Sejuani. When you have a Sejuani with that passive and you obviously want to try and get the CC down, the Renekton is a perfect combination. So I want to see them really try and lock that in if they can. Rell gets locked in here for Woody, you would imagine, as we haven't really seen many junglers, if any at all, to be honest with you, going for the jungle Rell anymore. It does feel like it is definitely a solid support pick for the moment. But now, the Kai'Sa locked in again. BDS will have an opportunity to kind of pick into something. But again, like, you're branding, I feel like the prep from PSG has been so solid because they really do feel like, especially in the bot side, they're kind of going, cool, the Kai'Sa's never going to be in any real danger. And we can just kind of, you know, let you pick whatever the hell you want outside of the Xayah.
Yeah, and I expect if they do not take Crowny's champion here in this 2-3 phase, that PSG will yet again ban the Kalista. So, of course, BDS on the same page, picking up the Kalista before it can get to that phase 2 bans here. Probably go support as well. We'll see if they want to go the Rakan, or maybe they'll just hold support in case they see another nice Taric angle. But the Jace for Maple was very, very good. So maybe they just combo the Jace early on and continue that kind of poke core. You do not have the Maokai to set it up. In Maokai Jace, I cannot overstate how annoying and obnoxious that is when you're trying to set up around objectives. You get slowed into Hex, the Shock Blast. We'll see if they want to go because they have the tools there already a little bit.
And it does feel like as well, though, for BDS, if they do want to go for that Jace, it would mean that you're very AD reliant and you're looking at things like a Rell, maybe even a Poppy. They will have a very easy time just building up those resistances and coming into those mid-game team fights. Very, very hard for a Kalista to try and burn them down as quick as she would probably like. But for now, the Nautilus gets locked in here for BDS, and the Poppy gets locked in as well for Aja. So PSG, they're building to kind of just, you know, almost have a front to back themselves this time.
This looks like a matched lanes situation. Of course, technically, a lot of these can be flexed. You can see Rell go jungle. Like you said, Poppy can go jungle as well. Technically, you can see these kinds of things, but most likely this is bot and tops matched, which means we are going to have some bans eating into both champion pools at the same time, potentially. And I gotta say, I wonder what they're gonna do about the Azir from Nuke. We saw that it was pretty good, still managed to outplay it and deal with it largely fine, so they might not think it's worth the ban this time around.
Yeah, they might think to themselves, look, it's fine as long as we have like things to answer to, and I feel like the Kai'Sa was great. The Jace did its job in the laning phase, and then the Kai'Sa was able to assassinate him pretty much on the back of every single fight. So right now, just kind of targeting that champ pool. Ooh, interesting. So they believe that's going to be Junja on the Poppy in the jungle for PSG. They don't believe that the Renekton's going to be going into that matchup themselves. So PSG maybe having a little bit of smoke and mirrors here with a couple of the picks.
Yeah, I wonder if the Sejuani ban was at all maybe an indication that actually they have their jungler picked already.
True.
Because otherwise you could maybe leave the Sejuani up and first pick that in R4. Again, the Sheo Ivern taken away. Sorry, sir. What else do you have with the 2 tanks gone and the Ivern plucked off the table? We've seen Sheo, I think, play Rell a little bit this tournament, though do not have the best performance on it. And
won't be able to get that either.
Yeah.
It's we're going down the rabbit hole. So, and the funny thing is, I get a couple of junglers still there, but does Sheo play them? That's the big question.
Yeah, the AD bruisers that are kind of the follow-up to the tanks are still available. We've seen some Vi, we've seen some Lee Sin, we've seen different things. Wukong, yeah, they're still playing that. So there are options. We'll just have to see what Sheo wants to go here now that his priority ones are at least pinched a little bit.
Well, the last ban coming out from BDS was the LeBlanc, so they were trying to cover a couple of different options. I do like the K'Sante ban coming out here, just to kind of make sure Adam doesn't have just a neutral lane. And Aja maybe feeling confident to go for something a little bit more aggressive. And I mean, honestly, Poppy Jax going into that top side, that is a scary 2v2. Even a 2v in a 3v2, I'd still kind of say maybe, you know, the Jax and the Poppy will come out on top.
Yeah, this is a interesting matchup here. We'll see actually if they're going to end up going to Taliyah jungle to flex in some AP here a little bit to get some more damage and setup.
Taliyah Jace maybe?
Could also just be Nuke's Taliyah. We've seen a lot of mid Taliyah as well.
Well, you called it. If this gets locked in, it is. Okay, so we're getting ourselves the Taliyah jungle for Sheo and then the Syndra in mid lane. So I feel like BDS would have really liked to been able to see what the mid lane picked before they tried to try and flex this one around, but it is unfortunately the way that the blue side goes. And now PSG, you full information of what they're trying to go for here on BDS. How do you respond? I mean, Maple...
That is an option, but that is very short-range composition.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you're killing champions because you ain't sieging turrets.
No, all right, we're doing it. PSG saw that last game. They agreed it was Bedge. Yeah. They want some wokage. They're slamming this all melee composition effectively. I mean, you do have a little bit
watch
of
it be 2 kills in 20 minutes again.
If you somehow only die twice in 20 minutes, someone is not playing the game correctly with this composition.
I mean, absolutely. I look like the pure amount of kind of mobility and just engage options you have for PSG makes me feel like you are looking for heavy, heavy skirmishes. BDS on the other side, they're looking to try and just kind of set up around objective. You've got 2 control mages effectively with the Taliyah and the Syndra, so you're looking to try and, you know, kind of zone them off from any kind of big fight.
And while it's still a more traditional composition, the game plan here for BDS is radically different. This is not scaling in 3 lanes, surviving. Let's see if we can win by doing nothing. Turns out they could not win by doing nothing in the previous game. So this time you have Renekton in the early game, you have Syndra, strong early game champion, as well as the Kalista. And they have completely flipped the script into early game. And even Taliyah is extremely fast, clearing and moving around the map and trying to make things happen. And you have set up in all 3 lanes now to land follow-up flicks. So this is a very, very strong comp out of BDS. And we have seen just yesterday the fact that they can actually turn the gears and actually go for these early game compositions just yesterday with the Kalista.
Absolutely, and I think that this is, honestly, for me, I know it sounds like a redundant statement, but in a best of 5, this is a massive moment for BDS in terms of the champion pools, in terms of what they're able to bring out. If the Kalista doesn't come out and smash, all of a sudden, Game 3 becomes almost impossible to look at. Where do you go? Where do you look at? So they need to hit the ground running. They need to start smashing people in these phases and just trying to build that confidence back.
Yeah, you got to find your footing in a series, figure out which champions are working, which lanes that you are winning to then build appropriate game plans moving forward. And they basically lost across the board last time around despite, you know, getting first blood. So this time around, we'll have to see where they want to put their resources early, which lane they feel like they can get advantages in for BDS. Otherwise, they might be staring down a quick 3-0.
They might be staring down a quick 3-0, as you can see. BDS immediately going on the offensive with the Taliyah and the Nautilus does make a hell of a lot of sense, but I think that, yeah, PSG, they're well aware for it, but they're not going to be worried about that one whatsoever.
Always loved the Nautilus rush strats level 1.
We'll see now what he's able to do with it, but don't forget, you can connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive experimentation emote. Get yourselves, you know, emoting is a massive part of the LPL.
And hello, Arcane is now lore.
It is officially. It's all canon.
Canon. That's what I meant. Yeah. The lore is canon from Arcane. Whatever.
Yes.
English. Who cares?
It's not like we're the English broadcaster.
It's a flexible language.
It is. But I saw people. A lot of people were getting mad about that. I understand why, but I like to think of it like the Legend of Zelda lore, where everything is canon, every single game is canon, and it's just like timelines and stuff, you know?
Yeah. There's
just flex it all about.
Yeah, Emily Rand always tweets about this Macross guy. Has a very similar perspective where it's all just retellings of things.
Yeah, you know, and all the space stuff is real as well. The Star Guardians versus the Nemesis.
Sure, why not? Anything can be lore.
You can tell. Can you tell I'm prepping myself for a very slow early game?
Yeah, we are. The last game has conditioned us.
Was it a little too much, a little too obvious?
We might have been conditioned from the previous game to prepare lore topics.
Yeah.
We came up with our podcast list for this game. Should it be slow? But this time around, it should not be. If we have a slow game here, drastically incorrect play of these compositions.
Yeah, it's an objectively incorrect way of playing these compositions, but. I like the little bit of aggression we saw there from Aja on the top side, just kind of scouting out, making sure he knew where Shea was starting off with. Good, decent ward there as well. So they're going to have a pretty decent idea of where this lead is going to be going and how they're going to be able to react to those moves.
Yeah, bot side should definitely be your strongest lane. Like we said, they're set up everywhere, but the one that is most obviously winning early on should be Crownie, and clearing down to him makes sense. Jinjia does not want any part of that 3v3, so instead he's going up to protect the Jax on the top side potentially. And Jax into Renekton is pretty comfortable matchup. Like any Renekton matchup, if you play it poorly, the Renekton can punish you, but he does have a fair amount of matchups that, skill-wise, the other side should win.
That's the thing as well, was Sheo moving maybe a little bit aggressively in the spot side, but I already love, you see it there on the bottom right, there is a little ward there in the tri-brush for the side of PSG, so they will know exactly what's going on, should it be any kind of shenaniganery in that bot side. But, I mean, good from Xiao to kind of say, right, where did the Poppy start? We actually got no information on Junja at the start, so they get that for themselves.
Yeah, they had one of their traditional BDS kind of aggressive level 1s thrown in there as Aja trying to go for Demolish proc took probably a little bit more damage than he wanted to. Adam doing a good job jumping on top, punishing him for trying to walk through the wave. And because they kind of show bot side, Aja knows there's absolutely no one to punish him for doing this, though, so going for a little bit of cheeky dirty farming there, grabbing that wave away and keeping pressure under Adam.
I mean, you're level 4 on the Poppy, as Nymera would say. That is a full build Poppy now at this stage. You've got a full build jungle Poppy is level 3, and that's it. You don't need anything else in your arsenal, but see, they want to kind of go for a little bit crazy. I love the movement speed that Junja's building in towards it as well. He's got the phase rush and he's got the blue smite. So once he's getting that fully upgraded, he's going to be moving around the map pretty damn quickly.
Oh, nice E by Maple, landing that after Nuke had burned his own disengage on the E. One of those kinds of mini games where the Akali can, at 6, have an easier job with multiple mobility spells sticking around, but pre-6, if you have the E up for Nuke, you are going to be just comfy pushing the Akali off of you. And right now, I think PSG are doing a good job understanding the power points. Xiao hovering around on the bot side of the map. Looked into the jungle, went back, cleared his jungle, and now Junjia making his way down here, but it is warded.
A lot of information available here to the side of BDS. Yeah, they'll have full now. Xiao is on the back side of this one here. And this is the thing, when you get this early in the game, it's more about who reacts afterwards rather than who engages first. And that can be a detriment to the side of PSG as they look for something. They're going to fully engage onto this one. Nice hook from Labrov. They're going to get the flick back as well. And Junja, he's a little bit of a taxi there. Flash away by Crownie as he finally gets the Ren coming in. Wako getting a fair bit of damage put into him as the stones are chucked into the back of his head. Oh, lands the lollipop, but actually brings him to his doom. Did not want to take that hook, a 1-for-1.
Had the mechanics, but maybe not the right call. They're giving the kill back after what was a very nice setup. Labrov is actually so good at interrupting other people's move lock, especially against the Rel. He did it all yesterday on the Alistar pick, and this time around landing the Q to buffer the chain CC, kept him alive and allowed them to win that initial trade, but then got a little too aggressive afterwards.
Yeah, just unfortunately
he was feeling himself.
Yeah, just a little too much kind of like, yeah, we did it, gonna amp it himself up, but it is important to note that both AD carries picked up those kills, and again, just really good read there from BDS, and a great ward, as we mentioned earlier, to spot out Junja on that path bot side.
Yeah, I liked the play out of BDS, and it is unfortunate because if you can get the 1-kill advantage, you start snowballing this Kalista. This does keep Wako relevant. You also maybe could have farmed a plate in the 3v2 situation, forced Junjia to hover under turret. You know, there was a lot more that could come positively if they did not trade that 1-kill back. Xiao, you are level 4.
He doesn't have a flick back either. And this is where the problem will come in, a flash away. I mean, honestly, if Aja flashes in on top of that, he probably gets the kill. No one was coming to save him.
No, he could definitely get the kill, just a question of if you get out afterwards. Instead, just happy to take the flash and keep his to play aggressively during lane phase. One of those
flash.
Oh.
Yeah, they're going to look for something there as very spooked out Mark knows what's coming in next. They're going to get a cleanse out of Crownie. They're going to be able to pop up the Steadfast Presence. Don't even need it. Wako picks up a second kill, and PSG, they're picking up the pace.
Yeah, both teams knowing that this is not your normal slow scaling game plan here, and putting a lot of pressure down on the side of BDS. PSG find Xiao in the jungle, and then while he's worrying about what's going on the top side of the map, Junjia has a clever path to get behind the bot lane there and set up a nice kill onto Crownie, who had no sums. That transfers over to this objective take. We'll see if they really want to contest this one, but going to be too slow on the map. Maybe just trying to land a Q over the wall.
Yeah, I was going to say Maple's already moving down, so there's not really much you can do about that. And they're going to be able to get the flick back. Nicely done, but Xiao has no flash. He's nowhere to go, and that's going to be an easy kill to Maple. Xiao.
Oh boy.
That's just not where you need to be. You just need to see that they're taking it and walk away.
Yeah, what do you, like, you're hoping for a 1 in a million. Somehow he doesn't smite correctly and you land a Q over the wall, and the risk versus reward payoff for that was not there at all. Gives a free one over to Maple, who you already have the bot lane moving a little bit. You got 2 kills on the Kai'Sa. You got Wako going. Here's his play again. Nice instant cleanse, but just too much CC available with the Rel and the Poppy. No flash means easy kill there. Wako grabbing that one back. So he's fed. Now you got your mid lane going pretty well as well, since Xiao is just hovering around and without the flash available, already taken off from the top side of the map. Aja's getting his mid laner fed indirectly there.
Yeah, like straight up, that just comes down to small little plays we saw earlier. It's Aja getting the push in top, which leads to an invade, which leads to a flash being burned, which then leads to a kill. It's just all these small little moments, all these dominoes, and you could see another one falling now in a second. Nuke in a lot of trouble. The flash, ooh, nicely done there by Nuke. If he waits even a split second longer there, he's almost certainly dead.
Yeah, I wonder if Aja could have just flashed at him and then had the Q for the follow-up. Not going to be able to work there, unfortunately, but still, transferring that pressure around the map will give Adam some breathing room at least to grab some turret plates and some gold, but this is kind of the Adam treatment that you usually see. He's usually the one getting the push, moving into the enemy jungler, going to the mid lane, and here it's Aja doing it, getting advantages for both his bot side and mid lane now.
And this is the thing, I think for Aja, I feel like this is a great moment for him as a player because I feel like it's not, kind of an understatement that a lot of us coming into this were saying Adam's probably the best top laner in the play-ins. Like a lot of people are kind of saying this guy is going to be able to smash people in lane, and he was. But Aja has stepped up magnificently so far this tournament, really showing his champion diversity, being able to make the right plays, the roams, his gameplay knowledge. It really has, honestly, been so impressive here from the PSG top laner.
Yeah, absolutely neutralizing, no, not just neutralizing, getting the better of Adam so far in this series, like you said. And even on his own team, regardless of the rest of the field, you hear more about Wako being absolutely crazy, him and Woody having a really, really good synergy between the two of them, and Maple, the veteran, the leader, the shot caller, so much
110 games!
Yeah, whoa! And then meanwhile, here's Aja quietly kind of helping win the whole series for them right now.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think it was Ender mentioned it on, I think it was like day 3 or something like that, maybe day 2. Is oh, Sheo, you still don't have a flash and you were hit by an E, so now he's going to get scattered the weed coming in. The perfect execution does end up killing him off right there at the end. Nuke has no flash, and is he going to get stunned in there? There's going to be the shattering strike. And Woody says, I roamed up from bot, that's my kill. I mean, this is starting to snowball away right now.
Yeah, Woody's seeing a lot of death around him. Decides he wants one kill for himself. The bloodthirsty support grabs that one away. But it's feeling really good for PSG right now. The gold lead does not look nearly as bad as it feels watching.
Yeah, we're watching, waiting, seeing if they can go for something. There's the double Hex Flash. Nobody ever expects the double Hex Flash. You cannot slice and dice away. Woody once more, and Woody will get everything he wants. Now the gold lead's going to balloon. Mid and top are going to see plates going for both the solo laners.
Oh, Aja's probably saying, what the hell, that should be my kill. Does not get this one. Wako playing super respectfully during this time as well. Maple's going to transfer the pressure down the mid lane to make sure Wako can step forward and actually grab this CS. And like you said, in the meantime, he can't be too upset. He is getting these solo turret plates for himself. And again, just such good transferring of pressure from around the map.
Really, really smartly done here by PSG, and this is the kind of gameplay we see from like the bigger teams within the tournament. I don't want to big them up too much, but it is like the likes of the the LPL teams, the LCK teams. They're coming out and they just kind of make play after play after play, and there's just nothing you can do. You suffocate them out as Maple gets another kill, and desperation in the bot side. They had to throw out the Nautilus ult just to make sure Labrov didn't die.
Oh my god, PSG are running all over them, and Maple saying, I'm not just the old man, I'm just not the shot caller, I got hands too. He's playing Akali, making plays happen, landing these E's, putting so much pressure down on the map, and feels like they just checkmated BDS yet again here. They had all early game kind of focus out of BDS, and they are just getting ran over here.
I mean, just again, moment to moment to moment. It's not only just this one kill on the Sheo. Nuke's now overextended, and then the rest of the team are coming into backup.
Yeah, and it's just, again, when plays flow together because you have pressure, it's absolutely disgusting. The fact that, okay, we catch the jungler out, we kill the mid laner, and then you just keep going topside because, again, Aja has the push, so you can make these kind of shortcut plays, which should not work, where you're flashing through turrets to kill the Renekton, and it still works out for your side because you just are winning all over.
Just love the idea of, like, double Hex Flash over the wall. And it's just like, what? No way this is going to be able to work. But I mean, again, look, Nuke, you just can't, you can't walk forward like that. You don't have flash, and this is kind of the biggest weakness we've seen of kind of the mages coming back into the mid lane, is that when they don't have themselves any kind of...
Oh, lordy.
Oh, I was going to say, I don't know if Aja is the one being caught out right now. We are going to see the Fate's Call come in. Keeper's Verdict doesn't really do anything. They missed the Fate's Call as well, as Labrov taking a little bit of a trade back here. Finally, they will get themselves a bit of damage onto Junja. They'll drop down the Rift Herald top side as well, but what can PSG do around this? Because all 5 members of BDS went top lane.
Yeah, they will at least probably be able to finish off this turret, channel some of that, or funnel some of that gold, into Crownie since they have the Rift Herald to drop as well. Junjia missing that Poppy knockback, but they're not done. They got TPs coming in.
They have a TP coming in. That's going to be Maple. He's a bit far away from this right now. Aja taking a fair chunk of damage, but Crownie now looking for a little bit more. Wants to get those Rens in. The cleanse was not really going to do anything, and now Crownie, oh, he's a little bit just too little, too late. Yeah, and you can see it on the face cam right there. He is not having a good time.
No, tough game, but at the end of the day, not the worst thing in the world for BDS. They were able to get some kills, grab a turret plate or a turret back for themselves. Cheeky idea here for PSG, and I like how they are constantly looking for plays, and this is able to bait a lot of TPs. You start backing off here. If they land this knockback onto either the Renekton or just focus down Crownie so that these Nautilus can't get re-thrown in onto Junjia, they can maybe disengage that situation. Still only giving 1 kill back is not the end of the world. The turret blade drops, and then here, just like the punish coming in, split focus. Maybe they could have got either one. Sheo getting some damage onto Aja, did not even have his E available, so you can see how dangerous it is for Sheo in this game. Anyone can jump on him and kill him.
I mean, just like that, a flash forward and a bonk on the head. Imagine if he had a real weapon, and now Aja, he's going to try and jump over the wall, but he's just a little bit too far away. Junjia going to take away the second dragon of the game for PSG, but it's getting all over the place right now. It's starting to get scrappy. Even Woody's taking away camps.
It's getting a little loosey-goosey here for PSG. They're feeling themselves. They have a big lead. They're getting their second dragon into the game. There's a lot of turrets still available for them to grab as well. Starting to work down this bot side one here as Adam is trying to hold on to it. Might be able to defend since Junjia is busy on the dragon, but we'll see how much work he can get done because already with the lethality build, Wacko hurts.
Yeah, Wacko hurts a lot. There's the MasterCard lane economy snapshot. I mean, it's kind of to me, to you, but the people who are getting the gold are the people who win. Labrov does throw out, oh, the hook! Does put him in a little bit of danger, but he had Sheo on the backside of this one here. And I think the big thing for me is that you have a Poppy who's now a level ahead of Taliyah. That should never happen. There should never be a Poppy 20 CS ahead of a Taliyah in the jungle.
That's when you blame your laners. Yeah. Something went wrong. Definitely wasn't me. I don't know how this happened. You can see massive advantage for PSG. And of course, the most important one, Woody. Yeah. Way ahead of Labrov because of those kills.
Absolutely. Now we can see a big fight over this red buff right now. The Bramblebacks realizing he is the center of attention right now. While that was all happening, you put 5 members to defend the red buff, and bot lane goes down.
It is one of these situations where you cannot win an even number fight for BDS. So you have to bring extra members, but then if the enemy team respects the fact you have done that and just backs off, you have Aja alone on the top side, and like you already called out, Wacko on the bot side grabbing that turret, and the gold lead continues to grow just from a red buff pressure.
Brambleback secret agent, but I mean, yeah, you're 3 levels down. Aja, honestly, like, it just feels like if he just keeps himself and, you know, kind of away from the Jax, he survives.
Yeah, I also think he could have just ran up.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess Nautilus was behind him, technically cutting him off, but I think it's easier to run through Nautilus than the Kalista at that point in time. Either way, he punished Sheo, taught him a lesson, said, don't throw rocks at me. I will murder you.
I feel like it's a very clear threat.
Escalated.
Yeah. It's like a little kid just throws a rock at you. It's like, do that again, and you will die. It's just like, whoa. Now Adam, I mean, he's got no magic resistance here. If Maple wants to take this fight, he bloody well can. Adam getting some 5-point strikes to the face. Does miss out on that one. The perfect execution. Gonna come in. Good flash from Adam to keep himself alive. But again, you're losing the dominance. You're losing the flash. And Adam getting this first pick on the Renekton. It's just not equaling the kind of advantage he needs. Now, Junjia gonna have the steadfast presence to keep him safe and alive. But I mean, they're just permanently in BDS's jungle. BDS need to get out.
Yeah, this is such a painful game. It feels like for BDS, I will say, for how dominant this 16 minutes has felt. The gold lead is not totally insurmountable, and we have seen teams already at Worlds so far come back from worse positions than this.
Absolutely.
And so I do think PSG don't want to get too far ahead of themselves. Remember, you still have to play this game out cleanly. If you get into a dragon fight where you hop into this enemy team and you miss everything.
They're already jumping on the Labrov and they're pincering in. They're pushing them on all sides. Sheo just goes immediately into stasis, but it's only to delay the inevitable. Maple picks himself up a 5th kill on this Akali, and this is just starting to snowball. Like you said, it's not insurmountable, but it's definitely not easy.
No, it is not, and welcome back to the PCS Maple. This is where you belong, let me tell you. Watching the LCS, he was a good player, but this is a way better performance out of him, back in his comfort zone here on the world stage.
Just doing so much right now. The carry's got the gold, they've got the towers to kind of boot them up, 3,000, 3,500. It's an Infernal Soul coming up in the next minute and a half to put them on soul points. It's just all slowing down, kind of moving forward. And the thing is BDS, like you said earlier about their composition, this isn't a sit back, hope you can get the late game. Your late game doesn't really come on this composition. Yes, it will be good, but it'll be just as good on PSG's side.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no one who's ever going to be able to 1v1 Aja from here on out. You will have a permanent split push threat unless something goes horrendously wrong elsewhere on the map. And so, also with Maple this Fed, you can go into these 1-3-1 setups that become an absolute nightmare. Wako starts ulting in from the mid lane. You have these huge collapses that can happen, and just even compositionally from this far ahead, BDS's options are extremely limited, and it's basically hoping PSG dive a turret they should and overforce a Baron that they shouldn't. And to hit back on that Maple point, it's just really cool to see one of the most storied players in the entirety of League Esports return.
It's the tanks. Never mind, here comes Maple. Yeah, there's a flash away by Sheo. You talk about him, he wants more! Is he gonna be able to get it? No, he won't get the kill and he'll get out as well. Maple is just trying to style on him. One of the most experienced mid laners in the world. Really showing that he's not lost his touch.
No, not at all. He's got some movement there, using the E left in the Shroud to go for the assassination under the turret, but have an escape plan left over. Doesn't burn his flash despite how aggressively he was going in there. And yeah, I just think it's amazing to see him back here. I mean, he had his stint in NA. It was really cool to have him there. Did not have the synergy with his team, I think, as well as the best environment maybe to show his highlights. And it's cool now to see him return and not seem to miss a step at all, immediately start dominating in this playing stage and looking pretty good to potentially return to Swiss.
And that's the big thing. Like, I mean, we're thinking of some of the mid laners that have been going over to the Swiss stage. You know, some of the biggest names, pretty much from every region. You've got Caps, arguably the most known mid laner from LEC. You've Faker, no introduction needed. Xiaohu, who's always been just always around. Like, and then you can add Maple to this mix. We are just absolutely inundated with exceptional mid laners. There's a fantastic ultimate to bring away the Nautilus. Crownie trying to run away, and he will get back to his support. He's doing enough, but not quite to keep himself alive. Now Nuke goes golden, but only to die a second later. A TP out by Adam. That should tell you everything about this game. Adam TP'd away and got stopped by the Poppy as well. They're all on the wrong side of the map.
BDS are getting hunted down in the river there. Another clean fight, no deaths handed back over, 13-3. Adam is alive. He has no clear way out, but I think at this point PSG has decided that the Dragon is maybe worth more than Adam's life.
Wako has decided that the Dragon is worth more than Adam's life. He will finally get it, and now we'll see Adam just being delayed.
Oh no. Keep your little pet crocodile alive.
They're just going to let him go as well. So, you know what?
They don't even care.
It's like, why me? It's just like, you can go because you're the message you sent back to the group and tell them what you saw. But I mean, look at this. What an incredible start for this from Junjin, just to completely get rid of the engage.
Yeah, knocks Labrov out, and Crownie almost made it back around. A nice flash to meet up with Labrov, who's then trying to peel him, and they almost got Maple, but just too fed, able to finish him off. And on the flip side of the fight, it was a decimated front line, like you said, with Labrov forced out. Adam's trying to get out of there, almost did it. Did eventually make it out. Again, the crocodile they deem not worth it. Maple
1v3, and he's still not going down just yet. He's got the rest of his team coming in. The 5-point strikes are on point. I don't think he can take on them just that much, you know, just willy-nilly like that just yet.
1v3 is a bit of an overstep potentially there, though, with his Shroud able to stay alive and keep pressure up, and you know, game continues to march forward. The gold lead now 6,000, 3 dragons in their back pocket, and Baron up means that sooner or later that will probably be going in their way as well.
And I mentioned it back in Champ Select that if this Kalista doesn't work, you are in a very serious problem here for BDS, because that was kind of your ace in the hole. When the Zaya's not available, you can go towards this. It looked exceptional the other day, but now it didn't. You know, 2-3-1. He's still fine. He's not. Crownie's not the reason that, you know, BDS are losing this game by any stretch of the imagination, but it doesn't feel like it's anything exceptional. And again, I have to praise PSG's prep. They've come in so well prepared. They've had a counter for absolutely everything. I mean, like, you'd think of the Kalista being picked up here, and PSG picked Jax and Poppy. What are you supposed to do as the Kalista?
No, absolutely. I'm not quite sure. It does feel like we said in draft, a little bit of a checkmate, knowing what BDS's pool is now, having seen multiple series that they've had to play through, and then having the answers. I mean, as much as you can say, oh, they're predictable, we know what they're going to do. People had said that about BDS when Golden Guardians was playing against them. Yep. Turned out they did not have the answers available, and here you can see PSG knowing what BDS wants to do, having champions that they can bust out in style on. The Maple Akali showing that he can answer the skill matchups when needed.
when needed. And I mean, like you said, they're just in a hole where they have to send multiple members every single time. Didn't even realize we still had a Rift Herald to be used in this game, to be perfectly honest.
When it was taken, to be honest.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't even see it be taken, but Maple back up to full health in this top side. Has a Morello Nomicon alongside that rocket belt. And yeah, I mean, you can go straight for this. They will get spotted out immediately.
How do you get in, though? They're going to have to try and make it through blue buff, but it is an open path with the Infernal map.
Yeah, a little bit more options available to them. Adam going to be not bumped away just yet. Going to get jumped on for the moment. They are trying to just see if they can catch on to Sheo. And if Sheo goes down, you don't have any contest whatsoever. He gets ignited. No look. Ignite from Wardy, and now he can really pick the target. Crowny is not allowed to play the game. PSG have not only killed BDS, they're burying them as we speak.
They're giving a memorial as they stand over the bodies of BDS, finding all those kills. Maple again baiting in the entirety, having the stopwatch available to corral them all together, giving the chase down. Such a clean play here, as once again, it doesn't even need to be the cleanest engage. Junjie misses his ultimate. He's getting stunned up. He's just messing around with the Renekton. Maple's 1v3 eats the entire ult from Nuke. Able to have that stopwatch available, and then the chase down. Waco's finally able to find the time to go in, finish off Crowny. And again, Adam the Crocodile living.
I mean, his KDA is looking decent. I can't say the rest about the game, but you know, 0-1-0 isn't terrible. But I know. Look, we're trying to find some kind of fun moment in this because, I mean, you know, the Red Bull Baron power play coming out here for PSG. They're just smashing. There's no other way to put it. This is domination right now. This is PCS #1 saying, look, there is no more, oh, LEC 4th will destroy us. Not even a hope.
No, this is going into game 3 and having nothing working in either game to really fall back into. Maybe you go, let's go scaling again because game 1 wasn't this dominant at least, but BDS in trouble here. One more, why not?
It just feels so bad. I don't even really know what to say at this point. And for BDS fans, for European fans, I'm sorry that you had to wake up to this because this is brutal, Mark. I know we're independent observers right now, LPL, LCS, but this is not fun.
No, I'm not enjoying this. I'll tell you that. I mean, it is cool to see PSG styling. Not
incredible.
Saying I'm not, happy for them or anything, but just the lack of competition in this game and the slow pace from game 1 has made it a very trying series, I think, for the European fan base to watch this right now and just wanting something more. After BDS had 2 good days back-to-back in their best of 3s leading into this one.
Yeah, and look, for BDS, this game is pretty much all but done unless something crazy and, you know, which in fairness, it has happened before. I have seen it happen. But they're looking towards game 3. And obviously, we've talked about it a couple of times. Their draft hasn't really gone into anything. I think we've mentioned it a couple of times now. Sheo's champion pool, Crowny's champion pool. It just feels like these small little things are what are really limiting BDS from having some kind of foothold in this series, and they're going to have to throw something out. I mean, do you just bring out the Olaf? I know we were talking about the God's Mean, but you need something. You need a lane to play around.
Yeah, the first pick Renekton has been something they've done throughout this plains, and it looked okay, but here, like you said, Sheo getting pushed off the tanks, this has not looked like it. The Kalista that worked yesterday also falling apart. So, I mean, you're gearing up now for a long, hard-fought reverse sweep if you have any hope. And that is quite a mental hole to dig yourself out of after a shellacking like this.
Not only that, but you've after played 3 best of 3s basically back to back to back.
Yeah.
This is a long thing. This is the thing. Everyone's talking about how amazing lower bracket runs are and how awesome they are. There's a reason why they're amazing, because the actual mental fortitude and physical kind of endurance that you need to go through to do that many games on a highest stage is exhausting.
It's exhausting.
I'm exhausted thinking about it.
Yeah, you end your day, you immediately go into a pick ban meeting for the next one. You have to VOD review things that you haven't seen. Yeah, like you said, probably do a round of scrims if anyone's up for it.
Yeah.
You know, it can be exhausting when you have to play day after day after day, and BDS had a great run going, but coming up short this time around. Also, the difficulty of losing early on in the double elim is you wonder about who your opponents would have been on the flip side of the bracket playing GAM, who did look a lot better early today. So not to say that they necessarily would have won or anything, but it is one of those times where you're always playing the what-ifs in your head.
Yeah, literally looking at the what-ifs of the world and how it's all kind of coming together. But What if PSG were to throw it, huh?
What if PSG were to 5-man the fountain?
Yeah,
What
I
if?
mean, and give Crownie all the kills, huh?
I've seen it before, not on a professional stage.
I've seen it on a professional stage, but oh no. The LPL's got 17 teams of widely varying quality, but it happens, unfortunately, when you start to dilute the pool. But Super Minions now and bot, you got doubles coming in. Crownie going to be the one to deal with that. I mean, it's your last hurrah really here for BDS. You need something, anything, and it has to come from anyone on your team. Honestly, it can happen, but it will just delay the inevitable, feels like, because you're dealing with doubles in every lane.
Doubles in every lane. Infernal Soul finished off as well. They're just going to sit here and wait, see if BDS want to make a play, or if they'll just let them end it.
Here we go. They're going to look for it. There's the knock-up. They're only right back onto their base. They're going to use the Taliyah wall, but Adam dies for only the second time. Through the wall, the turret goes down. They do get the Fates call down on top of Aja, but he is just too damn tanky. Sheo goes back onto his fountain to survive, but PSG 2-0, and they're not even breaking a sweat.
They heard the complaints online, the slow game one, and they said, we got you, and immediately deliver a smackdown onto BDS, running over them that game. Final kill count up to 19, couldn't quite get there, 3 and 19, close to nice, not there.
Not quite. Not quite, but I mean, we've said it all. We had so much time at the end of that game to kind of just hype up PSG and really kind of, unfortunately, condemn BDS. I'm sure there's a lot of people online saying we were super negative, but I mean, they need something exceptional to come back into this series.
Yeah,
they really do.
I'm watching these player camps like a hawk, trying to see the emotional state for these two teams. You know, PSG locked in. I'm sure they feel great.
They have a job still to do.
Yeah, they know it's not done. A lot of these guys, I'm sure Maple has, all of them, been there by far the most. But PSG as an organization, extremely successful. They dominate usually domestically. And then the question is, how far can they always get internationally? And MSI was a bit of a disappointment for them. So I'm sure they're not happy just with this right now. They really want to finish this one out.
Yeah, the bounce back has been vicious. So we're going to send it over to Ender, Goldberg, and Raz to break down.
Is he awake this time?
Is he awake? He better be, because BDS are nearly dead. So go for it.
What's this?
I mean, not pulling any punches.
He really isn't. He really isn't.
Look, it's tough over here. That was an absolute calamity from BDS. From the draft and trying to play around this like Kalista lane on the bot side with the mages coming in jungle and mid, to then just getting beaten time and time again. They just got rolled over.
Oh, yeah, I just have to get it out of the way immediately, okay?
Get what out of the way?
Why are we first picking Renekton? If only to play Renekton, you already have to ban the Rumble because you know you're going to lose on it. You have to ban the Kennen because you know you're going to lose on it. You go into the second ban phase, you ban more top laners, and they play Jax anyway, and you still lose on it. What was the idea of this? What was the idea of this entire draft?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Go ahead.
there it is. Well, you got your answer. Yeah, we had this conversation actually a few days ago in the tournament, just like Renekton priority in general. I'm not a fan of Renekton priority. The only time in which I was okay with it was in the case of Robo, because he just had a really limited champion pool and was going towards something like, you know, Malphite into Kennen, and that was just tough. So this one's harsh. I think I expected the Kennen ban. I wanted the Kennen ban. I didn't think that they would go towards this priority. Like, J4 was an option. Like, you could hold picks a little bit more, but it seems like they are just overly worried about Aja, and there's a reason for it.
It looked almost like instead of playing full late game, they're like, let's play full early game.
Yeah.
But then Aja, you mentioned him, took over. And it started from level 1, interrupting Shio's jungle clear, and after that, moving around the map, forcing flashes away from both Shio and Nuke that were converted on later.
Yeah, the game's just become so much easier to play from the get-go, having that jungle tracking going, and then it's just getting in there once again with priority. He's already been back, got a Sheen. Shio can't play against that. That's once again the priority. What does he do with this priority now? He takes a page out of the Adam book, moves top lane priority into mid lane instead. Now Nuke doesn't have any flash either.
Yeah, it was brutal. And I mean, even just going back into the first clear for the Taliyah, not only were you pushed off your buff and you're now one camp behind from the Poppy, you didn't actually get an idea where the Poppy even started because both side lanes were starting in lane. So then go into an invade, oh, everything is gone. So at that point, Talia's already pretty far behind. So it's really rough to see that happen. And then, of course, you already mentioned you got the rest out of there.
A mage jungler being down on tempo is not what you want to see. And on top of that, you don't want to see your jungle and mid laner getting punished for not having flash. So in the 5 minutes after getting those flashes, Xiao and Nuke both died twice. Here, Xiao is like standing over the Dragon Ball trying to steal it away, and Maple with great pathing through the Fog 4 just pounces.
Yeah, it just becomes a bit greedy taking these approaches to it when you don't have that flash. I think this one could be a bit more excusable as it's just in the river, but there's instances where that Drake should really not be contested at all whatsoever. Nuke stepping up here, trying to save his jungler when he doesn't have flash either, shouldn't be contested either. Nuke will step up in mid lane again later, which is right here, still no flash, and he has no business being this far up in the lane.
And timing right now throughout this game has been really unfortunate for PSG's side. There was one time where I think it was the first Rift Herald that was coming up. There was Taliyah going straight for it, but then, of course, Akali, recognizing we got to get a ward on that, was able to not only get the ward off on that, be in fog, catch Taliyah that was walking towards it, and then get a kill off of it. So there was not only were you already snowballing to begin with, the timing was so unfortunate for Taliyah that she was just getting run over regardless.
Listen,
yes,
Ryan,
I'm listening.
I didn't believe in BDS yesterday, okay? Yeah. And I know people came up for me and they're like, you need to apologize.
You should.
Okay, and I will. I will apologize. I will. And you remember this one, okay? So instead of being realistic, I spent the entire pause of that hopium. And we're getting that BDS 3-2. Forget that 3, yo, my boys. They're gonna bounce back. They may have never gone back in a reverse sweep, but they got this. I have no logical explanation why, but I just believe they do.
I appreciate your enthusiasm.
There's sweat on it. It
stinks. That's great. But what do they do? Like, is there anything you would like to see from them? Because I honestly can't see it. Like, PSG are playing better in the game, and the draft diff is huge.
How dare you?
Be realistic.
To get back to you.
You need a piss test.
Listen, that Renekton, just throw it out the window. You know, it doesn't work. Like, don't first pick. I don't care. Get Nuke on the Asir, okay? He's got 2 champions. Orianna, it'll get banned. Asir won't get banned. Just put him on it. It's going to be fine, all right? I know we're going to struggle a bit. That first game wasn't as bad as it seems. I know it was slow-paced, but we were so close to winning the fights every now and then. Give me Adam on a champion where he just fully sends it. We got 1 game left, backs against the wall. How do you want to go out? With regrets or by playing your heart out?
Regrets. Blue side, Raz, do you have any more cope for me?
I actually think we're playing closer. Don't even try. We're playing closer to the tournament meta, I think. He's going for it. Just because fired. I think the Poppy had such insane value. Renekton, Kalista, and Nautilus on the board. We haven't been seeing too much Poppy so far. I'm not even looking at it.
Yeah, just keep going, keep going.
But I think the reason we haven't been seeing so much Poppy is because in play-ins teams, I think the quality of play and trying to find your fights without hard engage hasn't been there. Now PSG has been playing at such a high level that, yeah, this makes sense. Their draft is great. The Rel flex has been perfect. Then they pick up Poppy just because, you know, it's also a flex just in case they wanted to throw a top side. So I'm flip-flopping, and starting into today, I thought I had a little bit of faith into BDS. No more. It's gone.
Wow.
My BDS faith is out of here.
Goldborg, you have 3 words to say why BDS will win.
Because they will kill the enemy Nexus.
That was so many more than 3 words. PSG Talon's domination continues here at Worlds 23 as they are 1 win away from advancing to the Swiss stage. We'll be right back for Match Point.
Don't be too stressed. Take the game chill. Your first game was not as bad as it looks. So play it with confidence, and you guys will win. All right? Let's go, guys.
Not really much you can do about that. They're going to be able to get the flick back. Nicely done, but Xiao has no flash. He's nowhere to go. And that's going to be an easy kill. Seeing if they can go for something. There's the double Hex Flash. Nobody ever expects the double Hex Flash. You cannot slice and dice away. Woody wants more. And Woody will get everything he wants. Here we go. They're going to look for it. There's the knock-up. They're only right back onto their base. They're going to use the Taliyah wall, but Adam dies for only the 2nd time. We are back. What could potentially be the final game of play-ins as BDS find themselves 0-2 down. PSG dominant is the only word I find apt for that particular performance.
I have a lot, but I probably shouldn't say all of them.
You know what? We're going to need some of those during this game potentially. So you keep them into your hat for the moment. But, I mean, BDS, they've chosen blue side again. They are going to have that first pick rotation, but they need to throw anything, everything over there. It's a Hail Mary. It's the fourth quarter. You're down. You need to have a massive play.
I appreciate the Americanisms.
I'm a massive NFL fan, so
there we go.
Unfortunately, New York Jets. So.
You got to speak to me. Oof.
Yeah,
Roughy.
big oof on that particular one there. But yeah, it's rough.
I agree. I mean, it's potentially the last game you're going to play this year if you're not able to win this one. So you don't want to go just troll and pick random stuff, but you do want to go out on a good showing, figure out which champions are going to best do that. And I got to say, here's my attempts at the caster curse. No one ever comes back from that. You know, it's a 3-0.
You're not Cloud9. You can't do this.
I was the team that happened against. I was
really?
I was coaching Curse back then when LMQ reverse swept us. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah.
So I have that power, maybe. No one ever comes back. Congrats on making Worlds to PSG. No one comes back. There you go. It starts with success for PSG.
Yeah,
and Maple.
there's the LEC one there.
What else
we got?
you got?
Any more? We got any more? I can't think of. I haven't cast a Penta yet today. You know, there's always something there that might go against them. To be honest,
I don't know that one's
that's a little bit of a neutral one, to be honest with you. But if there's ever a time to come back into a series and get a Penta, it's right now. But BDS going to continue banning out things like the Rumble. Make sure they are not getting the ultimate kind of AP in that top sides. And I mean, yeah, just keep banning away towards that top end. Honestly, I actually have no problem with this whatsoever. I think if they just focus on Adam and try and get him something solid, I think they should be good.
Yeah, maybe not the first pick Renekton now that you see the Jax counter ready to go, unless you're going to ban Jax as well. But who knows? The Orianna ban, no surprise. PSG locking in on BDS's most played. And I saw some people being like, why go back to blue side? Because you probably have other drafts other than that more early game oriented option. I would not surprise to see a return more to a game one style of scaling and hope that maybe you can win some more of those fights that were mechanical outplays rather than just getting smashed in the early game.
Okay, for me, the biggest change right now is that it was the Kalista changed up ban for the Maokai. I feel like you have to take the Maokai here. If you leave that open for PSG, they go Maokai Jace, even if you do pick up a Darius or something like that. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, I just don't know what BDS's answer is to some of these situations. I understand the Kalista ban from the perspective of like, hey, they actually got a first blood on us, and if Labrov did not hand one back, maybe that game goes different. That does give the Maokai over. And that is one of Sheo's preferred champions. So I kind of liked the trick that they set up before, but maybe they're worried then he just is going to first pick the Sejuani this time, and he ends up with one of his tanky junglers. So letting him get the Maokai and figuring out what they want to answer with instead.
Wait to see what PSG have the answer for now, because again, they've had all the answers so far. If I was an examiner, I think someone was cheating because they have just come in way too prepared. But Aja definitely thinking like getting him something involved in that top side, you know, again, having something he can carry on, like we've seen it twice now before, the Ken and then the Jax, is going to have a Jarvan in the jungle and a Rell. Like, again, already PSG saying, look, we've got incredible frontline engaged to start off this match.
I really like this idea. PSG played that last game saying, hey, we're feeling ourselves. We want tools in the early game to make plays, and Jarvan is basically the best at that. From level 2 onwards, you have the ability to go flying in and try and mess somebody up.
Right now, we're just going to... This is where the big kind of moves come in, if you will, for BDS. They need to figure out where exactly they're going to take these particular picks. Again, ooh, finally! Finally, we see Crownie now. Can he play it? That's the question on everyone's mind.
Yeah, I mean, you could see it didn't feel like something that they're... Like, I'm obviously reading far too into player faces and what they're saying, but it doesn't seem like something they're very happy about because they don't want it to be picked away and then some more bans thrown at Ezreal, these other things that would happen in Phase 2 if you don't take it here. But at the same time, they don't seem like they really want to be playing with it, and they're not sure what else to combo together here. Coming down to the wire. Alistar locked in, both solo lanes left available here.
So they've got their bot lane and their jungle. See if the PSG want to answer in kind, get something for Wako, who's had just honestly an exceptional time on the Kai'Sa. We'll see him on something different this particular series. So what is his answer? Where does he want to try and take this? Or do they just want to left it open and say, look, there's no real massive major picks that we want. We're going to go for something maybe a little bit more kind of towards the solo laners, but it looks like for the moment, they're happy to go with another AD carry themselves, the Caitlyn. Wow, okay, so they're going for pure lane dominance and make sure this Kai'Sa can't even get to the point of assassinating.
Correct me if I'm wrong, first Caitlyn of Worlds.
I believe so.
I believe this is the first Caitlyn of Worlds. She's in an interesting spot right now where people have strong opinions on how much damage she can deal. And
depends on the builds.
Yeah, depends on the builds. There's some more annoying ones depending on how much you like getting headshot crit for 2,000 damage or ulted. So we'll have to see where they end up going here. But it is very interesting to see Wako force off the Kai'Sa, and instead of going for more playmaking, which is where I thought he was going to go. When I think of him as an aggressive, team fight, more focused AD carry who wants to go for those game 1 plays where he's flashing in and making a name for himself. Here he's saying, no, lane dominance, give me some resources, set me up some vision, I'm going to smash this guy in lane.
Yeah, and for the moment now, this Caitlyn is going to have all eyes on them. Again, if the range you get from the Caitlyn, just having that control as well, and the fact that you combo it up with the Rel, you come in with the crash down, you drop down a Yordle snap trap, and all of a sudden you're CC'd for a good 2-3 seconds, and there's not really a lot else you can do about it. So for me, PSG found, again, if you have an answer, see if it works out for them, because for the moment, they are very happy with the control they've been able to kind of garner in this first few picks.
Yeah, and I think the idea of having a power point on the map as well to allow Junjia to continue to go for invades onto Sheo, I think it's much better for him this time around, not on this squishier mage jungler that they will not just destroy you if you get caught out, because Maokai's just tankier in general, but yeah, giving them a lane to play through and find paths into Sheo's side of the map.
And the Sylas is huge value here right now. You've got an Alistar ultimate, you've got the Nature's Grasp as well from the Maokai. Like, these are 2 huge ultimates for a Sylas to kind of go for. It is going in blind. And we'll see now what BDS want to try and respond with. This could be it.
There it is.
Gods! 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 They finally get it going. The Olaf has finished the word.
I am glad that on the final potential game for BDS here, if they do not rally, at least he will have completed the acronym. Olaf slammed in the last minute.
And that's all we needed.
That's all that matters this series. The question of if it's gods or dogs, we will find out, because thus far, it ain't been gods.
It ain't been gods today, but anything can happen with an Olaf. And again, I will say it's nice to get it, but you are giving over another fantastic ultimate for the Sylas to take. So these are the things that go through my mind when you're thinking of these different kind of scenarios. But the last pick to kind of come in here from PSG is going to be Gnar in that top side. Very solid pick. You want to try and make sure you're not going into a melee versus the Olaf, because you will just be dominated. So having that Gnar to be able to have that range keeps you safe.
Yeah, we saw it just yesterday with how Gnar can outplay the Olaf. If you're able to cut him out, if you dodge an axe, his ult can time out. And this time around, he is the one with the Jarvan. So this is an old school combination. The J4 and the Gnar, you can go for these kinds of imprisonments and then slamming everyone against the walls that you find on backline members if you're able to land onto nuke. Again, a pretty all-in composition. Caitlyn is kind of isolated in team fights. I mean, you can kite back initially as Bengar builds, but at some point, they're going to need to dive in and find the members of BDS.
I will say for PSG, like you said, very all-in. You're looking at the Sylas, the Rel, the Gnar, and of course the Jarvan, like you mentioned, just all piling in on top of each other. However, on BDS's side, you've got a fair bit of kind of kite back. The Maokai is very good at disengaging with the Bramble Smash. The Alistar is kind of king of that, outside of Janna, of course. And the Olaf should be able to kind of mitigate all CC bar the Cataclysm. So there's actually answers here for the side of BDS if they can find the right fights.
Yeah, I think the Olaf is the question for me, is how much can you get done in the early game? Because we saw yesterday, once it falls behind, becomes pretty useless as you can just focus it down and it doesn't have the threat in the side lane to keep making plays happen. So we'll have to see a better performance out of Adam here, and hopefully out of Sheo as well, being able to make plays on the map, being allowed to play the game this time, as that was not really the case in Game 2.
No, it was not. Sheo on a much more comfortable champion. PSG 2-0 up. They are one Nexus away from qualifying for the Swiss stage. BDS, the LEC 4th seed, need a miracle. They need the divine intervention, if you will. And they are going to have to start that long, long grind to try and find glory at the top of the mountain.
Interesting, Woody going over the wall with the W early on. Going to try and find an early play onto Adam. Usually BDS are the level 1 cheesers, but this time it's PSG.
Yeah, huge respect by Adam there. Look, it's not even a minute into the game. He will most likely have that flashback before anything relevant happens to him in his lane, but I like the fact that he gave him the respect.
Yeah, that is one of those times where you do not want to start giving over a first blood on the pivotal final game there. And like you said, Flash will be up.
It will be up.
5:50 into the game. And you know what, honestly, It's nice to have double summons to force early flashes out of the mini Gnar like we saw yesterday. If you can just ghost at him, land an axe, it doesn't really matter. That's what you're hoping to do, and have your ult back up with your flash at 6.
That's all you want. And then once you hit 6, that's when the game starts to feel a little bit more favored on that side. But again, it's going to be not just about the top laners, those junglers, Xiao and Junja, in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's been all Junja. It has really been all Junja. Xiao was not even really a participant in the last game. Let's see if he can bounce it back again on a comfort champion, on something we know he can perform on.
Yeah, absolutely going to have a lot of pressure as well. Wondering where he'll need to go, because you're kind of in a split map situation here where obviously Adam wants some resources, would love a gank or two if they're able to lock down the Gnar and kill him. But at the same time, if this PSG bot lane is able to get this perma shove in, will you have to hover down there and actually help them fix waves and get resets off and the sorts of things that junglers absolutely loathe doing?
And it's a very kind of, like, jungling is like almost like chess sometimes. You have to keep an eye on absolutely everybody else. It's like chess but 5 different players.
Chess but babysitting.
Yeah, chess but you're babysitting the 5-year-olds learning to play chess. Like,
yeah.
no, take the horse out of your mouth. Like, you just can't do that. But again, this is going to come down to how they're able to kind of make these moves work. And I like what Xiao's looking for right now, trying to see if he can maybe go for an early move in this bot side. Level 3 into the level 2. They look for a flash pulverize, perhaps mid lane. Nuke will have a dash, you would imagine, in a second or so. Chain Lash is going to land. Ooh, misses the CC, and that means that Nuke should be able to just walk away.
Yeah, that was a really nice angle there by Maple, getting in range for the W, actually, to get what is usually a pretty free E2, but just Nuke didn't instantly run up the ramp and was having a nice little kite out there. So able to hold on to his summoners there. That's absolutely huge, as well as the fact that PSG's bot lane did not end up getting engaged on there, surviving some of those early pressures from both those lanes.
The big thing here as well is that because Junja showed himself towards that mid lane, pathing their bot, obviously showing he had the red, that frees up Adam to get a bit more aggressive. He knows there's no jungler here. Even without a flash, he is still a very big threat onto a very small Gnar.
Yeah, mini Gnar level 3 gank is usually not very good for your own team to go for. So, of course, you have Jinjia pathing down to the bot side here. And right now, Wako and Woody doing a good job of just being that annoying perma-shove push that you get for Caitlyn.
Wait to see Crownie, 1 CS up. Congrats to him.
Hey,
I'm just saying, man.
Dominating.
We got to find as many silver linings as we can until plays actually start happening. But right now, PSG, they just feel comfortable. Like, again, you have the Jarvan, he's looking for early ganks, and they have kind of angles in every lane to make them happen.
Yeah, and this is a pretty quintessential BDS draft as well. We talked about last game being a little bit surprising with the level of aggression that they're going for here. It's a lot of scaling options with Adam as the splash of kind of early game playmaking, powerhouse, split push, surprise champion picks. And so hopefully for BDS, this can be closer to game 1, but actually close out when they have their advantages around the neutral objectives, able to win some of these team fights. I gotta say, there's a lot of pressure as well on Maple. He had a great Akali game, this time going on to one of the other popular melee assassin style champions in Sylas. But there are a lot of good ultimates to steal. It is true, but there's a lot of times where Sylas just doesn't look like he's doing anything.
Yeah.
And that was kind of the case the last time we saw it, which was against BDS, where they stole the Maokai ult. Who cares? You know, there's sometimes where if you don't have the setup all locked in, it doesn't actually do that much.
It's all about the setup. It's all about when and the where, not so much the how, but wait to see now. Again, slow start to this game. I imagine both teams going to be happy to scale up until level 6. Xiao going to have a little bit of a reset there as well. And so I love what you see from PSG as well. You can see the early little bit of vision on the Krugs there to kind of make sure they weren't going to go for a dive in that top side. But Xiao, he's getting a bit creative with the pathing right now. He's going up towards that top side. Adam will have flash soon and level 6. So not far away from this. Maybe not on this wave, though. Maybe one more and he should be there.
Oh, both junglers going to be up here at the top side. No ult yet for Adam. This stun will actually lock him in.
He's going to go for a little bit of movement there. Aja getting caught out a little bit there. You can see Adam just trying to go for something. Flash forward. He got the shield down, but the first blood still goes over to the side of Aja. Xiao needs to flash forward. That means he's already condemned himself to death. He knows he has everyone else beside of PSG coming up, so he'll donate that one over to Junja.
The 2-for-1 for PSG in the top side. I thought it was maybe going to go wrong after the flash W missed from Aja, but they had enough damage still to finish Adam off. That's one of the scariest things when you don't have just enough damage to finish off the Olaf, who starts getting all those bonuses at low HP. They finish that kill off. They grab about 1,000 gold advantage, both for the first blood and the extra kill going into their back pocket, which also buys time for the Caitlyn lane to continue shoving, grab their first turret plate.
big play there from PSG. And the funny thing is that if the Olaf gets the kill, the Gnar dies first, then all of a sudden the Triumph comes in. It's a 2-for-0, and honestly, probably might even be a little bit more as well in terms of turrets and stuff like that, or turret plates at least. And now we can see Adam has flash this time around. Has got ultimate as well, the Ragnarok. But like we said, the Ragnarok is not exceptional against Cataclysm. Luckily for him, Junja does not have access to that yet, but already we're seeing Engage his bot side. Woody had to flash just because he was so afraid of Sheo going in and getting the lockdown.
Yeah, it seems like maybe miscounting the timer on the reset from Crownie, because even if you do have the Maokai there to follow up, there's not a level 6 Kai'Sa flying in on top of you to blow you up. It would have been a fine 2-for-2. So a bit of a misplay there by Woody, thinking he was under more threat than he was, and a nice play by Labrov to kind of force that reaction out of him.
Just realized something.
What'd you realize?
We could have, potentially, because it was a 5-game series, had Adam spell out gods in a game, or in a series, because it's 4 letters.
Words.
Yeah, but he can't do it. Now it's probably going to be like rods or something. Just, it's not as epic, you know.
What did he play in game 1 again?
He played, what did he play? Sion.
Sion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the S. So it'll be
just replace Set.
It's Ross now.
Just replace Sion and
yeah,
Set.
but we can't get the G or the D. We can only get one of the two. Oh no, we could get 2.
Yeah, hey, we're
good.
Yeah, no, you're right.
We're good. I take it back. We might still have gods in this game. Or in this series, as we see now, and Engage on his bot side. They will get the CC down straight away here onto Labrov, but yeah, he's dead. He knows he is. He's not going to burn any summoners there, and just great call here from Junja to go, right, I know where I need to be. Bot lane was the call.
Yeah, found him over the wall, contesting some vision there, and critically as well, PSG able to channel that one onto Owako, doing what AD carries do best, walking up and stealing kills.
Oh, and stealing ultimates. Maple just subtracts Nuke from the map. Anything you can do, I can do better.
Luke was going for the play there. He was feeling himself a little bit, trying to get some momentum back in this game because it had not been going well so far. Ends up trading his own life under the turret, though. Maple on top of that play. Nice pull through the chains, getting over the Azir wall and pushing him back. We'll take a look at that after this bot lane play first. And here you see, like, just baiting on the Vision Ward. Jinjia, well-timed. Doesn't even need the knock-up, actually. Just having enough damage in the 3v2 situation. Then here, Woody was bloodthirsty. He threw one more auto there. And then here, doing a good job in the lane phase, but then the creeps dying or not being under turret range.
Oh, he just panics, and then it's a perfect sequence of plays there. Maple just absolutely smashed them.
They're laughing at a bit of a misplay there. I'm going back to see how he ended up dropping turret aggro despite having creeps around.
Yeah, they went at the turret.
They just were not quite in range yet, and that's why he got caught out. Unfortunate there by Nuke not having a wave to escort him for that pressure. Now, BDS on the map being a little thirsty, trying to get this Rift Herald down if they can get it.
See what they can get. We'll see Labrov taking a ace in the hole to the face, and then protecting Crownie on this bot side. But I mean, Crownie's going for the lethality build right now, so they are going for Assassination Nation, as they need to try and go for this one here. And Adam with his longsword shot. Level 6 has been hit here by Labrov, but I mean, it's so difficult to walk into a Rel and a Caitlyn. You're just going to CC for days.
Yeah, and the great thing about how this game's going for PSG is they have not really needed to babysit the Wako lane. There's been pretty isolated outside that 1 or 2 looks that Sheo's been able to find slightly down there, but not really under any threat. They are chipping this turret down very well on their own. Probably going to grab the second turret plate here in a second.
Luke, not just one thing, gets hit by another. The rest of it all comes down. He should be able to dash himself away. Interesting enough to see that Woody and Maple not willing to commit themselves anymore to that. Probably because the flash was still available for Nuke. They weren't going to get the kill, but again, just great kind of trigger discipline as well. Just forcing him out of lane. He doesn't have TP. That's going to be a wave lost.
Yep, able to get some pressure down there. Also, while grabbing the Rift Herald, they were able to make that play happen. So much control for PSG in this third and potentially final game. 2,000 gold advantage already in their back pocket, and some of the game plan for BDS off the rails.
I was going to say, Labrov does not want to get his ultimate stolen away by the Sylas, so just going to try and walk himself away from that particular play. It means they have to be very isolated on this bot side. You can see that the Alistar having to go the long way around. Junja doing a very good job just making sure that everyone has to be very careful, very respectful, if you will, of how everything's kind of going down. As Nuke going to push in a bit of a wave here. As a bit of a trade. Some scones of ducks have been absolutely fantastic for Maple. Nuke just not a chance.
Yeah, already put back down to around 20% health. Going to be very difficult to continue laning. No teleport available. I'm going to have to go back to base right away again, getting these really awkward item purchases. Not able to finish off his Leandries quite yet. Dragon spawning in 2 minutes. Should have it by then, hopefully, but not feeling great.
No. We're starting to feel like game number 2. It's starting to feel like PSG are very, very comfortable. They know exactly where they need to be. They're controlling the map in such a great way. Even the fact that Woody's getting these wards, like consistently making sure there's no random play to come out from a TP that they can get caught out from.
Yeah, making sure Nuke's TP when it's up is not going to be able to go there. Adam, no TP available for here. Just keeping this pressure available so that Wako can continue just destroying this turret. Now we have Sheo finding an angle maybe.
Maybe looking for Woody, who does have the gravity field. Maybe going for the flash as well to get the headbutt pulverized. But can they finish off the damage? That's the question. They finally do with a little bit of a smite there from Sheo. They said, look, we tried to give it to you, Crownie, but you just weren't close enough.
Yeah, they were worried about having to wait for the Kai'Sa W to come back up or something like that. They finished that kill off, relieved some pressure around the bot lane, hopefully getting them caught out, looking for that jungle.
Jungler's having a little bit of a move here. See Wako moving forward. Wako's a little bit isolated now. May actually be getting jumped on and assassinated because you've got the lethality. TP coming in. That's going to be the Gnar with Mega. Looking for a little bit more. Flash by Crown. He keeps him there and alive. But he gets dragged all the way back in. But can they finish off the kills? That's the question. Nuke is here. Maple follows him just as quick as well. So BDS not quite done just yet. A couple of quick kills and they're only about 1,000 gold behind.
Yeah, absolutely. Flying right back into this game. Initially getting the pick off on Woody, who was being a little bit too aggressive in that bot lane, and then Wako really crazy pathing trying to move that. BDS not fully out of the woods yet as they have this Rift Herald to drop down for Aja to at least equalize some of the gold that now Adam is channeling up in the top side.
Adam should be able to get at least 2 plates from this, maybe a third. He hasn't got a huge amount of attack speed right now and no wave, so it's probably just going to be the 2 while the tower and bot lane does go down to reinstate that 2,000 gold lead. But I mean, BDS, that's the kind of plays they need. Those are the kind of moments they need to capitalize on if they want to try and stay in this series, keep their season alive.
Yeah, it all starts from their own proactive play. It's one of the things where once you put pressure on the enemy team, you know, sometimes some mistakes start to show up. They kill Woody. Junjia's trying to scrap out Sheo. Then Wako takes a bad path. You find that kill. Then more mechanical mistakes follow after that. And gives BDS some very necessary breathing room. Get some gold onto the Olaf, which was absolutely critical. Going all the way back here to just some vision control. Going a little bit too aggressive about it. Woody should have known that Labrov was right there. Not going to survived that one mistake after seeing him kind of around the mid lane messing with the Sylas like you called out earlier. You knew he was there. And then here's where they really lose it. Wako here, I don't know why you think you can just walk through here like this.
His name is Wako.
Yeah.
He walks.
I don't know if Junjia, what the call was. It was going to go bad no matter what, even if he didn't end up blast coning into the dragon pit there.
Oh, well, Crownie's dead. Labrov is just kind of sitting there awkwardly going,
it didn't happen on camera, but there was absolutely a stolen Azir ult flash insec under the turret to kill Crownie.
I mean, it's just the way it is. We talked about it, well, I talked about it at length for sure, about the ultimates you can steal here with Sylas, and the playmaking Sylas, or how good Sylas can be, does kind of rely on those ultimates and when and where you use them. But look at the MasterCard lane economy snapshot. I mean, that's not what you need to be seeing if you're the Olaf. You picked this Olaf as the kind of the big pick. Yeah. You're down 1,100 gold.
Struggling into Nars recently at Worlds, unfortunately. Saving grace, Crownie's Kai'Sa, basically even in gold. You are staying relevant in this game, and there will not be very many resists purchased, most likely. The Jarvan build, oftentimes going for a Spear of Sojin second, means that you won't have to be punching through resist for a little while. We'll see what Gnar wants to go. Sometimes you see the Black Cleaver. Maybe they'll go something a little different this time to itemize against the armor, but you know, with how much true damage the Olaf can do as well, sometimes it feels bad. He can shred you as well, so we'll have to see what Aja wants to go, but most likely more bruiser-oriented. Here's this play again. Azir ult stolen. Gonna E the minions, or just flash.
Immediately go for it. Just flash in, go for the Crownie, and there is blood on that crown.
And I gotta say, really heads-up play by Maple to jump the play because Labrov was wrapping around. You saw Sheo's ultimate coming in at the very end there. They were absolutely setting up a dive there. And Maple just cuts that play off at the head by killing Crownie.
And that's the kind of momentum killer like PSG have been shown to do this entire play-ins. Like, yes, they were a little shaky in their first series, but they kind of slowly came back into that one there. And the fact that BDS were getting a couple of kills, were getting control back on the map, that just stifles that momentum. It kills it completely.
Yeah, huge play out of Maple. I gotta say, love the approach to the Sylas here, going for the electrocute and 10 burst damage build with Night Harvester. Some people go for the Conqueror and a lot of Ages or Everfrost. Yeah, no, I'd rather you just absolutely obliterate one target.
Blow someone up.
Yeah, it feels a lot better to play too. I much prefer it. As much as I love being a drain tank in the middle of a team, this is definitely the play, I think. Especially here, where if you can assassinate Crownie very quickly or Nuke, you can win the fight because you have so much DPS coming from the other positions on the map for you.
Well, Nuke does have TP and has pushed in that bot side. Both bot and top have been pushed in here by BDS. They're getting the lanes pushed in, and PSG are a little bit kind of unsure of how they want to do it. They want to get Aja to get up to that Mega before they really go for something right now. And they're taking a fair chunk of damage. The Rift Herald will reset.
Yeah, Crownie, or excuse me, Nuke did teleport back in after shoving out that bot wave. They could have sacked this one and just used his pressure to trade out a turret for it, but instead wanted to contest here.
Still going. They're looking for this. BDS know they have to go for something. Labrov on the backside looking for it. Woody gets caught out. Woody gets assassinated. They kill off one. Junja looks to the guy to get Cataclysm, but he can't get anybody else. Now, can they jump onto Wako? He does have a flash available. Does only need the 90 counter Burlette, but can he get back over the wall? He's flashed forward, and they will get killed down. Nuke picks himself up that kill. And this is BDS putting down a marker saying we are not done just yet.
BDS staying alive in this series, perfectly playing that out, waiting for the Gnar ult to time out. Adam,
he's fine.
He's fine. We're not worried about it. We're fine. But yeah, great play out of them, contesting that. We weren't sure if they were going to go, if they're going to back off. I like the aggressiveness, letting them finish off that Rift Herald and playing for the fight instead.
Oh, looking for a bit. There's the Adam ultimate now. Trade it back there for the Alistar stolen one. They're all coming back in on top of this one here. Can Aja get away? He does have a flash should he need it. Woody in kind of no man's land right now. In the lethality build that we talked about, he's going to lose his flash. You'd almost certainly think so. As Crownie comes in, dodges out a little bit, and yep, there is the flash to go away. So BDS not getting caught out, and if anything, kind of turning the tides a little bit in that fight as well.
Yeah, absolutely happy to trade some of those flashes that were burned there. Woody, when the primary engage tool was losing that one, just trying to help follow up in the play. And here we go, waiting for the Mega Gnar to time out. Labrov taking the wraparound Alistar ultimate angle here, and just the Maokai ultimate so powerful, isolating Woody, allowing Crownie to annihilate him with the Halo Blades and 10 build there. And then Jinjia just not tanking at all yet, gets assassinated second, and the rest of the team has no way to follow through because the members were threatening from the blue buff ramp coming down.
PSG did get the Rift Heralds, they did secure that objective, but you lost 3 kills for it. Now, mid lane did go down. It's a 600 gold lead. BDS crawling back into this one little by little, bit by bit. They are sitting on a pretty big mid-game spike, especially with this lethality Kai'Sa, and now having the Olaf to be able to do so much work on the backside. The fact that they were able to isolate Woody came off the fact that everyone else on PSG was so concerned about what Adam was doing.
Yeah, the fact that Adam was able to get value in that fight was huge, and they are starting to stem the bleeding of the potential 1-3-1 setup of PSG. We saw what happened yesterday when the Olaf falls behind the Gnar. You start falling into threat of getting solo killed, or at least ran up lanes. And so here, while Aja is getting this solo turret, at least Adam is slightly more relevant. Maple is not snowballing quite so hard, despite getting 2 kills and looking pretty good. He's down a fair amount of CS.
He is indeed. They're going to try and assassinate him, but the buffer is good from Junja. A little bit of a flash as well, just to create that separation, but Dragon, no kill, so BDS still feeling okay about that trade, but they got to make sure that someone's dealing with Aja. He'll get this turret for free. No one's coming.
Yeah, Aja's getting pretty farmed at this point, grabbing a lot of turrets here. They do stop the Dragon stacking out of PSG, which is pretty critical, and Hex Dragon is a pretty fine reward as a result, but you do want to start dropping some of these turrets. There are still none available, and so while it is a 2K gold lead for PSG, there's a lot of standing gold available for BDS should they win or have another good one of these fights that they can actually convert into multiple turrets afterwards.
Doesn't know that Aja's still here. Goes in with the Mega Gnar. Can he get away from it? Oh, Woody!
Woody!
Oh, been a bit more like Buzz there to infinity and beyond.
Oh, you insulted my boy Buzz?
Yeah.
Looking more like Mr. Potato Head after that. I don't know what that play was.
Well, Labrov is taking a fair chunk of damage. He might just die here, to be perfectly honest, if he's not too careful. The boomerang does not land. And that keeps him safe for the moment, but PSG not quite ready to let BDS have their victory lap just yet. They are still showing them that they are ahead, and they are still looking to make plays.
Aja is kind of keeping PSG in this game here. First up, getting the setup onto Nuke to threaten to kill him, and then getting Labrov's ultimate out there in the chase down sequence. Woody, to be fair, the wall clipped him, made him short the W-ult combination, then misses the Q, allowing Nuke to get out. But that's one of those plays where you might look back at it later and go, oh, if we just get that one, do we maybe start pressuring Baron on the tail end of that? Because it had just spawned. What more could you have gotten if you found that kill? Or at the very least, continue to accelerate Aja.
And the thing is, I love that you bring up this acceleration of Aja, because I don't know now, but I'm pretty sure he is the 2,000 gold lead onto... of course we have the
Spectator client.
Spectator client.
You are correct, sir.
He is the 2,000 gold lead. So if Aja's not there, or if Aja gets taken out of the fight, then this is a much, much more even game, as that turret just about stays alive, but a sneeze will take it down.
At some point, BDS will cash in on these turrets. They are both so low, and actually across all three lanes are ripe for the taking if they can just get a little bit of pressure or a map movement down to grab them. Aja, like you said, though, going for the Hullbreaker build, kind of committing a little bit more to this split push style. He's playing extremely well, so I understand kind of indexing into your own play here. We were wondering what he would go next, if he would pick up some sort of resist. No, he is here to split push and win the game. Adam says he's had enough.
32 health. It's an insult if we leave that one up and available. So they get that little bit of gold. It's nice to get it into everyone there available, but for now, you can see that PSG very aware that this Dragon, or this Baron I should say, is a big threat that BDS could go for. You have got an Azir, an Olaf, and a Kai'Sa. You will burn through it.
Yeah, absolutely. Even Maokai going for the Demonic Embrace. Red Smite will burn quite a bit. And so, while the gold lead is still in PSG's favor, it is being kept closer than that Game 2, which you can see was a very, very quick acceleration in that 20-minute mode. And this time around, PSG don't have the clearest way to advance the game plan. Of course you can split Aja, of course he can try and make plays happen. That feels like the only power point, because the Caitlyn no longer is able to just free-shove waves over and over again. They've done a really good job on the side of BDS of jumping on top of Jinjia when he steps too far forward. Or Woody, they have kind of stifled the primary engagers, and without that, there's no easy way for Maple in.
Like the Junja is just kind of saying, look, you're stacking these little cats in this brush right now. There were like 3 or something like that, so he's just baiting them out, getting the flag and dragon. Yeah, honestly, with the damage he's able to get onto them, it might be a one-shot territory, but turret does go down in mid lanes. That's 2 of the 3, and that brings us to, again, just under a 2,000 gold lead. It might be enough there for Nuke, who's agonizingly close towards a Rabadon's death cap. He is, unfortunately, a fair bit away from having the extra 1,200 he needs to finish it off, but for now, everything seems to be just kind of calming down. The calm before the storm, as PSG recognize they're not as far ahead as they were in the last 2 games. They need to make sure they don't fumble this game.
Yeah, it's a question of how they want to advance it here, because you have 45 seconds on the Dragon spawning, but you don't really want to put Aja up on the top side because it's unlikely he can take an inhibitor turret by himself. But then if you're on the bot side where there is an inner turret still up, you are already close to the Dragon. So it does kind of naturally lead to a situation where you probably are going to contest this, but BDS has done very, very well around the neutral objectives this time, and we'll see if they can yet again Labrov and Sheo combo together to isolate frontline members of PSG for Crownie and Nuke to just blow up.
The thing is, Aja has got the Hullbreaker. Great for pushing the lanes, but he has, as you mentioned, been very tentative to being pushing too far over. Doesn't want to overcommit to it, and again, when you go with that Hullbreaker build, it does mean that you're not as keen to be in those team fights as early as you possibly can. So we'll see. Dragon spawning now in 3 seconds. BDS look to try and stack that objective themselves. Getting attack speed and ability haste onto something like an Azir could be huge going later into the game.
Absolutely. Multiple big item breakpoints coming through. Wako finishing his IE before this, going for the crit focus build, not grabbing the Gale Force. Going to see if they can stop this Dragon, excuse me.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. It's a stolen Maokai ultimate for Maple as he throws it across. We're going to see them try and go for a fight. It's a bit of a cross of the lanes. There we go. BDS secure themselves the Dragon, but they are stunned up a little bit. Crownie gets jumped on and immediately predicted on the backside. Aji can't finish him off. Neither can the Silas. They're going to try and maybe murder this back right back on top of Caitlyn, and she goes down. They're trading this one back. It's a 2 for 2, I should say. For the moment, they will use those Hex Gates to get Aja right back in. The switcheroo! Oh, he's on the floor. What can you do, BDS? Labrov, why are you there? Run away. Stay away from there. Get out of there. You can't be here. You're 6 levels down. God damn it.
Labrov, you got out. Why would you walk back in? He's fine. He did it. Wow, what a crazy fight. That was so close to being a massive wipe by PSG. Aja absolutely having a monstrous ultimate there. He's not done. He's got red buff. He wants to scrap.
He wants to scrap indeed. He's getting Mega now as well. He might be able to get himself the kill and get himself out for free. Kai'Sa's around, but I don't think that Crowny wants any of this smoke, and that's just Aja bringing this play right back a little bit in favor of PSG.
Aja has put on the hero pants. He was already wearing them for most of this series, having an incredible Game 1 and Game 2, and continuing it into Game 3 here. This time, Sheo, we talked about him not having the best smites this series, been getting out-smoted a little bit. This time he grabs it, but Junjia and Aja perfectly timed wombo combo, catches the flash out of Crowny, but has the ult to survive. And then from there, Maple's not able to land the E, and he's just on chase down sequence the rest of this fight, whereas Nuke was in the pit, able to hit multiple important members.
Yeah, Maple didn't really do a lot of damage at all, but we're going straight back into the action right there. We're going to steal away the Alistar ultimate as we look to try and make this fight work. They're a little bit isolated, though, because that Maokai ultimate's doing it work in its own right. Nuke picked up the first kill. They get Maple back over the wall as he gets himself an ultimate stolen away from the Alistar. Now they're turning and burning onto Sheo, who's very tanky, but is he tanky enough to survive against all this damage? The shutdown, but Azir falls at the end of it all. It's a 2 for 3! It's a 3 for PSG! And that is going to get them right back into this. Well, this game is getting scrappy.
It's getting crazy. Angelina Jolie bends the bullet around the target there to finish him off. Wanted Sheo and finished him, but so crazy how much damage there is in this game relative to the tankiness. The fact that Sheo with Red Smite, Demonic first, has a nice health pool, but not the tankiest. Labrov and Maple actually with their ultimates are going to be some of the tankier members here. Woody just gets annihilated. The Pen Kai'Sa build, I don't know why anyone builds anything else. Yeah, honestly, unless it's multiple tanks with tons of resist, just do this build, because you can see what happens when you step slightly too far forward. Maple's annihilated, absolutely deleted there, and then here it is, the little bit of cleanup that comes in at the very end. Sheo dying with Junjia up. I wonder under the replay if they're going to be rushing back to this Baron here, or if they will taking it slow. But still a fight win out of PSG here in a very tense third game.
Yeah, I mean, Crowny tried his hardest to jump in front of that bullet right there. He really, really did. But there's the win probability powered by AWS. It's still in favor of PSG, but BDS are not letting this one go lightly. Labrov will have his ultimate back up and available. No flash available for a little bit of an engage. No flash is pretty much for anybody on the side of PSG in terms of the engagers, so they're going to be very, very aware that they can't just walk forward and just tank up things like they did the last few fights.
Yeah, another double Shojin build this time. Actually grabbing it as well. I can't help but wonder if you're going to be grouping this much, you know, gotta go for some resists instead, because Crowny is going to melt anyone who steps too far forward. Same with Nuke, honestly, now with the death cap finished off. And you can see them having some priority on this dragon. Gonna hit it and start it out.
Starting it, clearing out the vision for the moment. They will have that blast cone to potentially use over the wall as Adam tries to play keep away. Crowny and Sheo doing the work right now. Ooh, Aji takes a huge chunk of damage. Junja walking away from this one here, but I don't think he's going to get out with his life. No, he is not. Labrov perfectly placed to try and keep everybody off. The Baron still on 4,000 HP as Aja has to back away. He's not going into Mega just yet. Crowny gets caught. Crowny's still alive. They shove back the Wacko as he finally gets caught down. They're looking for Crowny. How has he survived? Just about taken away. Sheo can't finish off this Baron. He needs Adam. He needs his top laner. They need to go back on to do this damage. Aji has been the carry of this team for PSG in game number 3. He's looking for a little bit more damage. The smite can't come out just yet. Finally does go in. He's kiting it. He's kiting it. He's looking for more. Adam, you need to run away. You need to use that damage. Oh, nearly a touchdown. No, he's not quite close enough. Oh my God. But at the end of it all, Baron for BDS, but PSG, they made him work.
We're getting a good game here finally in game 3. BDS staying alive. I thought for a second there Aj would find the 2 cleanup kills and deny all the Baron buffs, but he just can't quite do it. Junjia getting exploded here. Labrov providing a better front line, requiring more resources here. And once the jungler is down, there's a huge pressure on PSG to stop BDS from being able to smite this Baron.
Look at Crowny. He gets CC'd by the Baron, and how does he live?
Someone took the Baron aggro, so he did not go onto him. Maple with the hero play. All right, we don't got time.
We don't got time. We don't got time for your analysis. We don't got time to break down the plays because BDS have the momentum. The crowd behind them, they want more games. The Red Bull Baron power play at their back. And they're looking to go onto Soul Point as well. The poke coming out here from Crowny is monstrous, but Aja is huge as well. You can see Maple off to the side here, looking for a bit of a flank, has got Labrov's ultimate. The Unbreakable Will, can he make something work?
Getting a little low.
Junja goes in a little early. The Cataclysm now down. The smite comes in. Sheo gets it again. That's the third one on swing and a miss by Maple. They can start to isolate him out and get that true damage in. Labrov just keeping everybody else away. Flashes forward. Jumps in onto Wacko. And that's the play you need.
Aja will try and turn it around like he did at Baron, but not today. Massive shutdowns, 5 kills, that could be game.
That's gonna be it. They have the Baron buff, a wave in the mid lane, and a 4-for-0 kill right now. It's only Maple left alive. Does he have any heroics left to try and save this game?
He's gonna have to pull out all the stops. Not quite level 16, so not quite sure he can take that Alistar ult just yet again. The Nexus is in their sights. BDS keeping themselves alive at Worlds, looking to make a big statement game. They won't end the game just yet. They know how tentative it is, that if they mess up, it's over.
Definitely the right call. 5 seconds left on Junjia. Maple was alive. If he could steal the Maokai ultimate, you might end up in a situation getting cleaned up in their base. But again, absolutely monstrous smites from Sheo this game. He has been incredible all tournament long. Junjia had been getting the better of him, but not this time around. Grabs the 3rd dragon for their team. And then here, just split fight. There's not any threat onto Crownie and Nuke. Maple tried to find it, but whipped the chains this time around after some heroics in the previous fight. And it's too easy if Maple is not there providing threat in the backline. Aja also did not have ultimate until a little bit later on in that sequence.
The great thing here for BDS is not only did you get the kills on the Dragon, which is obviously fantastic, but you burned so many smites, or so many, flashes from that last fight. You got so many resources. Look at across the board, nobody has anything. You've got a couple of teleports, but it's not really going to mean much when you're dealing with such a powered up BDS.
Yeah, and absolutely. I think this is one of the few times as well BDS's comp truly outscales with the Kai'Sa and Azir here. Obviously, late game Sylas is no joke, but the rest of the team does drop off, especially when you have itemization focused on split push, and now you are losing the game here.
I mean, they're trying to get Aja some kind of time up topside. You've got the snap traps going down. You've got the stolen Maokai ult thrown out to try and delay it. He is getting a fair bit of time now, so he may be able to break open this base here. Aja has got a fierce amount of damage with that Spear of Shojin.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the rest of PSG cannot chase forward enough to interrupt the recalls. You can see Junjia dropping the flag, trying to spot them, and maybe you can interrupt some recalls to buy more time, but not the case here. Baron buff timed out now.
All right, Mark. We got a game. We got a game. We got a game, maybe a series. I'm not going to say it just yet.
No.
But we got to wait till the Nexus explodes, as is a play-by-play's right. But what do you want to see? How do BDS finish this one off? Where do you want to see them look for it?
I think as much as it's fun to try and group up and make a dive happen, I think grouping just to control Aja a little bit, keep pressure on the map, react to him whenever he splits because he's not going to be showing up for any of these defenses. Just try and corral PSG as best you can until the next neutral objective spawn, because you have a potential Baron for Hex Tech Soul trade where you have 3 already done. So you can take whichever side of that trade PSG does not want. You can also contest them if you want to go for it. There's so much going in BDS's favor right now beyond the gold lead and map pressure from having the mid inhibitor cracked. So they have a very, very strong position to play to these neutral objectives from here on out. Don't get over greedy. Don't dive the base. You're doing great.
Take a deep breath. LEC fans, EU fans, let's all calm ourselves and center ourselves. This game is not over. This series is not done. PSG have plenty available to them if they want to try and win this game, and it's going to come down to what could be a mistake, a moment of brilliance.
Oh, the TP flank.
TP flank here from Aja to try and make something work here. They're going to try and burn down Nuke as best they possibly can. He puts down his ultimate. He is going to be able to zoom away, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of this one alive. He will not. Luckily for the side of BDS, it's just a kill. Doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme. No objective for a minute.
50 seconds on the death timer, 40 for Baron. There'll be a 10-second desync, but once he's up, he does have teleport available. I like BDS's response here. Escort the minion waves in, make them react so they can't get too much vision set up for the Baron, but
to catch someone. They're looking to catch someone. They're looking to catch someone thinking there may be not enough vision, because look at the vision they have on the top left, but they don't really have a lot on the Baron pit or even in their own jungle. BDS decide it's not worth going for the big risk just yet. And they're going to back themselves away because PSG are saying we're looking towards the bot side. The Hex Soul is far more important than the Baron right now.
Yes, on their minds, that's where they're going, but that does take longer to respawn and will give Nuke plenty of time to teleport back in to contest that in a 5v5.
Got the kittens moving forward. Doing a first amount of damage. And this thing, it doesn't look like it does a lot initially, but when you start to take them down with the bit of AP here, Crownie.
Oh no.
Labrov has to pop his ultimate. He's getting CC'd in. He does pop himself over. Labrov gets caught. They're going to try and get onto Junjia. They know if they kill the jungler, There's no way you can smite fight this now with Nuke back into play. We're going to see them go straight in. They're using all the ultimates there, trying to make this one work. Trying to jump down on top of Maple, who has to sacrifice himself for the betterment of his team, but he will fall. 4v4, both objectives on the map.
Massive mistake by Maple there. You can just sit on top of Adam in front to back that team fight, but he takes the chains in, pops the ultimate a little bit late, and by the time he's stasis with an Alistar, you're already 20% health. PSG, after finding that great initial pick,
they can't do this. Yeah, they thought they were calling the buff even, or the bluff, I should say. But BDS called it on them. Nuke gets jumped on by the Junja. The Cataclysm down. Can he kill off the jungler? Can he get out alive? He can get one of those things, which is keeping his life for now. Junja gets hit on the backside of this play. Crownie is not here. Woody misses another flash over the wall. Hexol BDS.
PSG mechanically making mistakes left and right this game. BDS making the right macro calls, splitting Crownie there. The advantage we were talking about with the neutral objectives. PSG trying to win a fight as the only way back into this game, but just came up too short. Taking another look at this. Initially, great slow down chase sequence onto Labrov, and with the Caitlyn traps, there's just no way out for him. So he decides to go in here, try and make something happen because Nuke is showing up on the backside of the fight, but Junji is able to get out. And here, Adam decides to go. And I initially like the decision to just kite back. Just hit the Olaf. Just hit the Olaf.
No, hit the live button.
Hit the live button.
Hit the live button because we're going back into live. We're going to see them. They'll go for it. They've turned and burned. They're going to be able to ground onto Aja. If they can kill him off, it's massive. They assassinate him, and it'll all be huge for BDS. The series isn't over. This game is everything to them, and their world's hands just stand so close to being over, but they're hanging on.
Hanging on, grabbing the soul at the end of that previous sequence, and here grabbing the Baron, giving no neutral objectives to the side of PSG. Labrov running defense here, making sure they can't reset and cut the wave potentially, helping shove them out there, and you can see the pings going down now for the base of PSG.
This year, BDS has only dropped one game when they've had Soul, which is kind of incredible in its own right. Normally Soul's an end game kind of thing, but they've got the Baron, they've got the Hexol, they have the scaling. They just need to blow up the Nexus.
It's still a hard battle, and we do not want to see them get ahead of themselves. Just yesterday, they had a game where they almost lost despite having Soul. There was an incredible engage onto Crownie that happened in that game. They still won that one, and so I have plenty of confidence that they will be able to do it here. 2 minutes left on the Baron power play, already 2,500 gold. And here you're going to see it again, just cute idea, but way too far ahead of the play for Aja. Needed to stack up his rage a little bit more before going for a flank like that, and just excellent decision by BDS to annihilate him once he ports in.
And they get the Baron off of it. 7,000 gold. Gold means very little at this point. You can see there, as I cough and didn't want to blow up everyone's eardrums. Everyone's pretty. Yeah, you know what? I'm a man of the people, trying to help out our headphone users a little bit, but everyone's kind of picking up full items. Crownie's done. He's got his Zhonya's alongside the Zhonya's that was picked up by Nuke. His Olaf has been decent, 6, 2, and 5. Building up such a huge advantage, despite how far behind he was in the laning phase.
Yeah, this is something where the BDS carries are fairly far ahead of the ones on the side of PSG. No death cap completed for Maple yet, still trying to work that one down. Only 5 items for Wako compared to the 6 of Crownie. Means that you do want to try and end this game before the gold kind of becomes meaningless.
Yeah, you want to make sure you're not... Whoa. Have to go back to the base there. Does have the line of snap traps to be able to try and stop anyone from moving forward, but all they need is one window to open. Inhibitor in the bot lane has fallen. Can they get themselves 2 inhibitors? That is the question. Stolen Maokai ultimate from Maple. Gets thrown out. Now, everyone just kind of backs themselves away. Good blocking by Labrov, who tries to look for an engage onto Junja. Takes a huge amount of damage. He's going to have to walk away, and that is the second inhibitor down. They're being made work for it. They're being made pushed so hard for BDS. This is step 1 of 3, and they are already at 40 minutes.
They are strapping themselves in for a long haul for the Swiss stage, but they are going for it.
He's looking at him. He's very isolated. It's almost like deja vu. He gets knocked back. Has flash. Gets himself over the wall. Gonna look for a little bit more damage on him. He's dead. Q assassinated Crownie now with very little mana. Needs to be very careful as Maple jumps in on top of him. But he had the stopwatch. We made note of it earlier. But Crownie is dead. Now it's on to Nuke to be the carry. They need to kill Maple as soon as possible. Aja goes forward, but he goes down. Now you can look to a little bit more, but look at the damage from Wacko. This is a Caitlyn on a mission, looking to be the hero of PSG. They want a clean record, a clean 3-0. Adam trying to be the god he was touted to be. But right now, gods can bleed, and he's taking a hell of a beating.
Oh, teleport coming back in for Nuke. He's going to try and end this one.
He's going to look to try and kill off the Caitlyn. 1, 2, one more. He doesn't even need it. Nuke TPing in with the kill, and BDS, they roar back into life. They will not go quietly into the night, and they will get a game in this best of 5.
We are headed to game 4. BDS rally in this game, finally taking away the Kai'Sa, and it was a hard-fought game. It looked like PSG was in control with a good early game yet again, but they rallied back. BDS making it hard for themselves, but still coming out on top.
Taking a breath.
Yeah, that is
taking a breath.
You don't get a head rush, don't pass out, don't faint on me.
You ever do that when you stand up too quickly? It's like, oh,
you do a lot of
I'm going to go down. But, I mean, BDS still alive. For PSG, they had a lot of the makings of this game. It felt like they were kind of just running through the motions and kind of saying, yeah, we did this in the last one. We could do it again. And then it just started to fall apart a little bit. They almost got a little bit too complacent.
Yeah, definitely. It felt like they start opting to build maybe not the optimal way with the hull breaker, but that's the hair there. I gotta say, for BDS, how sweet would it be to have, if you're a BDS fan, the reverse sweep to miss MSI that happened at the hands of Mad Lions and Spring Split, to then, if you're able to do it, reverse sweep PSG to make it into the main stage of Worlds.
Getting ahead of ourselves a little bit. Just a little bit. The excitement, the adrenaline. Getting very much excited. But we're going to send it over to a very excited Goldberg, I imagine, over on the desk.
Talk about getting ahead of yourself. Goldberg, you were the one that called it coming in. It's just game 3 that they won here. But the T-shirt, it hasn't lied so far.
I mean, I'm just saying, Raz, how do you say that a little bit here? If they manage to pull this off, how about you wear this for cooldown later tonight? How about that?
I'm willing to.
For context, that shirt is stanky.
It is really stinky. I went working out in this. I haven't had the chance to wash it yet.
Why did I say yes?
But you did just say yes, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, so you're clearly going to be rooting for PSG, but, I mean, what a turnaround. I think every single game has felt wildly different from the slow game 1 to PSG dominating the early game, and now just full-on team fights. What was the biggest shift here for BDS?
I mean, let's talk about Kai'Sa finally coming through from Crownie. I think that while you're watching the team fight, at times he did still get caught on it. The short range was a bit difficult for him to pilot. But the champion is still that good that even if it's not your comfort champion, you'll still look good on the champion. I also think the fact that we weren't looking at it necessarily, oh, here's a Renekton first pick, that was super good. Having Nuke on one of the 2 comforts, Ori or Azir, we see the Azir coming through as well, it makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the one pick that I was curious about because of its risk was Caitlyn. Caitlyn, first time seeing it come through. Obviously, it was chipping at turrets, range advantage in lane, but past that, your team fighting can be really difficult going up against a really beefy front line. Not only do you have to wait for the Maokai ult, you have to wait for Alistar to not be a nuisance, and then there's the range disadvantage you have to deal with, the threat of Kai'Sa, the threat of Alistar just walking at you. Wacko's walking in and dying in a lot of fights, unable to do anything.
Yep, and just getting like pushed back by an Olaf or an Alistar. And you talk about the laning phase where you're supposed to be able to bully. It was a 41 gold advantage. 40, not 41,000, not 4.1k, 41 gold. So it definitely didn't get the lead that I think it needed to.
I mean, going into the early game at 14 minutes, we only had a lead on Labrov, but, apparently that's enough against PSG.
The support diff we were all talking about. I will say, Labrov in the team fights was really, really good. There was like the one where he got picked off, but even when he was getting picked, he was turning it around and looking for angles. Like you were saying, make it so hard for Wacko to team.
Because even when I'm talking about the draft, overall, I thought PSG should be able to win with this game. With the lead that they had early on, with how fed Sylas was, and I thought this was an amazing Sylas angle, actually. So Maple being able to pick out Sylas here and the way that he played it out, great. So, like, for instance, the Kai'Sa walking in, autoing the top lane turret, and he's like, I have Azir ulti.
Yeah, a little bit of disrespect definitely came through.
Yes, and then after a while, you are right. Labrov, I think, was the turning point because he was able to, in the Rift Herald fight, really slam.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to that Rift Herald where takes the portal, a little bit of a beneficial from the Rift there. Thank you, Riot. Thank you, Hextech. But also coming through with a great flash over to secure a kill. And this is really where it starts. PSG, that gets scattered. Nuke gets to come over the wall, and this is almost pixel perfect out of range where he gets to walk out of the chain again there from Mabel. And he was super scary on the Sylas at this point in time, but it was not the macro. It was every single team fight where I come down to BDS just taking it.
Yes, and I think that was a great play. I do think it started with a few misplays prior to that. The one time where Caitlyn walked through enemy tri-bush to join on a pick and then got collapsed on, clearly. So it was like, okay, you're making mistakes now. Hopefully you start to get it together before Herald, but by the Herald fight, Alistar's online. As you mentioned, great flank that you're able to find there, and then Crownie was able to come in and finish the kills.
What's really interesting is that these objectives would come through, and then BDS would go back to, all right, let's take care of them out, let's make sure we don't get down. And then we're waiting for the next objective, and that brings us to the next Drake, where they slowly but surely started getting their own Drake stacking going as well. You can see it in this instance, and huge credit to Xiao in this game, because pretty much every single Drake fight came down to a Smite versus Smite against Junjia, and Xiao had it pretty much every time. This is one of the team fights where Crownie had the cleanse earlier, could have cleansed the Sejuani, Maokai ult from Sylas, but they still managed to trade even for it and get out with some Hextech technology.
Yeah, and through all of that, I think Wako, I saw him get one auto attack down. There was an Alistar in his face the entire time, and the second he gets in range, it's instantly in a zero ult over the wall.
Mission impossible, we're able to get out just at the very tail end. So yeah, I saw the tail of 280 carries in that team fight. Not only was Kai'Sa Crownie able to get out with the skin of his teeth, and then you get to see...
By the skin of his teeth. There we go.
Thank you.
Not in the skin of his teeth.
That's also very disgusting.
Very different.
That would be very disgusting, but I like the mental imagery. But then on the other side, Wako was just struggling to get an auto off. And yeah, I had Alistar in front of him. And then so he just decided to walk past the Alistar at that point. Azir saw him, was able to catch him. So you're like, yeah, you're struggling at that point to be relevant. You were so close. I think the flash chain by Sylas, if he was able to hit, would have been a huge turning point for the fight, but he was just that close. Crownie played the fight well.
Yeah, I think he really did. I also think almost quietly, Adam was super influential in the fights. I mean, Olaf into effectively 4 melee champions and a Caitlyn to DPS him down, that's just not going to work. And we actually get a look at him with those gods champions in the Big Baron team fight.
I don't care if they thought it was because it was his last game at Worlds and he needed to get the O and the Olaf as well, but I want to see more of this, okay? I don't care if you have to blind pick it. It makes a difference. It clearly does. And also you can see that, of course, we have this here. We got the Kai'Sa too. Yeah, it makes sense. But in a team fight, no one's going to make as much as an impact on the enemy team when they don't know what they're playing up against as Crownie does on these champions. We see it with the Olaf. We saw it with the Garen against Golden Guardians. He just makes an impact.
100%. We can take a look at an insane fight around the Baron as well that ended up being really the straw that broke the camel's back here.
Oh, absolutely. And it's kind of the same instant as before where Labrov is around that wall. I think he had an insane series here. Well, sieging as well 4 members while the rest of them takes care of Junjia. This one became a bit closer as well with how low everyone became. And Crownie there got knocked up by Baron, which makes it even more close. But luckily, Nuke is there to scoop in Wako, and it means they kind of trade the AD carries 1-for-1 after Mabel takes down Crownie.
I take a step back and just see how crazy this game actually was.
I mean, it was all of these small things, wasn't it?
Yes, because like I thought BDS played this fight well to disengage when they already had gotten the kill off the jungler. It's like, okay, now we're in a man advantage. But then Baron tactical plays a part in it.
The cats here as well. I wonder if we have the cats coming through as well.
Yeah, just trying to chase down Ajay. Yeah, so close to getting the call in the back end. No, seriously, like, you talk about the Hextech Rift being the 6th man for BDS. Baron was the 6th man for the PSG in that team fight. Just absolutely ridiculous stuff. Now, it does look like PSG Talon have selected blue side in Game 4. And importantly, they're going to get side selection in Game 5 as well if we end up there.
True.
I think everyone has to be looking at Kai'Sa as the pick here. Neither AD carry has found a good answer into it, I feel, so far.
No, I completely agree. And it's going to be difficult as well now going over to the red side because you still don't want Archie to play the Kennen. You still don't want him to play the Rumble. That only leaves you with one ban option. So if they don't ban Xayah on blue side and you see yourself forced to ban the Kai'Sa, well, then they still get a Xayah for free and you don't have the best response into that yourself.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference maker within the draft is when they ended up going blue side and moved away from the Renekton and decided to start picking good support jungle matchups, specifically Maokai, Alistar. Great structure front to back, makes it so much easier for the Azir and Kai'Sa to get the work done. Only concern, as you would expect, like we started at the beginning of this segment, was the early game. As long as they don't fall too far behind, Maple got too much done early, because PSG can look back at that and say, let's run that comp back. play a little bit better. I think that's the only thing BDS has to be concerned about, and then they'll just have a much better late game.
I want Azir in the first 3 for BDS so they can lock that in, and I want counter pick for Adam. For now, Team BDS are still alive at Worlds 2023, but to make it to the Swiss stage, they need to do something they've never done before, a reverse sweep. Let's see if they can make history tonight as the series continues with game number 4.
Gotta start fighting and have some
win one, so we do a BDS win, okay? We don't need to win 3 games, we need to win 1. No, we still need to win 3. You know what I mean, Crownie. We need to win 1, and so we lose the other 2.
Oh, and stealing ultimate Maple just subtracts Nuke from the map.
Kill her up. Yeah, nice.
Right.
Nice.
Go, let's go. Labrov just keeping everybody else away. Flashes forward, jumps in onto Wacko, and that's the play you need. Aja will try and turn it around like he did at Baron, but not today. Massive shutdowns, 5 kills, that could be game. We have no time to waste, Mark Z. We are jumping straight into picks and bans for our 4th game of this best of 5. BDS bounce back, but they gotta do more than that if they want to try and take this series.
Yeah, it's going to be a long, hard-fought victory. They have not made it easy. Losing on day 1 to Team Wales, forcing them to make the run through the losers bracket. They did 2-0 those next 2 series, but here, making themselves have to commit to a reverse sweep to make it. But I gotta say, the EU fans are with them.
Oh, yeah.
Of all the people, there are a lot of EU casters on my timeline who are extremely excited. And somehow I am here.
Yeah. You get to have a front seat, dead center of all the action.
I see Medic freaking out, Draco's freaking out, Goldberg's throwing his hands all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we got to be the independent adjudicators,
yes,
you know? We got to be very
surely.
Because this is the thing, we were having a little chat, where, you know, obviously during the break, and we were kind of talking about, like, kind of where did it go wrong for PSG, and they kind of just stopped doing things. It was kind of like 15, 16 minutes, doing grand, 2,000 gold up, the NAR was so far ahead, and then everything just stopped, and they didn't really look for any kind of proactive plays.
No, and then a lot of the plays that they did look for were quite mechanically misplayed. So I think there's a lot of things for PSG to improve. For BDS, you sort of found a foothold back into the series, potentially, where you were able to get the Maokai. That looked great for you. Now, Crownie's Kai'Sa, excuse me, maybe some people had some things they want to see improved on it, but at least he played it and was able to take it away from Wacko, which I think is a big part of that, because then he's on Caitlyn suddenly. It's not nearly the same thing, and even sometimes a denial pick, regardless of if you're SSS plus tier edit, at least they are not getting that. So I thought all those kinds of things were really big, and here we'll see how PSG wants to react now that they are on blue side. You can see them banning a couple of Crownie's champions, but if you don't first pick the Kai'Sa here, I would expect them to just take it themselves.
I was gonna say, like, you're gonna go ahead and get the Maokai for yourself. Yes, the Maokai was very powerful. Shale looked fantastic on it comparatively to things like the Taliyah in the series, but surely you just go Kai'Sa Sejuani here.
Yeah, you can play either
or even
side.
Rakan.
Sure. I mean, you can go whatever you want. I think the Kai'Sa is the one thing I would not want to negotiate on, because I do not want to see that in Wacko's hands again. But I would say, yeah, just grab the other side of the Sejuani or grab the Rakan, because you do not need to match jungle immediately, and then you can save both soul lanes for phase 2.
Yeah, and back yourself here, Crownie. You did the job you needed to do in that last game, and you get yourself the Kai'Sa. Like we said, they may look for a jungler. They may look to try and just get a support locked in and loaded. We'll see what way they want to try and work with it for the moment. But, I mean, great confidence boost there for the side of BDS to be able to try and push themselves and say, look, we can take the trade of the Maokai and the Kai'Sa. And the Ivern gets through.
It was being banned out in phase 2 usually, I believe. So here he is able to grab it. And you can see, when you talk about the attitude of the BDS players, having more smiles on their face. You saw Sheo kind of cycling through a lot of 80 champions. They're feeling good about themselves after that long, hard-fought game and knowing, like, hey, we're still in the series. You know, the dream is not dead just quite yet.
Well, PSG going to go back to an old favorite, you would imagine, with the Jace combination with the Maokai. So powerful at just controlling areas. The poke that comes out from these two champions, just absurd. But now, you're kind of in a situation. Do you take your 80 carry here, or do you try and deny that Rakan away? There's a couple of different options now available where the draft gets a little bit muddied.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they want to go, because BDS is also very happy to play kite-back compositions when they have this Ivern as well. Kai'Sa, not really a kite-back champion, despite having that poke available. At some point, you're going to want to go flying in there. As we see the Aphelios come through, Wako is an incredible Aphelios. He absolutely smurfed on kids with this in MSI, but not the highest priority champion in the current meta.
No, it's taken a fair amount of wax with the Nerf hammer over the last few patches as we tried to shake him out of the meta. But I mean, just having access to so many different varieties of engage and disengage and damage and all these different things, he is still an exceptional pick regardless of when and where you take him. But BDS not wasting any more time. They're not going to go with the Rakan themselves. They're going to take away the Nautilus and start banning away things that can deal with this Kai'Sa poke like we mentioned before.
Really like the Nautilus pickup here. I know Nautilus Death Fund is always something on high alert for people, but it does work very well with the Kai'Sa, both in terms of wave clear, which is being able to cast your abilities on the wave and shove it quite quickly. You have a lot of setup, a lot of ways to apply plasma stacks. Very strong champion to combo with her, so like to see Labrov on this one, who, again, is having a pretty good series. There were some things in that Alistar game which were a little scary, but mechanically he has been on point for the most part.
Yeah, the Hexgate switcheroo, and then just gonna go, and you know what? I could go for a little more.
Maybe I can clear awards.
Maybe I could take the 1v1 against the Gnar, and it's like, please don't do this.
Did end up living there, but yeah, definitely some moments where I think people were getting pretty hyphy and needing to take a moment, get a breather. And here we are, the bans. The Nard gotten rid of after seeing the Olaf taken out.
And the Azir. So two things that were very prominent in the win for BDS in that last game, no longer available. So whether they want to try and take this draft, I feel like you can maybe go for your mid lane, give Adam that counter pick again. You should be able to get him a very decent matchup, regardless of what the side of Aja takes.
Yeah, and we'll see. Crowny, I was going to ask where he was going to go. He is a control mage player going to one of his staples in the Cassio. No surprise to see that exactly, though it is not what you typically see in the meta. It's a Jace for most people.
It is kind of his champion. It does feel like it is very much a nuke thing to put in there. And I will say, like, you know, kind of putting down the miasma, stopping things like the Maokai and the Jason just running at you and kind of slowing them down can lead to decent things, but it does take a while to ramp up. So the Jax gets in for Aja. Now, where do you want to try and take this last pick? And then, honestly, I still think the Rakan is semi-decent, but has a lot of things that can deal with it, unfortunately, on this side of BDS.
Yeah, I would also not mind just committing to even more peeling, potentially, because you outrange the Cassio and Kai'Sa right now. And so if you can, you know, rock forward with Green Gun or throw your turret down, these sorts of things, while also shock blasting and minions, or sapling, excuse me, it becomes a little annoying for BDS's comp to play. They'll have to land some engagement. Going for a bit of a 4-1 here with Wako once again, throwing down the gauntlet, saying, what else do you have other than Renekton? The Garen is up, and he has played it into Jax a few times. I know people debate how good it is in the 1v1, but with Ignite, you tend to win them, it seems like, and so it would be no surprise if Adam goes for the G.
We got the G, the O, and the S. If we go to a Game 5, I need to get the Darius on that particular pick, but the Garen does get locked and loaded here for the side of BDS. They're very comfortable with kind of getting at him on these particular picks, and again, it does feel like, as you say, depending on who you talk to, it's a counter, it's not, it's all these different things. When Adam plays it, you have to start feeling like, with having an Ivern on his back, he's going to be able to make things happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is what we wanted after watching that one Sion game, which is the S currently in Gods. It was not the one you wanted, though, and it left a lot to be desired, where he just couldn't have an impact on the map. Here, there's no way that there is not stuff happening between Jax and Garen, excuse me. And for the rest of BDS, again, it's going into their comfort for the most part. The biggest splash here is arguably Crowny on the Kai'Sa, but again, it's a takeaway from Wako, forcing further down his own priority list.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, for BDS, this could be the turning point. Kai'Sa has been let through by the side of PSG. They did not first pick it. Was that the key pick coming into this series? Was that the piece of information that PSG maybe underestimated, maybe overestimated on their way to answer it? So, for them, PSG still have a job to do. They still know what they need to do in order to come out with a victory here. It's just win. It's that simple. It's a
just win.
Just win. It's that easy. But they've done it twice. Can they do it a third time for BDS? And they take an all-important second step to getting themselves back towards the reverse sweep. Took them a while in game number 3. See how much cleaner or not it will be in game number 4.
We'll see what they can cook up for us here. Also, with the Nautilus, level 1s are interesting. You also have Ivern, interesting level 1s. We'll see if they have something, because that is what BDS is sort of known for. And they are no strangers to making games a little crazy.
Crazy is our game. It's LPL, not LECs. Well, the level 1s were predicted, if you will, but not spotted out for the moment. Everyone just grouped together. Nobody gonna find anything of any worth.
They are spotted out, and BDS does spot the fact that they were spotted out, and now PSG going for the long wraparound. Are you stronger level 1 in a 5v5 face check? I'm not sure.
So. I don't think so with an Ivern, unfortunately, and an Ignite on the Garen as well. So
Garen spinning on 5 people feels pretty good. I will say, if you get a 5-man knock-up with Woody, and Maple has extra buttons because he's Jace level 1.
Yeah.
But nothing will happen, unfortunately.
Nothing will happen, but the vision was cleared, so PSG happy with the information they were able to garner. BDS now recognizing that everything's just kind of calmed down again. So, coming back into this matchup, coming back into kind of the top lane, if you will, I want to see Adam really put pressure onto Aja. Aja has an exceptional series. In that last game, it just felt like he kind of lost his way a little bit on the Gnar, but he was still doing exceptional work in this, and Adam has been put in his place.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a 1v9 for Aja. This series has been absolutely popping off. And while Adam did have a much better game in the previous one, in the mid to late game portion, having really incredible team fights on Olaf, which can be difficult to do, the laning phases have largely gone Aja's way, and we'll see if this Garen pick can finally win him one early on, because that might throw a whole new dynamic into this series.
We won't get hyped up for a Nautilus level 1 hook just yet.
Hey, bro, he took 200 HP off him. That's sick.
And his passive's going to come up in about 3 minions.
He's going to heal himself back up.
Yeah, he'll be fine. So, I mean, look, it's kind of how we see it, but it does give priority over to the side of BDS. It is the way of the Aphelios matchup. Aphelios isn't really a champion at level 1, to be perfectly honest. He just can switch between the guns, and then he gets an ability afterwards. As we get the spin to win, it's a bit of a Beyblade up on the top side, a Beyblade battle.
Yeah, one's a helicopter, one's a blender.
Yeah. I guess, what would be a blender?
I like Beyblade, but...
Yeah, Beyblade blenders.
Did you ever play it?
I used to play
Do you ever grip it and rip it?
Yeah. It was a fun game at the time, but I don't think I've played it in a very, very long time, as you can see now.
Yeah, I was all over Beyblade back in the day, but here...
Have you watched the animation since?
No.
It has not held up. It really has not held up.
I went back and I watched a lot of those old school Saturday morning cartoons, Pokemon, Digimon, Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, don't really hold as great. Well, Yu-Gi-Oh! Holds.
Yu-Gi-Oh! is actually still hilarious.
Yu-Gi-Oh! holds.
There's a fight happening.
There is a fight happening as we do get the red buff being hit up here. Does Aja look for a little bit more? He looks like he wants to maybe go for a leap strike, but yeah, Sheo getting punished a little bit for the fact that he did go for that cheeky invade, and that's just kind of the power of the Ivern. He's able to put down so much of those passive camp spawns, but he does lose a lot of HP because of it.
Yeah, at the end of the day, still very happy, though, as he has his whole bot side to just grab up here. So some nice pathing out of Sheo. The Ivern Master coming out ahead here off some nice early clears. And while it looked a little scary there with Aja jumping in, it did cost him his wave to kind of do that a little bit. So Adam gets the shove and some pressure back on the top side and leaves nothing with Junjia to do.
And that's the thing as well. I think with Junjia, it does feel like when you have a moment like this where you do get them to kind of, go for an invade, go for something slightly off, kind of kilter, it does feel like it moves them away from what they would normally do. They go a little bit crazier and they're not quite sure exactly where they need to be at certain times. So Sheo, if he can get around that chaos and kind of force it to be a positive for the side of BDS, that could be huge.
Well, right now, yeah, it's resulting in a split map situation where Waco's feeling scared to walk forward and actually try and grab some of this CS here. Now Labrov has an angle.
He does get the hook there on top of the Alistar, who will take a fierce chunk of damage. The Ignite is ticking. One more auto, and Crownie gets first blood. Massive move there from BDS all around the pathing.
Nice setup there by Labrov, landing that hook. I'm not sure if Woody was able to proc his Aftershock there. I didn't see if he got a knock up there or was trying to use his E to get it done, but either way, that results in him getting locked up. Easy free hits for Crownie. Flashes in to finish that one off. Well worth it, though.
Absolutely well worth it, and this is the problem with the side of having an Aphelios. Aphelios needs time to kind of stack up. We can see Adam clearing out most of this wave. He's falling behind a little bit on the CS department, but forcing back Aja to get himself a little bit of a freeze in that top side.
Yeah, as we've seen, Adam is not too perturbed about falling behind individually in CS. He's more than happy to take that if something else is happening on the other side of the map. And that's exactly what happened here. Woody does not Q, might have been on cooldown. Otherwise, you should be popping that right away for the Aftershock to keep you alive after tanking the hook there. It allows them to burn him down, get that kill, and now Sheo and Labrov making a move onto Aja.
Aja There's a little bit of a move onto him now. Gets hooked back. Will have the flash that he needed. He's getting stunned up, but do they have the damage afterwards? The ignite goes in. Flash over by Adam. He wants this kill. Needs it to spin to win. Let's Beyblade. Adam picks up the kill.
Chops right through Aja with the rest of the team showing up there, unlocking themselves and moving around the map. Labrov making his presence felt with Sheo. The two of them comboing together, and Jinji and Woody just too far behind the play, doing what best they can to hold the wave, but that was after Aja's TP, so it's going to be a long time before he's back up there collecting farm and experience.
Yeah, Adam will gladly tank up this turret just so he knows that he can get this full stacked wave crashed in, and there's the crowd right behind BDS.
Definitely one of the surprise hometown favorites in Korea. You see,
who knew?
You see tons of fan signs for them. The crowd loves Adam's picks. Small but vocal fan base in the Korean community. And here you see it, comboing together. Just 3 people, no way out for him here. Just so much CC. And while he did have full health, so it took a while to burn through him, eventually Adam is able to flash follow and melt him down.
And that comes off of a great rotation from Labrov, and I really want to hit home how impressed I've been with Labrov this entire playing stage. He has had a couple of small games or so where he's not looked incredible, but just in a general sense, it really does feel like he has leveled up fantastically to be a top-tier support for his team. These plays are all coming off of him, and even in the last game on the Alistair, he was the one kind of dividing the rest of PSG to make sure BDS could hit the targets.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the proactive play out of BDS after the slow game 1 and the shellacking that was game 2. This feels like a completely different series. Game 3, totally back and forth. This is the first early game where BDS really feels pretty heavily in control, where they're all over the map. They're sweeping out tons of wards. There's almost no vision available for PSG. It's just that one pink ward on the south side of mid lane. And it's putting pressure on them. You can see this gold lead up to 1,000 now and some CS advantages slowly coming through. Adam is now crawled back ahead of Aja. Bot lane pretty even, mid lane pretty even.
For PSG, obviously we are fully on the hype chain of BDS for the moment, but for PSG, this is a new look, if you will, that they need to try and figure out, because they haven't got an answer for the Kai'Sa so far, and everything else seems to be falling back into place for BDS. For PSG, I need to see them look for something, because in game 1, they played it slow and steady. They just they won out in terms of mechanics. Game 2, they smashed and didn't really have to answer for anything that BDS threw at them, because there was nothing to answer for. So right now, they're looking at another game where they need to have an answer for what BDS are throwing at them.
Yeah, I think PSG, we were talking about coming in, seemingly have downloaded BDS, having good pinches on the pool, but as soon as Crowny start taking away the Kai'Sa, the drafts have not quite been as impressive. The fact that you first pick the Maokai to take it away to combo with the Jace, fair enough, very strong composition, but it does not pinch Sheo at all. He's very happy to take the Ivern here.
Oh, Hex Flash over the wall, going to be brought in here. There's a pink ward there as well. Aja does get the CC down, but I mean, it's a Garen. He's got plenty of tenacity, even with the Berserker Greaves. It should just be them forfeiting over this Rift Herald, because the AD carry in mid lane of BDS are not here. This is a 3v5 at best for the side of BDS, but here we go. They're going to try and jump in. They get down the Maokai route, and they will pick up that kill. Aja is ticking down with the Ignite, but will not go down. Now Labrov has a flash available to him. Don't think he's going to need it just yet. Maybe they look to turn and burn on this fight. They still have Adam with a little bit of damage. A flash available. They jump in. They get the root down. He flashed away. The Miasma not down quick enough. Not quite able to get the flash forward. Petrifying gaze onto Junja, and he finally ticks down. Aja and Wako finally coming in. Nuke on the wrong side of this fight. While that was all happening, it was always going to be a 5v4 because Crowny was mid.
Yeah, Crowny had been forced back after eating a lot of shock blasts from Maple, so he was slow showing up in the play, and I think BDS hanging around, not the worst idea. Maybe you can stall it out, but they got a little too aggressive onto Aja. Might have been a 1-for-1 on the tail end of that, but then the fight just continued to progress from there. 2-for-1, I believe it is, at the end of it.
Yes.
We'll take a look here as, again, you can see Aja threatening the flank, doing the right thing, and I kind of like the idea of hopping on top of him with the rest of the team in Labrov, but Sheo is just not on the same page. He's too focused on actually contesting the objective rather than just finding a cleanup kill on the other side of the fight, and that is what allows this chase down sequence to happen. And then it's a bit of a sunk cost fallacy where you could get out from here, but they want to go one more time with Nuke finally showing up, but it's still too many members from the rest of the team there. You can see he had no way out from that point. The flash from Maple onto the Miasma got a little screwed over there. I think he was going for Labrov to potentially set up the rest of a chase down knowing the team had Nuke there, but unfortunately ended up grounded after the flash.
I will give Sheo a little bit of a pass because he actually had an upgraded smite. So he had actually a couple of hundred more in terms of true damage compared to the Maokai. Junja was on 21 on his stacks. He was on 20, so he was able to get that up for him. But it does feel like it was one of those little small moments where it's like, cool, go for the objective or go for the kill. You're never really going to be able to come out with both. So sadly for BDS, they don't get the objective and they do not get out cleanly from that play, but they are still ahead. They are still kind of stacking themselves up. And with that first dragon picked up, they may look for another fight in a minute.
Yeah, we also have Wako, who was the one who grabbed the Rift Herald at the tail end of that chase down sequence, which is nice, but I'm sure that was a little scary.
A little scary. It's still a little scary because Aja might have to flash away here. They're going to kind of collapse around him. He does have a blast cone. Flashback over by Adam, who's got himself an ultimate if he wants to try and use it. A flashback from Aja, just in kind. They're now punching Eye on top of this Jace, and the Daisy just standing in front of him. You shall not hit anybody, and this is BDS trying to turn up the heat.
Yeah, you can feel them just playing their champions better right now. The fact that you had Aja greeting out for the Demolish proc with his E up, but Adam just sticks to him so aggressively, burns that flash.
I look for something on bot side here. Labrov, TP, pushing him in. Maybe a TP in the alcove. It's exactly that. And they're looking for a little bit more. The double knock-up is good. Wako has nowhere to go. He has been grounded. Go to your room, mister. You shall not be able to go play your video games anymore. Woody trying to run away. He will have the Maokai ultimate to just about try and get him out. Now a TP coming in. That's going to be Maple on the backside of this one with the hammer smash. A flash forward from Crownie. One more auto attack. And he goes down. Not quite able to get much more out of it, but a 2 for 2 at the end of it all. And this game is starting to devolve into scraps.
Feeling a little bit like Game 3 right now, where everyone's fighting 24/7. They do end up killing Wako there. I'm not sure if he get a Rift Herald charge off or not. First off, we're going to just take a look at the Maple. Very annoying to play Jace when Daisy is out. It's just always body blocking your skill shots. And one of the things that they'll have to deal with over the course of the game, just so much chase down potential with the slows that she provides by throwing the shield on top of Daisy. There's no way out for Maple there. And yeah, it is on the Rift Herald charge that they go make this play. They grab the 2 plates, able to stop the third one from going down. We'll see if they grab that later, but just so easy with Maple dead. There's no TP to match us in the initial part of the play, but fortunately Junjia was in range to help turn this one around to stop it just being a free chase down onto Woody.
Yeah, it just takes so long to kill off Woody here as well. Junjia comes in, the TP in from Maple as well. We might have to go back to live fairly soon though.
Yeah,
looks like BDS are trying to stack that of very much the objective they've loved to stack the entirety of the year. They will get themselves a second one, and we will have a Chem Rift to set ourselves up in game number 4.
I feel like I've seen so many Ken Rifts. I don't know if I'm tripping or not, but I feel like
it's been a lot, yeah.
I don't like it.
I thought we were going to get Cloud Rifts because we're in Korea.
Yeah.
But no, not
Where's
to
Max
be.
at?
Yeah. I mean, maybe when Atlas and Chronicler jump on, that's when that will actually happen, you know?
Hopefully, because Chemtech, it is fun for the blast cones. I'll give it that.
The environment is awesome. Like the blast cones, the extra healing and stuff like that, it can make a lot of things. But the dragon itself, not so much.
I do like the extra vision that they got there. The pink ward staying hidden in that brush, giving them vision of PSG moving down the river here. Adam knowing that he is alone on the top side to pressure as heavily as he wants to. You can see how this matchup goes.
He's going for it. Bring down the hammer. Adam gets himself a solo kill, and this is the Adam that BDS fans wanted to see.
He's popping off yet again, 2-0-1, and it's just going to get worse from here. Anytime that Ignite ultimate combo is available, he'll be looking for these kills, and it just gives so much room for the rest of BDS to play aggressive. There's no teleport that can follow up. That is the concern with the Ignite, is that on the flip side of the map, you might get TP'd on from behind. Not the case right now, and they're able to safely contest, looking for that red buff.
MasterCard lane economy snapshot. This is probably the first time this series we've seen all for BDS right now. Even if it's only a little bit in the jungle and the mid lane, it does not matter because they are picking up advantages, and the momentum that comes with that. PSG need to stem the bleeding. They need to calm themselves down and just realize that they're not able to take some of these fights because it is literally just them overextending a little too much.
Yeah, if you look at how PSG's comp wants to play, it wants to be fairly slow and controlled with Maokai saplings, Jace poke, trying to buy space and make the enemy team walk into you. But if you're getting this really scrappy game like we're getting right now, it's very easy for Crownie and Nuke and all their high DPS champions to get on top of you and chase you down.
PSG, they're worried. They're scared right now because they don't really know how they can try to take a fight right now. Like you said, they want to take it slow, controlled, make sure they're getting off the poke from this Aphelios and the Jace when he has got the Calibrum. So this is now just BDS brute forcing in towards that mid lane. They have a TP on Aja, but can he make an impact? That's the real question.
Well, Garen's already there. I think this is going to be a fake contest by PSG. Just hover around, make Adam commit so that you buy space for Aja.
Keep him honest.
Yeah, keep him honest. Get some turrets, back into his pocket. Get some gold. Hopefully you get him up to level 11 to help contest against Adam, because otherwise you're going to have trouble in side lane all game long.
Bruv, it's not worth it.
The hammer
it's
Q.
not worth it. It's really not worth it. You need to back away. All right, we're going to have a fight. He really wanted that pink ward. Unfortunately for him, he's going to have to probably pay the price for it. Never mind, he's not gone down just yet. And he's got the shielding in from the Ivern as well. The slowdown Junja finally finishes that one off. The Miasma comes in to keep Crownie in a safe position. Junja now running away. We'll have the Blast Cone courtesy of Wacko, but the TP from Aja ends up being a 1-for-1 mid laner for support. Still worth for BDS.
Still relatively worth for BDS. Junji did finish off, or excuse me, Aja did finish off that turret before shoving that wave in, denying some CS to Adam, who had to stick around to make sure that play did not continue to go bad. But this is Adam doing Adam things, man. He doesn't care about lane assignments. What is that?
Dive him.
There's a kill on the top side.
They're gonna dive him. They know that Adam is there. Junja very much aware of it, but he didn't know how blood-hungry Adam is. He can smell the victory. He can smell the reverse sweep, and he wants it.
He's not done yet. Aja extended in the long lane. The Rylai's slow.
Oh, they're looking for it right now. We'll get caught out here. Ooh. Adam doesn't want to go for it just yet. Just recognizes he doesn't have exact information on where everyone else was from a PSG, and probably rightfully just backs away.
But the momentum, man, it is completely in BDS's favor after that slaughter of a game 2. To bounce back from that is incredible. And I feel like a lot of this keyed off Adam's Garen, man. He's running around the map, blowing people up. And how many people really play against Garen at the top level know this champion's limits, its thresholds, where it's going to kill you from? You can just feel how difficult it is for PSG here. And Labrov, they're trying to punish him. They have the teleport advantage. They think Adam's making his way back down. So I understand why they go for this play. And initially, it looks like it was good for BDS to get that kill onto Maple early on, but you're worried about this chase down sequence lasting too long. But Adam shows back up. Everyone disengages, except for Adam, who's still hovering around the top side jungle. When's the last time he went bot lane? I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, Adam's just like, well, I thought, someone's like, I thought we disengaged. He's like, no, I decide when we disengage, and gets himself a kill from it. So 2,500 gold lead, similar to when BDS were behind in game number 1. Not inassailable for PSG, but now we're fighting around this dragon pit. They look for it engaged. They look to try and maybe get a big hook. Oh no, Labrov doesn't land onto anybody of interest, but does take a fierce chunk of damage onto his own self.
Takes a bit of damage there, about half health, but still going to be relatively healthy, especially if there's any honey fruit that he can find in the river. A little hungry boy.
Eat your veggies, kids. That's all that is. It gets you big and strong. But now, Dragon has been started. This would be sole point for BDS at 18.5 minutes. It could be huge. The Rift Herald has to be dropped into the mid lane because it was about to run out of time. So are PSG. They need to look for a fight. Aja has been spotted on a ward. There is the ultimate from the Maokai, trying to get something in. Smite comes in here for Sheo, so they have secured themselves the Chem Soul. Can they now corral on top of everybody? Maple's dead. The Stride Breaker is massive to try and slow them all down. They're running for their lives. They get the Adam over the wall. He doesn't need a flash anymore because he's got an Ivern on the 1v1 on the bot side. BDS, they're looking for everything. Oh, the hook almost lands onto Woody and Wacko. He's still Aphelios. You have to be so careful of this now, BDS. They're still looking for a little bit more. They'll get so much gold right now. And everything's just going right. It went from all wrong to all right in the space of 2 games.
Absolutely incredible turnaround by BDS, showing the mental fortitude that they had been criticized slightly for from that spring finals, that reverse sweep at the hand of Mad Lions, but it's looking like maybe their turn for it. But still plenty of game left to play before we see that happen here. Just really nice setup. Send Daisy forward to get in the way, buy space. Labrov also in front, getting Sheo that smite nice and easy, getting them their 3rd dragon, I believe it is.
Yep. Soul point.
And Nuke was splitting away Aja this whole time to stop any sort of flank from happening, so the rest of the team has a very easy chase down sequence here over and over again. We talk about how sticky this composition is. You got to see it. Here's the flip side of the fight. Just what are you supposed to do?
Yeah, you're just going to get run down, literally, because you've got the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. You're just constantly being pushed away, and Aja went from king of top lane in game number 3 to honestly nothing really happening for him right now.
Not again.
Bring down Divine Judgment. Adam is owning this topside matchup.
Adam is destroying them with gods this series now. The Garen popping off, the win probability nearly 100%.
And the zoom in there on that last little percent, it's like 99.
Yeah. Couple decimals.
I mean, technically BDS could type FF and surrender. That's always a possibility.
As long as the game is running, it is not 100%.
But they're looking to try and catch out Labrov. PSG know their backs against the walls, and they're getting desperate. Maple can't run away, and now Junja will go down as well. They're chasing them all away. Wako cleanses, but a bit too early. They're looking for the big Alistair, turning them into beef burgers. Finally, Aja TP's in with a 3-man counter-strike. Woody just knocks away the AD carry of BDS to try and save his own one. He's going to be able to get him underneath the tower, though, or it's going to be underneath the blue buff, and we go back into another scrappy fight. Adam is coming. Look at the mini-map. They're just waiting. They're waiting for him to come in. They want him to finish this whole thing off. Woody finally going back in, trying to get the CC down. Crowny gets the dust blade, which means he's invulnerable. Crowny looking for a little bit more. They don't need Adam. Double kill for Crowny. BDS in total control.
They instantly move on to the Baron buff after destroying PSG. They are heading to a game 5 almost certainly now after winning that fight. Aja just had nothing he could do. He dies, teleports back in just to die again. Adam crushing this game. You can see how desperate they are after getting killed there. They say, all right, let's just burger flip a play on the top side. They're going to go for it. Maple sees Labrov caught out of position, trying to find this chase down sequence, but the rest of the team is in range to blow him up, punish him for it. And for a moment, it looked like potentially Wako might have turned it around onto Crowny a little bit when they got a little bit too far ahead of themselves, especially with the teleport coming in on the right side of the fight from Aja.
This counter-strike was incredible.
This 3-man pull into 3-man counter-strike was great. I think the punt away on Crowny maybe wasn't the right call, but then just look at how annoying Daisy is here onto Aja, who doesn't know what to do. He gets rooted, he's getting punched, he's getting slowed, he's getting knocked up. He says, fine, you know what? I'm just going to hit Daisy, but then the shield comes in yet again on top of Daisy to stop this from going down, knocked up again. And this whole time, Crowny had finished off Wako and was now continuing to chase forward, and that timing on that Dustblade proc was gross.
I'm glad that Shea was playing the Dunkmaster Ivern skin, because that Daisy was on man coverage right there. That was just man-to-man coverage at all times. Adam is strong, but, you know, still needs to pay a little bit of respect as he does have the blue buff. Excuse me, blue buff, the Baron buff. Looking to try and get a little bit more pressure, but I mean, 9,000 gold, 3 dragons, 40 seconds till the Chem Dragon Soul. And the funny thing is that normally I'd be like, oh, it's not that great. But then I recognize you have an Ivern, you have a Garen. Like, the Ivern just keeps you healthy. You have so many shields to actually utilize that Baron or that Chem Soul so effectively.
This is actually a very safe composition on the side of BDS, both because you have all the things that the Ivern can provide, but that Cassio is a very surviving champion. He just has mobility, and so if you get jumped on out of position, sure, you're going to die. But the Everfrost, you have the Rylai's, you end up pretty tanky. You have tons of damage, plus all these shields that can come in. Kai'Sa can move around the map extremely easily. And yeah, I feel like this is a game 5 that we are heading to. You can see on those graphics there.
Adam looking for a little bit of a move here. 1v2. Why not? He is not locked in here with you. You are locked in here with him. Adam now 1v3. We'll take it a 1v4. Wako's left to defend the base. Adam will eventually go down, but PSG, you're losing the game.
Wako will have to defend 1v4 while these teleports come in. It will take some time.
They're looking for
an empowered recall.
BDS want to send us to a game 5. They want it now. 24 minutes on the clock. You've got the Alistair in, and the Alistair's back dead. Sent to the Shadow Realm. Now, can BDS get these turrets down? That's the question. Maple looking for a little bit of a movement. They will get the ultimate down onto Wako, who will get back to the safety of his Nexus. Drop back in, though. Crowny shotgunning BDS to a game 5, but not quite just yet. Aja is back up. They've no TP onto Adam. They're looking for a little bit. Look at all these brushes. Look at all these little pockets of vision. They don't exactly know where everybody is, and there's no minions.
No minions quite yet. They have cleared all the waves out of PSG, though, and it looks like finally they're going to back off here as multiple members start respawning. Low on resources, undoubtedly have tons of gold to spend here, so BDS, I appreciate the aggressiveness trying to get out of this game and onto game 5 already. Crowny calling his shot there onto Wako once that Nautilus ultimate landed. That's one of those synergies for why you love locking in this combination. And it was one of the things that they were getting criticized for. Why aren't they playing Kai'Sa? Why aren't they playing Kai'Sa? Finally they played it. Who wins in a row most likely here? You just see, don't go after Adam.
Yeah, I mean, it took 4 members of PSG, and poor Wako was just sitting in his base going, guys, I need help. Like, I can't do
I
this.
know it's a little tilting to play against Garen, but surely he's not worth an inhibitor in all our Nexus turrets.
Well, sadly, that's the trade PSG took. I mean, for BDS, what a turnaround within this series. Like, just incredible to see them now on the precipice of sending it to Game 5. And this is the funny thing. They're playing so well. They're doing everything they need to do. But this isn't even the job done. This isn't the qualification match for them just yet. They need to do this and then one more time before they can really take a sigh of relief and then start prepping for Swiss.
Yeah, pretty quick turnaround for this team. And you can see, man, I can't even find a pixel on that one this time.
No, I think I'd love if there was a
99.9999999. Yeah.
Just absolutely almost impossible, you would imagine, from the AWS win probability powered by AWS, excuse me. But now pushing in, Labrov maybe looking for a hook. They're going to try and jump onto the Alistar, who hasn't popped the Unbreakable Will just yet, but they have gotten out Nature's Grasp. The Daisy just being so good at keeping everyone away from the carries. Jump onto Junja, and this could be it. Petrifying Gaze just slows people down. They get the knockup. Crownie goes golden. They need to kill off the carry of BDS, but he's just been punted away. It's all chaos right now. Sheo moving in. Crownie stays alive, and so do BDS. We are going to Game 5. We are going to Silver Scrapes.
The reverse sweep is still alive for BDS. What looked like a meme back at the end of Game 2 is becoming a potential reality here. After a crushing Game 4, they have all the momentum in the series, and the question now is, what can PSG possibly do to recover this series from here?
I mean, just the momentum alone is going to be hard enough. You can see there the coach kind of racket his brain, kind of head in his hands a little bit, just be kind of going, right, how do we change this? What do we do? The Maokai first pick didn't work out. The Kai'Sa was a massive pick now for Crownie. This isn't a toss-up of one power pick. There's several in this game. And the Jax kind of going into this is no longer going to work because the Garen's a perfect answer.
Yeah, but last time he played it into the Renekton, I believe it was after seeing it here, thinking you could just play it blind to Adam without banning the Garen was very, very presumptuous, to say the least. Yeah, we've seen it enough times now. Please do not do that anymore, teams, if you want to have any chance of beating BDS.
Well, we got Silver Scrapes.
We got it.
We're not going to wait any longer. Headed to break. Play the music. In, flash over by Adam. He wants this kill, needs it to spin to win. Let's Beyblade! And they're looking for a little bit more. The double knockup is good. Wako has nowhere to go. He has been grounded. Go to your room.
Pressure as heavily as he wants to. You can see how this
he's
matchup
going
goes.
for it. He's going for it. Bring down the hammer.
They have TP on the. His edge. Can you press the Baron?
Yeah, shift and start. Shift and start.
Then we do it.
We are so back. Game 5 just minutes away, and the shirt does not lie. At least we are getting a full 5 games here, GB.
It smells like sweat and victory, baby. Raz, I can't wait to see you in this. One more, just one more, and we're there.
The fact that you pulled it out when they haven't won a game yet was insane.
It was on a tank of copium, but it has become a tank of realism right now.
Look, we got the blood, sweat, and tears. Both of our two teams are absolutely fighting for it. The sole remaining representative from the PCS in Talon, and then also Europe's play-ins hope. The disappointments have come so many times. BDS looked to be that, and now they have fought back to a 5th game here.
It's wild. I mean, one fact is that no team in LEC history has gone a reverse sweep in Worlds. That's insane to me. And we're going to see BDS, which, just thinking about where this series started, there's a lot of people that are waking up in the world that are able to catch this series right from the bump, right? it started with not BDS basically falling. It was just
we had
PSG
2 kills at 25
them.
minutes.
Yes, it was a snooze to begin with, and it was just BDS getting smashed by PSG, and it's all turned around.
What a turnaround, especially with Shio and his early game. GB, I want you to walk us through exactly how he took over.
I think a lot of people's going to look at the team fight and think to themselves like, oh, Adam obviously showed up, but I also just think the early game was absolutely perfect for them. In this replay right here, you can see Archer has a stacked wave, which means that it will slow push into Adam. That can be a bit bad because there is a Maokai on the top side, so Adam needs to make sure he does not die. Once again, luckily, it's a slow push. While that is happening, Shio is utilizing the fact that he's been counter-jungling pretty much this entire game. Yeah. And it is a PSG bot lane that's sleeping here. They should know Shio's down here. They spot him in early on a Raptor ward. Now, what Shio needs to do ASAP is go top and cover, make sure that Adam can keep this freeze alive. Because what he's going to do now, he's going to take a trade with Archie. Adam obviously never runs teleport on the Garen, which means that in laning phase, wave management can be kind of difficult. But with having this freeze straight outside his turret, Archie is forced to TP. What happens? Labrov, Shio, they're already here. They got a kill on the bot side, immediately reset up towards the top side. Archie doesn't have any teleport whatsoever. Adam haven't been back yet, but by flashing over the wall and securing the first kill for himself, he can now move over to his wave, crash it, start a slow push against him again while he's resetting. Once again, he has no teleport.
Yeah.
But Archie just missed an entire wave. Adam gets to come back, have the Ignite ready when he hits level 6 as well, and the entirety of top lane is just over when that happens right there. And it came off the backbone of Shio and Labrov with great map movement.
I love the move from Labrov because his job down bot lane was fine, and it was just in case, and I love the fact that we're already getting the crowds in this, just in case if Maokai is there or if anyone that was answering the Jax's calls because he recognized he wasn't going to get the wave in, then they can take the fight. So they were ready just in case for insurance.
I love it. The map movement, absolutely on point. I also think that BDS stepped into their own in terms of the draft, right?
Yes.
They get the Kai'Sa again in the bot side while PSG continue to ban away all of these AD carries on the bot side.
Listen, I'm a big fan of the PSG coaching staff strategy of banning these bad AD carries that Crownie might have played, really forcing him onto Kai'Sa instead. Remarkable for me, really. And I love the fact that we're not now just seeing the Kai'Sa come through. It's a laning phase where it matters. We can get kills. There's a mid game and a late game where it becomes scary. I love having Crownie on this Kai'Sa, and it does make me wonder, why did it have for us to get pushed this far into one game where we're almost getting knocked out till we finally start busting out these champions?
At least we're here now.
I mean, we are, but you know, it's a process.
And it made it entertaining. I'll take it, right?
Absolutely.
And I mean, to another point, thank you to the PSG coaching staff to pick Jax in this situation. When you know you're going against Adam, you should know his champion pool.
Oh, I thought you were rooting for them. Now you're us with BDS?
Okay, I started with BDS, and then I saw the first 2 games, okay?
That's crazy,
I saw the
bro.
first
That's
2 games.
Crazy.
Okay, let's talk about the top lane then, because this match has been so important. I think we saw Aju with multiple fantastic performances in Game 1, Game 2, even in this game, had a great team fight, but it's really been going BDS's way so far when Adam gets on these counters.
I think it comes into the fact when it's the mid game and they actually up the tempo. This is something that we saw BDS struggled with, but here you have every tool that you need. You have an early game lead, you can fully send it. Hell, I found multiple times in this game where I thought Labrov was absolutely sprinting it and about to throw away the lead until they just turn it into a fight where they started winning it.
Yeah, and I think for me, the biggest boost throughout the series is that they're just holding counter pick for top lane. And that the Ivern pick was a great one this game. The Maokai pick prior was also a great one. Maokai and Alistar. So they're waiting and holding picks because they know they have a wealth of options.
Look at the Dusk Blade.
It's nice. That was sick. And that was that one option that PSG had to take back the game. But the Ivern Daisy was just wailing and slowing Jax down, unable to take a fight. So the Jax pick was the most puzzling. Because if you want to play against this team fight comp, it's like, okay, let's play side lanes. But I already mentioned they should know, they should be aware Garen is going to be able to beat him on side lane. So you can't pick him on side lane. You can't take him on team fights. It was just a checkmate in draft. And of course, the point that you had mentioned in the early laning phase made it so BDS can take this one straight from the get-go.
The top lane matchup is going to be so critical in this final match. And I have huge news that PSG have selected blue side, which continues to give top lane counterpick options over to Adam. I think they picked blue in game 4, so that is in line with their prep, but that is shocking with the absolute devastation he did in the top. I mean, Aji's looking like Johnny Silverhand, the way Adam Smasher is beating him into the pavement.
I mean, absolutely. And, you know, I really think there is a viable option where PSG takes a page out of the Mad Lions notebook, which was literally ban all of Adam's champions. If that does happen, though, that frees Nuke up a lot. That means you can go on an Azir. That means you can go on an Orianna instead. I am curious to see, though, what is going to happen with that Kai'Sa. Will it be moved into a first pick priority?
It might.
Or what's going to happen with it?
It definitely might. You know, a few games back, the Caitlyn pick was just not really great for how we got to see Wako play. Wako was a star in one of the games and he wasn't able to play it out. The Caitlyn pick wasn't showing any benefit in team fights. Taking a look at a top lane matchups, yes, Aja, who has been the second best top laner so far in play-ins, has been getting smashed because of the matchups. I mean, we need to see a change up.
You still look at the damage per minute, though. He's getting less resources from his team, but still doing a lot with it, too. Yeah. So I think the difference that came from BDS here is that they decided to say, Adam's a win condition, we're going to play around him more.
So PSG Talent, they have to deal with that, right? Are we leaving open ADs so that we can trade the Xayah Kai'Sa so we can get Prio on top lane? Do we try to return to like the Kennen blind pick so Sion comes in as a response? What do they do here?
I don't know. I'm too high on Copium. I don't know what's happening. I just want to see the game start again.
Ride it all the way. It is time for the final battle here in the World's 2023 play-in stage. Team BDS versus PSG Talent, Game 5. Let's get to it.
All of the day has led to this. Everything else doesn't matter. All analysis out the window. Goldberg and Raz, you're out of jobs. It's about Game 5. And I think the EU fans are very excited and are very invested. We did have a moment where Medic feeling very very intent on this particular matchup.
I imagine this is the vast majority of the fans watching right now from EU. The LEC fans on the edge of their seats, quite literally, hoping that they can pull off this reverse sweep here. So much on the line for PSG. If they lose this, it would mean no PCS teams in the main stage at Swiss. And on the flip side, for the LEC, it'll be the first time that all 4 of their seeds have made it through. And seeing them all play in the main stage would be absolutely amazing.
Have to wait and see. We'll no longer hypothesize. No more theories about where they want to go. PSG sticking to the first 2 bans as always. Back on the blue side. And again, we're seeing those AP top laners taken away by BDS. So what do you want to see change? We obviously talked to the analyst desk. They wanted to see maybe ADs left open. But I mean, I think like the Kai'Sa is just the key pick.
Yeah, I would love to see first pick Kai'Sa if we're going to have no other pinches really going on. I think it's been a big turnaround. Wako's Aphelios is fine, but it's not going to be able to dive in and assassinate people. And to be fair, at the same time, PSG did not just lose because Aphelios or excuse me, anything like that. It was a whole team improvement out of BDS. They're playing way better, way more confident, and you're not going to win just because you first pick it.
Okay, so BDS recognized the PSG. We're almost certainly going to first pick the Kai'Sa, and they say, cool, take the Maokai. We're cool with that. We still have the Sejuani, we still have the Ivern, and now no one gets to have the Kai'Sa in game number 5.
Love this read out of BDS saying, yep, it's a bit problematic. We're going to just ice it here. No one gets to play with this, and it forces everyone down their priority list. I do like the potential adaptation here, saying, you know, we can't really stop Sheo from playing any of these tanky junglers, so we're just going to opt into our strengths instead. Rell, actually, the takeaway this time around. Woody had one good game on it, one sketchy one. We'll see how he's feeling today.
We will wait to see where Adam takes these particular picks. Remember, if he picks...
Not spelling it right.
I was going to say, he's actually not spelling it at all.
G-S-O.
No, it was D-G-S-O. Gudizzo. But, of course, we'll wait to see what he wants to go for. He's on red side. I would be so unbelievably upset if they do not give red side counter to Adam in that top side. But you can see Crownie just trying to really emote how much this means to these guys. They need to get this draft right.
Yeah, you talk about the stakes for this team. Adam, the only one who has played on the main stage of Worlds before. And to be fair, during that time period, there was a lot of stuff going on with that Fnatic team that they were not able to put their best foot forward in. It was hardly the showing that I think anyone wanted then. And so this time around, to make it back with this squad kind of leading as the face of the organization right now would do a lot for them.
And that's it as well. That's that. Not only are you looking for the face of this organization, but LEC, you know, you want to break that 4th seed curse, but also as well as that, like even for LCS and to a smaller extent, it's like you kind of, it feels slightly better to get the team that goes to play-ins, the one that smashed you. Come on, a little bit.
I'm a misery loves company kind of guy, you know, like BDS.
If you're not getting in, we're not
neither are
getting
you.
in.
Yeah, no, definitely not. But they're making it difficult. BDS has been putting in the work these last 2 games, making it difficult for themselves as well, losing early on, having to go through the losers bracket, and now having to pull off a reverse sweep.
Well, PSG, they are putting in high priority onto this Gnar now, and Aja had a fantastic game number 3. He just, as we said in that last one, kind of lost himself. Didn't really know where to go, didn't know really where he had to kind of put it, so putting a little bit more priority on his champion pool to make sure that it does not get banned away. And now BDS, you've got an opportunity. Do you want to just take the top laner here? Do you want to try and maybe get your AD carry? There's a couple of questions that you need to answer. He's going to go Crownie onto the Zeri. He went from 12-5 earlier today to 12-6 with the loss, but still a champion he can have some serious impact on.
Yeah, definitely the case. It's a very different series in terms of momentum. It's a different series in terms of the draft. The fact that you had Waco's Kai'Sa banned this time, so you're not playing the Zeri into the Kai'Sa, you're playing into Aphelios. Range advantage and probably some laning strengths going to the Rel and Aphelios early on here. And Aja's Gnar was incredible for 60-70% of that game before the wheels kind of came off, and hopefully he can get back onto that kind of performance here. For the flip side, yet again, it is the solo lanes saved for Nuke and Adam.
And that's the big thing I'm actually curious about as well, because we've actually seen the Nico change in priority in this draft alone. It was a first-round rotation ban, now moved obviously into the second one, but PSG didn't pick it up until obviously now, which they can't do anyway. So these little things, we're seeing a lot of emphasis being put in here, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see BDS maybe pick up a Jace. It's not really Nuke's champion style, but it's definitely something he has played this year.
I wonder what they're going to do if they ban the Cassio and the Jace is left up then, because that's what they're probably going to do. Yep, Cassio comes through here, and now the question is, do you take the Jace away or not, pair it with the Maokai? It's not really the composition that we tend to see, but it does play, I think, somewhat to their strengths in terms of more kite back focus and picking the moment to go in. If they want to go for that denial, they can. If they leave it up, it will be relatively physical damage heavy, and instead, just going to slam Darius into the Gnar.
There it is. Gods. Garen, Olaf, Darius, Sion. But we still get gods for Adam. He has played every single one so far in this series. And knowing he's going to Gnar, I actually really love this matchup. You have such incredibly high kill pressure because, yes, the Gnar is exceptionally powerful, but in mini, if he gets caught, he is so vulnerable to getting burst out.
Yeah, it's one of those champions where if you are able to land a hook back, you also go Ghost Flash, I assume, here, so you can try and chase the Gnar down a little bit better. And if you can ever get on top of him, like you said, you get to blow him up. The Jarvan, no surprise, seeing that locked into combo with the, what do these call the Narvan?
The Narvan combination.
It's been a minute, but there it is. It's back, and they bring another wall this time around. The Taliyah has been very hit or miss from the mid lane this tournament so far, I would say, honestly. There's not been the most impressive Taliyah games, and there's going to be a lot of pressure on Maple to actually get it to the top side of the map, try and punish the Darius.
Okay, so Nuke saying, look, I can burst this out. I can get the pressure. Double 80 carry now on the side of BDS. They will melt towers if they're left alone for too long. However, I mean, jumping in onto this PSG side is going to be hazardous at the best of times.
Well, I think you're not jumping in almost ever, honestly, if you're Nuke outside of individual lane phases or 1v1s. For the most part, though, you are playing 2 beef balls in front of you, kite back, double marksman composition. Again, depending on how PSG itemizes, they will not be the tankiest of members, and so you can potentially stuff any difficult engage with Maokai and Alistar, and then melt whoever was the one who went flying in there. And meanwhile, Adam's doing Adam things on the backside of the fight, or maybe not even there, potentially, depending on what he's up to. So, once again, one of these comps that I love out of BDS, a splash of creativity with some pretty solid fundamentals. And for PSG, it feels like another early game focused game plan here if they're going to win this one.
Hometown heroes of BDS, but PSG Talon, they have a couple of faithfuls there in the crowd of LOL Park in Seoul, Korea. It comes down to this one last game. This is your final draft. You live it or you lump it, because right now nothing else matters. Both these teams have left everything under the rift. Now it comes down to this. One Nexus explodes, one team goes to Swiss.
One spot available, the last team to promote into the main stage of Worlds and to keep their dreams alive for at least another week or so. And for these two regions, a lot on the line, like you already said, for the first time, if the 4C can make it in after what has been a bit of a curse for them, and for the PCS to get any representative in, as BDS has already taken out the number 2 seed in CFO and now coming for the number 1 seed if they can pull this off.
You got a BDS fighting chant in there?
We do, man. I was there, like LPL swung back into me. It was like the Gyos and everything.
Yeah,
it was
I'm like,
awesome.
whoa, they're rallying, man. They
give them a bit
fans.
of... Yeah, absolutely. But let's see how it works. PSG versus BDS. 2-2 on the day. One team each getting a stomp, I think it's fair to say. Game 2 for PSG, Game 4 for BDS. Two semi-close games in 1 and 3. Now,
so if it's going reverse,
yeah,
right. So Game 3 is the midpoint, right? That's the really crazy one.
That's the crazy.
One game stepped away from that was one team smashing the other, which means Game 1 from the flip side would be a very, very slow and boring BDS win. I don't want that. I'm fine with the BDS win part.
The
for what it's
math
worth.
checks out, and that's why I'm mad.
The BDS win part, totally fine with.
Yeah.
If we get 2 kills through 20 minutes again, I'm a sad boy.
Yeah, I mean, you've got scaling. I definitely think when you have a Jarvan on the team of PSG, you are looking to be a lot more aggressive, and especially as well on the other side of this, the Adam Darius is something that I'll expect to be a little bit more proactive in the first few minutes of the game.
And this time around, no tricky business out of BDS. We talk about their level 1s quite a bit, or Sheo doing some stuff on his first clear. Looking like a pretty standard bot to top clear for both, or excuse me, top to bot clear for both these junglers, trying to end up around their 80 carries. You can see, like we said, early on, the green gun advantage, giving them some strength in this lane, trying to delay taking these creeps as long as they can, so it doesn't push and give Crownie some easier CS. Nice brush control as well from Woody.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this area finding it so difficult to just walk forward there, just because Woody and Waka are controlling this so well. Level 2 will be hit now in just a second or 2. And that's going to basically mean that this entire wave is going to be going underneath the tower pretty frequently for the side of BDS. They're going to have to try and figure out how they're going to be able to stem the bleeding already in the early stages of this game, but
we'll have to see how crazy PSG wants to get. You can always have one of these slow-built waves. If Maple can get unlocked, roam down there for a 4-man level 3 dive, who knows? Probably not going to be the case, though.
Level 2, can't both away, but Labrov already burning through quite a few of its pots, so he needs to be a bit careful with how aggressive he wants to be going into this one here. And this is the thing as well, is that you don't want to lose too much of this underneath the turret, especially when you're against Wako, who's already picked up that coal, so he's stacking that one up very nicely, very early.
Good call, already understanding I'm going to control this lane. I'm here to farm up and get to my items quickly. Already half a turret plate gone off that push, and Sheo actually skipping the camps.
He's just going to jump in on top of that one there. They're trying to use a minion delivery system as Woody should be able to remount. Sheo actually went in onto a minion to move away from that because I just didn't feel confident with the Jarvan coming in on the backside.
Interesting re-engage by Woody there. Jarvan was further away than you would have thought, but with that control, actually, the fact that Sheo skipped camp means that Junjia finished his red buff and appears healthy enough now to contest this with the shove that they already have. Sheo's going to have a hard time controlling this, but fortunately, Nuke has the push on the mid wave.
Oh, they're looking for Woody. Puts him in behind the wall, though, and they have to get the flash out. You can see Junjia getting himself away from this one here. Sheo, though, with the Gravitum available for Wako, gets 2 down. The Ignite goes in. Has no real mana left. His auto attacks are good, and Crownie knows if he gets any CC on top of him, he was dead, so he has to flash back over the wall.
Maple with a more defensive path, being that he needed to cover the escape instead of charging into the river, stops that chase down sequence there. A little bit slower to collapse on that play. If he was able to help cut them off as they ran into that blue buff pit, could have gone a lot worse for BDS. Still a gold advantage because Crownie had to sack some minions to start going aggressive there. And overall for PSG, a decent start to the game despite feeling like maybe a kill or 2 left on the table.
While that's all happening, the top laners trying to figure out whether or not they can go aggressive. The wave in a pretty terrible state there for Aja. These hemorrhage stacks are starting to build up quite quickly, and this is the power of the Darius. 1 or 2 small movements, and all of a sudden he's looking fantastic, but now he's walking straight in on top of the Jarvan. Pops the Ghost, does not get away from the first CC, but does get away from the second. Now looking for a little bit of a trade back. 1v2. Adam looking to be his namesake for the moment. The Ghost still popping down. He's doing very well. Flash forward into the apprehend. Does not get the bounce back for Aja. He moves away from the Jarvan. I think that was key.
I think you can feel the nerves on both these teams here. Aja missing his Q and then his W in that sequence is absolutely a kill onto Adam if they land it. And then afterwards, not quite sure where they wanted to go from BDS. Aja's hop out does mean at the end of this,
it's a summoner advantage. He did not have to burn anything in that sequence. And so while it should have been a kill yet again, instead it's just small advantages in the early game for PSG.
Nerves, the pressure, if you will.
Your whole year on the line.
Your literal entire season rests on this one game of 5v5. It is sometimes a little too much to bear.
Sometimes we all go through promotion matches, and you feel the stress of needing to win that 5th game. Imagine that if your whole career in life was built on that. A little bit, just try and put it in perspective.
It's so difficult to know. And again, it comes down to how these teams are able to deal with that pressure. If you can get that play to work on either side, you get an advantage. You start putting even more pressure onto your opponent. Versus now, where it does feel like, again, no one's coming out with an advantage, but it's very, very shaky for now.
Yeah, I think you expect from the draft for PSG to be winning the early game, and so these gold leads are largely what you would think would happen. I think the biggest thing is the fact that none of these kills have really accelerated any of the lanes beyond what you would expect. And so PSG going to start this Dragon out playing off their bot lane Prio, and Taliyah now at 6, though with no mana, will probably teleport back into the lane, have the ability to join in on any fights that happen around the map.
Sheo's going to walk over and check if this is being done. Doesn't have a smite, by the way. Used it on the Gromp, so maybe they want to go for a little bit of engage. A TP comes in back from both mid laners. Maple and Nuke now moving back down towards this dragon. It's the first dragon of the game, and we know how much BDS love their dragons. There is the Weaver's Wall coming straight out. They're going to try and jump in, but a knockback from onto Woody means that he goes down, but it's a first blood. Dragon stolen by BDS as we got the resets coming in maybe for Nuke, as Wacko has to flash away straight away as he realizes he can't take this fight. Neither can Junja as he looks to try and trade it back, but Nuke gets himself a double, and BDS trade 2 for 1, and they get the dragon.
Huge contest out of BDS there on the dragon. A little bit of face check by Crownie.
Yeah, he's going to be able to dash himself over. Good cleanse. Definitely would have preferred not to use it, but small little window there for PSG. They almost capitalize.
Yeah, but that is such a bad consolation prize there after Sheo again on top of the smites was getting taken advantage of by Junjia. A little bit in game 1 and game 2, but after that has been dominant with these, never really losing any critical objectives. And then the fight afterwards, I mean, Nuke in a great position on the Tristana here. Able to just hit closest target and make sure to knock Woody back so he does not ever get stunned up. That explosive shot also landed a ton of damage onto Wacko as he finished off Woody there. And now it's just an easy chase down the rest of the way for the team.
It just feels like after the Weaver's Wall, the Maple Taliyah was not really in a position to put out damage, wasn't throwing out rocks at a rate to kind of settle herself and get that damage out, so it really just was an unfavorable position here for PSG. They do, however, get themselves back in towards that mid lane to try and put pressure here onto Nuke, who did pick up a plate or so for himself, but I mean, we could see another fight now as the Rift Herald has already spawned, and they know this is happening on the side of BDS.
Looks like Crownie is skirting down onto the bot lane there, riding the wall as far as he can go, and giving this one away. Not in a position to contest this after the slightly slower reset. Death timer, sometimes a quicker path back onto the map than a recall after that dragon fight. So PSG do use their top pressure a little bit with the Nara as well to grab that one.
See what PSG can do with it, because this is the thing I always say about Rift Heralds. It's not that you get it, it's how you use it afterwards, especially an early one, because it can lead to a huge advantage in one of these lanes. And right now, Sheo, with level 6, would be very, very good at deterring any kind of dive here onto Adam, who does not have his flash just yet, does have Ghost. Maybe Sheo and Adam might want to go for something a little crazy, but Aja just backs away.
I think they're just waiting to cover this wave collection by Adam. Good decision, given that the Rift Herald just went down. I think PSG were also thinking the same thing. If anything is looking suspect here, maybe we can make the play, but that's not the case. And like you said, it's about how you use the Rift Herald. I feel like this series, we've seen a lot of Rift Heralds not get optimal value, kind of dropped as they time out, or they charge a turret that there's no one else there to help push afterwards. And so it has been a very scrappy series, honestly, outside that first game where there's been a lot of fighting, and it's sometimes hard to find the correct usage of this. So it'd be nice, I assume, if you want to get this either onto Wacko to accelerate your primary carry, or onto Aja to get the side lane going in your favor.
And for the moment, Junja is down in the bot lane, or bot side of the map, I should say, as he waits to try and just maybe find a Cataclysm target. Very hard to lock down things like a Tristana, Zeri. They can just dash their ways out with the mobility they have in their kit, so they're not really in any kind of danger for the moment, but PSG look like they want to try and maybe put down the bit of pressure here in mid lane. I do like this as well, especially with the first Herald. If you know you're not going to get a full tower, at least get that mid lane tower low so you can actually try and take it on the second Herald.
Yeah, especially with a Taliyah, it's always nice to break out your global if you can make it happen. And definitely the case, actually, when you talk about the champions that Junjia is going to be jumping on top of, most of them are pretty unperturbed by it. Of course, if you are jumping onto Darius, you know, he can't get out, but then you're trapped in a pit with Darius. I'm not sure that's where you want to be using your J4 ult.
Yeah, not ideal target selection, but Maple maybe just going to throw a walk over the wall. It's going to stop Labrov from getting a reset in. So, 11 minutes are just shy of it. It's 500 gold lead for BDS. They are going to be able to set up for this dragon in a minute's time. It is a dragon, or it's an Infernal Dragon, which means we are not going to have an Infernal Soul or a Mountain Soul, so not going to be the highest of priorities, I imagine. Unless it's Tex.
I bet I'm smelling the Chemtech.
Smelling the Chemtech?
Yeah, it smells bad. It smells smoggy.
Not clear cloud air, no?
No. From Los Angeles, man.
Yeah,
I'm used to that smell.
You came to Dublin and you were just like, what is this? Fresh air? Get out of here.
Grass? Disgusting.
Yeah.
Where's my concrete jungle?
Yeah, where's the 20, 30 buildings that block out the sun? But coming back into it. I mean, we'll see what they want to go for right now, because it does look like for the moment PSG are on a bit of a reset. They can look to try and just clear out a lot of this vision. With the amount of ultimates they have, they would have a fair amount of, full dive to go on to someone like Tristana and Azeri if they can catch them out.
Yeah, I feel like PSG is slightly under the gun to make plays, which means, unfortunately, that for viewership and the aggressive gameplay perspective, I think BDS is happy with this Maokai and double marksman to set up around objectives, poke them down, try and just burn through them. And if PSG are going to contest, you can really make a decision if you actually want to fight for it or not. You are absolutely happy, I think, to just kind of keep scaling until you get more major items onto your marksman, because right now there is no mythics completed across the board yet.
Well, there's that Rift Herald. Shelly going into that mid lane to, like we said, just kind of put pressure down. We'll get 2 plates. That will go straight over to Junja, so not the worst thing in the world. The Jarvan, I have seen Jarvan's one-shot AD carries with their full combinations, so definitely something that can be done, and Dragon gets started. There is a TP here for Aja, but there's none available for Adam. You have to remember that Labrov hasn't popped his ultimate just yet. There it goes. So now he's not going to have that available to him. It looks like BDS are going to have to be on full retreat. PSG did enough to pressure them away from this objective.
Yeah, Maple's chunk there is enough to buy them this Infernal Dragon. Shao's sticking around. He's feeling himself with these smites.
Yeah, he's feeling it, but I don't know if he wants to. You do not have your support, and they will back that one away. So Adam will pick up a plate in the top side and the back side of it. So Dragon apiece, 20k each. It's looking pretty close that we're going to be getting to some big 5v5s in about 5 or 6 minutes time.
Yeah, I think so. It totally makes sense for them to back off there, wait for their first major item completions, especially after Labrov is chunked out. For PSG, you're happy to have gotten that objective down, but of course you're looking more for kills at this point. And even that Rift Herald mid, it's nice to chunk out that mid turret, but realistically against a Tristana, how many times will you have shove from the Taliyah to actually walk up there and auto that turret? I much would have preferred if they could get that onto a more important carry from the perspective of team fighting or split pushing later on in the game here. So for BDS, yeah, it charged it down to 3 plates, but as long as Nuke is playing well, that thing will be relatively safe, and that's all they're going to get.
Well, so I will say I was right. It's Cloud Soul. Dublin fresh air. Ooh. That's where we are. No chem smog of LA, you know.
They heard the complaint about being in Korea, playing at Lowell Park, and not getting enough Cloud Dragons, so they supported you.
Absolutely. I appreciate that from the script writers. That's very nice of them to do for me. But, I mean, we'll have to wait to see again, because PSG, they're taking this one slowly, but they're not coming out, kind of you're not coming out on the worst end of these trades. It does feel like the fact that they were able to get that coal stacked up so quickly, that Wako has been able to have a little bit more freedom to build up to a first item, maybe even a second one, obviously very soon. But this is where the game starts to devolve into less about the laning phase and more about getting around these objectives.
Yes, how are you going to set up for them? Are you going to get chunked out before they go on? Will you find flanks in order to access the enemy backline? Like we were saying, for the side of BDS, mostly front to back, except for Adam, who might be flanking and might not be there with his no teleport summoner. And with the Maokai saplings, you can often try and find Aja and Junjia, who are trying to do that Narvin combo to stun your carries up against the wall. Hopefully a flick follows by Maple, and Wako is kind of that insurance policy to melt through the pretty beefy team comp with BDS.
And we saw there how even it was between the carries for the MasterCard lane economy snapshot. It really felt like that's exactly how the game has felt, honestly. It's just, you know, kind of slightly topside favored for BDS, slightly botside favored for PSG, and then in the middle, everyone's just kind of dotted around with a couple of hundred here or there. Now, Rift Herald number 2 has been started. You have a Stormrazor finish up here for Crownie. He's back out onto the map. 6,000 HP already taken down on top of this one, and Adam and Nuke are finally arriving.
Yep, gonna look like our first pure 5v5. Maple in the wing.
No 5v5 for you. Talia says no fighting. We will get ourselves back into the laning phase. Because the funny thing is, 15 and a half minutes gone. No tower's gone down yet.
No, and they're all relatively healthy. There's, I think, that most half down on the mid lane of BDS. Adam has gotten some chip down on top side. Everyone's gotten a little bit of chip, but not too much damage done to them. I saw Talia in the flank. I was hoping for a wall in.
Once that ghost play, he'll get the stride breaker, gets a little bit of damage out, trying to get those stacks up, brings down the ult, and Adam was done with passiveness in this laning phase.
He heard you talking about there just going back to laning, and that was not what he wanted to do. Finds the angle right as Aja's Mega Gnar wears out, and you know the Mini Gnar in tired form will never be able to get away from you. Ghosted up with the slow and hook back. Nice kill there by Adam, and exerting his presence on the game yet again. He came in as the most talked about player of BDS for his hyper carry, or not hyper carry, but his very aggressive carry play style.
Oh, Sheo just turned and burned onto that one. He was like, all right, we can take this fight. There's a Cataclysm. The knockback is good for Junja. So I actually think he was in a bad situation there. As you can see, PSG realizing they were just going to lose a tower for free because they had no one to rotate.
Yeah, I think PSG getting a little antsy there. Jumping in, no real follow-up available. Maple was not quite in range for anything. Also going for the crown, interestingly enough. A little surprised to see that, given that there's not any significant burst damage that is going to come from the enemy team and can get knocked off quite easily from saplings if you're not careful.
That's what I was going to say. Like, surely the saplings or even a Zeri laser, a stride breaker, like there's so many little things, or even an Alistar knock-up, you know, can just knock it away. So we'll see how valuable or not it is later on into the game. But for the moment, PSG just waiting to see how they go for it. And this is Adam just being the Darius, being the god king of Noxus.
Yeah, coming from the mid river, excuse me, there, finding that. I was stunned at how good that
animation was.
Like,
that animation just so beautiful. Have you never seen this?
No, I don't pay attention to
They
this.
both turn into wolves, Garen and Darius in the God's King skins.
Hoggers.
Yeah.
What? It is.
I've never met someone who speaks in Twitch chat IRL.
Really?
It's just because I'm Irish. Why would we speak in Twitch chat? We could just, yeah. It's just strange for me, that's all. Anyway, we can come back in. We can see that with the priority on bot side, BDS would not only get themselves the bot turret, but they'll also get themselves a second dragon. Doesn't mean though that surely will knock over this turret in the mid lane. So PSG finally back on the front foot in terms of the objective trades and looking to try and make sure they're not just losing out around the map.
No, dead even in gold. Red team, Adam finishing off his second turret will put them back slightly ahead. Also grabbing the second dragon for BDS.
Adam's still
there.
going. Oh, no, he's not.
Well, teleport coming in from, looks like the Gnar, so at the very least getting that one out. Ooh, collapse all the way committed here. Maple not wanting to go,
I was going to say, though, they're not trying to get on top of Adam because they have to deal with the rest of BDS who are there to protect their top laner. No one goes down just yet, but I can see the pressure, the presence that both these teams want to have is starting to lead to a couple of mistakes.
Yeah, definitely the case, and you got to say this is one of those Talia games where you're not seeing the impact out of this champion quite yet. Maple has not been able to get to a side lane to try and attack anyone. He's used the wall strategically well sometimes to secure a free Rift Herald and these sorts of things, which they were able to use mid, but that's usually not quite enough. You need to find ways to bisect fights or create odd number of fights, and not quite happening yet, because if it's straight front to back damage, you got to think that Nuke will have him beat. Right now, Kraken Slayer completed, working on, looks like the quick blades.
And avoid quick blades out means you don't actually at all have to build any attack speed, really, because you just keep spamming Q. You'll get it back as soon as it's down, so don't want to go for it now. And again, it's not as if we haven't had action so far this game. We really have, but it's just been so low scoring in terms of those kills because people are so afraid to kind of overcommit, to overexert themselves. And even Aja in the top lane, yes, he got caught out and he died, but he could have maybe gone for a flash and a jump, and he just said, no, I'm dead. That's the end of it. And just kind of accepted his fate, knowing that the flash is more valuable later on. Now, PSG, they find themselves in enemy territory. Flash forward, though. Triple man knock-up as Junja gets punted right back into the arms of Adam. He does get the flag and drag away. Nice flick back as well from the Taliyah. Now Kai Ultimate does stop down Woody, and there is one more kill. BDS building back that momentum that they had from game number 4.
You can see PSG hunting in the jungle, looking for a play, but it's Labrov who turns it around when he sees them all grouped up. Adam was in the area. You're not quite sure where he's going to be without that teleport, but he had based and come back out to the top side, able to join in on that fight. They're still poking around here, but this is a 4v5.
This is a 4v5, and Smite comes out. So they get their prize at the end, PSG, but they're now down about 500 gold. And I love what Labrov did right there. He pretended, almost baited him out so much, saying, oh, I'm going to flash over the wall and this is going to lead to nothing. Flashes in and causes a huge amount of disarray here for PSG.
Yeah, you can see Adam just getting back on the map as this play is happening. So fortunately, all 5 members alive. Tristana teleporting in as well, trying to escape at this point, and the Stones able to somewhat interrupt the chase down, but the Maokai route following up, locking down one member. Adam able to help clean that one up. Unfortunate that the kill does go over to Sheo at the end of that. Anyone else probably is going to use that better except for Labrov. So a little unfortunate, but hey, if you're Maokai, you're happy to get accelerated, get a little bit tankier earlier on.
Yeah, get yourself up to some kind of standing position to be a bit of a meat shield alongside this Alistar. So right now we can see that the advantage on that top side is starting to grow and grow. Already got a dead man's plate here for Adam. Maple looking to try and catch out Sheo. He's going to be able to try and push him back out here. Flash away by Sheo, so no flash twisted advances available for him for at least another few minutes.
Nice timing on the Q flash. While Maple is knocked up, you are flashing away, able to get out. I believe he might have practiced Phrase Rush as well to skedaddle on out of there. Does, like you say, though, cost his flash. But it was Maple's ultimate as well that went down there. So now, PSG, good wards on the map. You can see they have a nice little box set up on the main jungle ramps around mid lane there to allow themselves to see any potential flanks coming from BDS as we head to this next dragon 1.5 minutes away.
Waka was so close to an Infinity Edge, I feel like. He just really wants to get that last little thing. I think he's recalling for it now, so wait to see if he's able to come back out onto the map with that second item. It would be huge here for the side of PSG, and there it is. So 2 item Aphelios. He is starting to build towards that late game. And this isn't like game number 4 where the Aphelios was unable to really build items and have an impact. He's been given the resources, he's been given the time, and now he's starting to show the fruits of that labor.
Yeah, we'll see if he can get involved in these team fights. That is the biggest question, or if he's just going to be saplinged and then Maokai rooted as he tries to follow up on a front line.
Stride breaker. And
they're just going to dive in. That's what the Gnar and the Jarvan want to do together, and of course Maple can maybe follow up, Woody can maybe follow up, and as Wako is the main damage dealer, the question is, can he get involved? Can he actually get this damage out? Or is BDS going to be able to peel back?
Lane has become the battleground. We're going into a little bit of an ARAM here for BDS, and this is the problem they're going to find themselves in now, because Adam has not got teleport. He's very strong in a side lane with the Dead Man's Plate and the shrines from the Wind of the Cloud Soul. They should be able to get him between each lanes very quickly.
Yeah, and Adam is a master of this playstyle. He has been playing without teleport way more than people have been playing against someone without teleport. So he knows how to shove a wave, get it on the other enemy side of the map, group up with the rest of the team, allow it to push all the way back, be hiding in brushes that people aren't ready for, and as well, hopefully be able to get out safely when he is committing those pushes.
I would love to see a stat to whether or not Adam has played with teleport more or without teleport more, like in his career, because it's not that big of a career.
Yeah, it's two and a half years.
2.5 years, I think,
like
you know, in terms of like pro, in terms of the highest level, Worlds qualifying region level. Obviously, the LFL is a beast of its own, to be perfectly honest. But flash in, the apprehend, they found Wako, and he is dead. Nothing he could do. You can't cleanse and apprehend.
Nothing to go on there. They said, nice IE, bro, and immediately kill him. Adam finding the moment. We were just singing his praises on the Gods Champion.
The fight, though. No Maokai ultimate on this one. Actually, a lot of ultimates used in the last fight. Here we go. The Taliyah wall comes out to try and separate people out. They're going to be like fish in a barrel. The Gnar nowhere near getting up towards Mega. Not quite able to get himself the Labrov flick back, but they will be able to get themselves the Baron secured. Now, can Labrov get away from this without dying? No, he cannot. They lose one. Nuke going in a little bit aggressively. They do get him back on top of this one, and he is shut down. 2 kills to 1. The Baron does go over to BDS, but the Dragon will be traded back. It's a lot closer than they would have liked it for BDS.
It initially looked like such a slam dunk play out of BDS, being able to find that initial kill and instantly transfer it over to Baron. They had the right decision, run forward, buy space, that there's no way for them to contest Sheo's smite. But then, instead of just leaving Labrov to die, Nuke just getting a little too crazy there, had his flash up, maybe thinking, hey, if I can get my E reset, I'm not quite sure if he got it or maybe he got interrupted after the Talia E, but here you see Adam, just the killer instinct. Labrov on the exact same page, annihilated. I don't even think the ult came down in time before you saw that kill. And then, again, the decision here, great. You force this, you have the split sort of by Maple, but like you called out, Gnar with no rage, there's no real way to actually fight this. Labrov is just there zoning with Adam. They finish this Baron off. Great, leave Labrov to die. All run left. This is totally fine. But Nuke jumping in here, and he was trying to get one more auto attack on Junjia, but Junjia flashed away. So instead of getting the second W right after that, he was able to get re-engaged on top of it and goes down.
The Red Bull Baron power play, it's only about 400 now. And that's not exactly the highest you would want of it. And the thing is that you're losing it onto Nuke. That's the big killer right there for me, because he was the teleport player. He's the one that could go off into a side lane and go for a 1-3-1. Labrov, that's a lot of damage. Gonna get the Moonlight Vigil landing onto Crowny on the backside of that one there. But again, you can see just how hard it is now for BDS to make this Baron push work, because unfortunately for them, the only one who has any pressure is going to be Adam.
Yeah, I was just initially thinking, okay, well, if you still have Adam, you can maybe set up this 4-1, but Labrov, again, stepping a little bit too far forward. We are in no man's land.
We are in
You look at the history of the goal differences over this series by AWS, you can see there have been quite a few, but usually it's at least sided one way. This time it is BDS slightly favorite, able to grab this turret now. Up about 1,500 gold.
Oh, they're looking for Sheo here because Aja has got Mega Gnar coming, and that's why he had to flash away. No dragon to be speaking of right now, so everyone's just kind of playing very antsy, very conservative about where they want to be caught out, because the death timers, they're getting long, Mark.
Yeah, fortunately, even if Sheo did drop there, like you said, not much to grab on the map, but with a flash down, when the dragon does spawn in 3 more minutes, that will still be down. So if you're able to get in there first, there's no flash smite contest available. And I gotta say, for the most part, BDS has done a very good job of finding windows where Asha does not have his ultimate available when he's in Mini Gnar form. That first kill onto Adam, that Baron force right there. And so now even here, pushing with these Baron buff minions, Asha's gonna need to try and stack this on the wave if they want to threaten some kind of engage here. And even then, Junjia's ult not quite up for another 15 or 20 seconds.
Well, Sheo gonna throw out Nature's Grasp as they do catch out there onto Junja, who's able to tank it out, and that's gonna be the first of the tier 2s taken away. No real teleport position here. Crowny very isolated away from his team, and Maple might look to try and find him, or maybe he might look to try and find Maple. That's the big question. Come into this one here. It's only a 2,000 gold lead here for BDS as they get a decent amount off of that Baron play.
Definitely the case. Ending up grabbing 2 turrets up to a 2,000 gold lead for BDS. Looking at that Crown, I guess you can say one of the things it can do is stop the AD carries from jumping on you and murdering you, because that is always a potential with a Tristana. If she finds a good angle where you're isolated, she can annihilate you. Same with, honestly, Zeri. There's definitely plenty of certified Zeri moments that start with flashing in, popping your ult, queuing somebody, auto annihilation.
And then annihilation.
Yeah, I don't know where it goes from there exactly, how many more autos
you know what?
need,
There's not really a lot after annihilation, I'll be honest with you. Like, it's just kind of, that's just how it is.
Yeah. yeah. So either way, I think BDS is feeling very, very good about themselves right now. A lot of it also being how they're executing this game. PSG, despite being 3 to 5 in kills and having some moments, for the most part, when the important ones are coming up, it's all BDS who is able to make these plays happen.
And yes, here we are, 4 towers each, 2 dragons each, 2,000 gold ahead of BDS, which is kind of just a little bit of these extra CS numbers they've been able to accrue for themselves. And this game is far from over, and with these items starting to be picked up, 3 items onto Crowny now. He's got himself that Runan's Hurricane. You're going to have the Lord Dominic's Regard finished up for Nuke very, very soon as well. This is where the game stops being about those advantages, stops being about those kind of moments, and really just depends on who plays better in those team fights.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Interesting to see Sheo there topping damage done, Red Smite Infernal, or excuse me, Demonic Embrace. Yeah, that combination. Demonic Infernal, same things, whatever.
They're both pretty terrible.
Yeah, demons. But either way, yeah, very impressive to see him topping the numbers, landing those saplings over and over again. And here, giving them, with those saplings, the space to be first ones to the Cloud Dragon, trying to get onto Soul Point. PSG showing up to contest. No one quite able to finish. It looks like there are 3 items. You're talking about Nuke trying to get there. Waco's in the same position. Oh, he sold.
There it is.
There it is. Now
Shout out
get
to
back
Raz
on the map.
There it is.
There it is.
There it is. Shout out to Raz. I feel like I've just called him out unnecessarily there.
People think there's more to it, but it's just that
no,
he says
it's just
that.
he just says there it is a lot. It's very fun. But again, I feel like for PSG, you're not unhappy leaving this one alone. You can, if you don't feel confident, if you don't feel comfortable moving into this fight, you don't have to go for it.
Yeah, but Aja needs to start stacking his passive right now. There's a Raptors behind him. He should be trying to hit those a little bit more to get this so that there's an actual threat.
I mean, he doesn't really need to kind of rush it right now, just because they're not going towards the Dragon. They're actually moving towards the Baron instead. There's the upper hand, but it's on the Junja. Uses the Starbreaker, but Adam gets caught back a little bit on the backside of this. A lot of damage. It's a lot of rocks to the back of the head. Wacko finishes him off, and Adam gets caught. You don't have an ultimate now on Labrov because he had to use his to make sure he stayed healthy, and now PSG, they've changed the momentum.
PSG taking down Adam with 200 years gives them the early access to the Baron. We'll see if they can get in somehow for BDS.
Here we go, 6,000 HP. Sheo drops down the ultimate. He needs to get into the pit. He goes in! Not quite able to steal it. It goes over to PSG. Aji goes into immediate stasis and flashes away because he's in Mininar. PSG get the kill, get the Baron, and they get the hell out.
PSG with a bit of robbery there. BDS trying to do the same thing that happened when they got the Baron, which is take the Dragon away from the enemy team. They are going to get there faster after PSG try to reset, but it is still a 4v5, 10 seconds on Adam. He does not have teleport to join in once it does happen. In fact, PSG just says, screw the Baron, or Dragon, excuse me. We're gonna go start pushing these waves out topside, and they have mid push as well.
You have to make a decision here. Crownie going towards that top side. Labrov did come back in as well. Looks like they won't be able to get that top tier 2, but the inhibitor turret and mid lane is very, very exposed. There could be a big flank coming in. Sheo will have his ultimate very soon, but not quite just yet. Picks up the blue buff to maybe get a little bit of time and mana back on top of him. I think he knows that that's just a bridge a little too far.
It was a great idea seeing if PSG lost track of him after the Dragon take, thinking that he would reset back to base rather than come in through the jungle. Unfortunately, Wako did not quite step far enough forward to find that angle, but it was a clever idea. And it is becoming a little bit about Wako now. Seeing how much damage he can pump out. We were talking about his Aphelios being absolutely incredible this time around. He's getting his items. He's having a proper front line. And we talked about flubbed engages from PSG getting melted by double AD carry. Same thing is true on the other side.
Yeah.
Wako can delete front line if they have no one to peel back.
It's not even just Wako, because look at Maple as he pops down the Reaver's Wall, because he's got a death cap now. Yes, we kind of criticize the Crown of the Shatter Queen because it's very much a defensive item, but he's got damage now available to him alongside that Shadow Flame. So this is becoming harder and harder for BDS. We talked about it, how they were on the precipice of getting themselves a reverse sweep. They still had work to do, though.
If we've learned anything, though, about plans thus far, it's don't count chickens before they hatch.
Junja, half his HP there just from a couple of auto attacks and a W from Nuke, and this is where everything starts to come down to decision making. Gold lead basically means nothing. BDS are on soul point, and there's another Dragon for not at least another 3.5 minutes, so we'll have to wait and see. But again, this was just Adam thinking he had caught someone out, but it's Junja. He's too tanky.
Yeah, you can see just this flick back sets everything up. The gun goes down to give tons of green procs to Wako. Combined with landing his ultimate gives him the final auto attack from 6 million units away to finish off Adam there and set down this chase. And looking at these fights, it's honestly probably not at all about backline access. I think realistically, even if Aja is stacked up, he's not that far ahead of the game. Him and Junjia comboing together is probably going to get peeled if you just try to dive onto the backline. It's about more probably buying space for Wako, and you and Maple able to flip someone back, lock them in, and just provide a target for Wako to hit. That's safer to hit than it is for the double marksman of the enemy team to hit you.
Exactly, and I think the big thing I'm looking for BDS is that this kind of Adam walk forward and take someone out, it's just not going to work anymore. You're too far into the game. We're 33.5 minutes. Items are completed. People can just be a lot more brazen and bold to kind of find vision to capitalize on you overextended.
Yeah, the one time they found Wako, his one death this game, was when Adam actually could flash E, pull him in. And of course, that's always an option. You can always 100-0 anyone. Same thing's true on the flip side. If anyone's caught out of position from BDS, of course you can blow them up. But realistically, with how this game is going, it's a lot more about setup and protection.
How you're able to come back into these fights, and oh my days, you can see now the Baron is gone. BDS are still being coerced backwards. It's a 4-item Zeri. Another fantastic Weaver's Wall just separates anyone out. Actually, I take that back. Actually stops the entirety of PSG from maybe going for a play, which is a little unfortunate, but the idea was there. Now Sheo on a little bit of a flank, maybe looking to try and go for something here. Here we go. Labrov goes in. They're going to try and burst out somebody here. The front line cannot stand tall as Aja falls down first. BDS, they've lost a little bit, but have they got enough in the tank to get a little bit more? If they get Junja here, it could be huge. But the smite comes down to slow down Adam and his pursuit.
That's exactly what we're talking about there. Good job by BDS pulling the trigger, stopping that push from coming in. They initially go onto Junjia with the pullback on Adam and then redirect onto Aja, who had stepped forward to scoop people away, actually, but he was locked down in place.
Oh, Adam, I don't think he knows anyone's coming up here. I don't think he knows that everybody is here. And now he's going to get jumped on, flicked back, CC'd into oblivion. But he's not got Wako, so he's not getting taken down. The Apprehend comes back in. The Cataclysm is down. Finally, the DPS is here, but now Nuke and Crownie, they don't feel confident to walk forward onto this. I genuinely feel they needed to kind of really commit to that, because it just feels like they're losing a slow burning death.
I felt Adam also maybe could have flashed out. They did not have the damage without Wako there to punch through him. You can see how important he is to have him around, but here's this fight yet again. The initial combo onto Junjia, as well as a nice headbutt pulse combo, focuses Aja down on healing back for Wako, but fortunately, with the Alistar ult on, there's not that much damage that Wako can pump back. It's this long chase down sequence. Baron's not up yet. They had nothing to really capitalize on, so they instead focus on clearing minions, and Adam caught out here. You can see, though, not taking that much damage if there's no big Aphelios to hit him down with. And so here, trying to stick around, trying to do the Darius heal up, land these massive Qs that bring you back up to full health. But Wako showed up before then.
Wako's got himself a GA now, so Flash, Cleanse, GA, and all the kite in the world. PSG will get them onto Soul Point with this one. We are having, at minimum, 6 dragons, maybe 7 if we get that far, but this game could not be closer.
We were joking about it in game 1. Where we get the 7 dragons. I think we're getting it this time. We might see 8 if it comes down to an Elder. Baron is up, though, and you can already see BDS is primed to burn this one down.
Lady
Maple,
carry.
a little late in base, going to have to teleport in. Does still have the ultimate available and just finish off his Void Staff.
They're starting it, and that's going to burn down so quickly. Junja has to get on top of this. There's a Cataclysm, but Junja can't join back on top of this one. Flash away by Adam as the Baron goes down. Perfectly done by BDS, but can they get anything else? Labrov on the flank, looking for a little bit more, but just gets stunned right off the W of the Talia. They have to reset, though. Super Minions are pushing in the bot side. It's a good move from BDS, but it can turn into a terrible one if they don't get out alive.
We'll have to see if they can get a clean recall off here. One is out in Crownie, but the rest are being chased down.
Oh, nice punt backwards. The flash in with the Magnet Storm. They're going to jump down onto Adam. Getting out with only 1 death would be very nice indeed. Aja trying to move forward on top of this. Does get the ultimate down on top of Sheo. That's another staggered death timer. As you can see, Crownie was the one to deal with the Super Minions. Now Labrov trying to just be the hero for his team as he gets taken out. It took too long for them to clear out their waves, and it meant that 3 members of BDS are dead.
3 members dead, only the carries left alive, but no minion waves for PSG, and Crownie knowing he wants to get this shoving so that they have no way to end the game because it's long death timers. It's 30 seconds. If they don't clear these waves out, PSG will escort some in. And so if BDS do what they need to do, they clear these waves out and then use the empowered recall to get back safely. Still, though, there is a wave in 20 seconds. They're at least going to get some inhibitors here, most likely, for PSG.
I would imagine they will at least get one. A couple of people coming back in about 15 seconds or so. They might try and they don't have minions. And they will be cleared out fairly quickly, so I don't think they're going to be able to end, but that's 2 inhibitors down. This Baron, Red Bull Baron power play will be for naught at the moment. And I almost want a live cam on Medic to see how he's doing, because this man is probably going through the ringer right now.
I bet a lot of EU fans are on their feet pacing and screaming at their monitors, but here I love the call. Burn the Baron down, get out, and get back to your base. If you don't do that and you let the super creeps push, you don't have Adams who can deal with the wave and then teleport in. So you go, let's go flip the Baron. If we get the Baron, we get out and we deal with the wave later. Whereas if you deal with the wave first, it's a free Baron to PSG. So you at least get to take this away, and at best you're hoping to just cost Adams life, but the chase down sequence here was so good for PSG that they could clear out 3 members. And we still, at the tail end of that, it's a 1,000-ish goal lead for PSG.
Not even! It's insane! The Dragon Soul will be confirmed in 2 minutes, 20 seconds. It is 39 minutes. Game 5. Win and you go to Swiss. Lose and your season, your year, your entire being is done for a while. The win probability powered by AWS, They don't even know. Look at the way he's jumping up and down. What's going on in this game?
It's a heart rate monitor looking at that thing. And like you said here, anything can happen from this point on. It is, I would say, PSG favored, not just because of the gold lead, not just because they have...
Gold lead is not a gold lead.
Yeah, no. Absolutely not the important thing. It is the map pressure that they have with double inhibitors down, meaning that these are super creeps spawning in. Right now, you know, BDS is doing a perfectly good job clearing them out because they have the Baron buff. That's about to time out just now, and that's still a minute and a half before the next Dragon spawns. And so once those super creeps are no longer bumping up against Baron creeps, PSG will be able to grab map control back most likely.
Take a breath. Whew. Take a breather. Shake it out. Shake your hands. Left foot, right foot. Do the hanky-panky. The hokey-pokey, not the hanky-panky. slightly different context. different thing. Get a little bit loopy. PSG kind of rewarded by the fact that they have got so many standing towers for the moment. Nuke coming down to this bot side, clearing out another wave. This is the thing with double AD carries, you can control these waves so easily.
And we talk about map mobility and we're looking at Talia's ultimate, but honestly, being able to ride walls and hop over them with Nuke actually gives them a lot more access to these minions. And so they're doing a great job not letting PSG really get that much map control. Here, PSG has decided to shove in mid-wave and trying to escort this one in, but you can still see Crownie melts these if you let him have access to auto-attacking.
That's the thing. Once he's on single target on that super minion, he's not going to be in any way danger of kind of getting caught. Now Woody galloping towards this dragon. 30 seconds of spawns. Gold dead even. I don't know, do BDS want to fight this? I feel like they have to. You can't just let this one go. You're not going to have many more opportunities to have a straight 5v5 that's not in your base.
No, I absolutely think that you try and step forward and contest this one here.
Wait to see where they want to go. For now, there is a good little flank here for Labrov. He's found himself the fog of war. The super minions have been dealt with for the moment. They will destroy this dragon so quick. PSG, 5-man strong. Labrov moving in to try and find some kind of a flank. He has been spotted by Maple and immediately has to go into his ultimate. Junja's in the pit, and now they have to try and burn down this dragon before he can. No, Soul confirmed for BDS. Now they got this Moonlight Vigil completely whiffing. Junja has to flash away and he stays alive. The objective was confirmed, but that only stems the bleeding because they've got to deal with these waves.
Still absolutely huge play by BDS. They're so well done. Labrov called out, I was worried that the Alistar ultimate was going to cost them the situation, but the focus of the double marksman to burn that down forced Junjia to commit to it, allowed them to grab Soul, and have enough control now that these super creeps are being dealt with quite easily by the late game double marksman.
I want to reiterate it. I said it in the last game, and it was just said in my ear again. BDS have only lost with Soul once this year. So they have got a pretty high win rate when they have Soul. Yes, it is not the most impactful in the world, but you think about the things that you can do with extra movement speed when Shale drops his ult, when the Alistar drops his. There's so much playmaking ability. Yeah, Woody and Maple, they needed to leave very, very quickly. These inhibitors will be respawning very soon as well. No more super minions in top or bot, or sorry, mid or bot.
I will say most games where you get a Soul, it's not quite this close, but I feel like the advantage might have swung back to BDS.
Got bot lane still with one super minion, so that's going to push in and give pressure. Baron spawning in 4 seconds. You will have to try and make this as quick as you possibly can. Labrov has been a hero for his side so far in this series, in this entire tournament. Can he get one more big play? He's looking for it. He maybe have the Hex Flash over the wall. Woody might be the target. Labrov does kind of get spotted out a little bit. Now you can see the lightning crash comes down. Junja goes completely hayward. Aja is dead, and now the reset can come in. Wacko needs to run away, but he's sliding down. He has a stopwatch, but he's on so little HP. BDS are doing it. BDS are killing them. And BDS will complete it! Quadra kill for Nuke! Be damned your curses! Be damned your expectations! BDS are going to Swiss!
They've done it! The reverse sweep by BDS! The redemption from falling at the hands of Mad Lions in Spring Split, able to make the main stage of Worlds!
There has only been 2 previous reverse sweeps at Worlds. This will be the 3rd, and it will be the 1st for LEC. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, and BDS are going to the main stage.
The absolute elation on that squad's face, doing it the hard way, dropping down
in the beginning of day one and having to rally through the losers bracket and reverse sweep into the advancement best-of-5 series.
What a series. And just a quick reminder, while we're all having elation, stay tuned for the Swiss stage draw show starting in just a few minutes. But let's soak this moment in for BDS, because what a way to come back into this series. They look down and out 2 games in, and to win in this fashion, to have this game go so close. And it's, I want to say, for me, I don't know whoever was going to be actually given the player of the series. It's Labrov. Labrov, for me, was exceptional throughout all of the wins for BDS.
Absolutely huge, being able to find so many angles. I got to shout Shale out as well, because that final smite was contested, and he was able to once again come up with the clutch smite, get the soul, which I think ended up giving them a lot of power in that final fight to chase down Wako, being able to get on top of him and not let that Aphelios kite it out.
He looks exhausted. He looks exhausted.
He's exhausted, but he's still smiling. He made it work on his champions. He got through the whole list of gods in this series, even threw an R in there as well with Renekton.
And look, I always say this, when there are winners, unfortunately, there are losers. The PCS #1, PSG Talon, find themselves and their region out of Worlds 2023.
All the hopes were left on them after CFO was taken out by BDS as well, and they had a really good showing. I thought multiple times in the series they were ready to advance. After game 2, I thought game 3 would go heavily in their favor, and then even in this game, when they had the double inhibitors down, when they were winning some of those mid-game fights with Wako, I thought maybe this is it. Maybe they'll be able to just use this map advantage, but BDS had such good setups around the neutral objectives to find angles to claw their way back into this game.
I mean, you got to remember, they were 2 inhibitors down. This was BDS going to say, look, we have to fight. We can't sit back and wait.
And I love that evolution for this team, even within just this tournament, where on day 1, when they got hit in the jaw, it felt like they totally let off the gas and they let other people make plays against them. And here, on the back foot, with super creeps pouring into their base, they said, we have to flip this Baron. And they made the difficult decisions. And that's how they ended up coming back.
And that's how you win games. That's how you advance in Worlds. You back yourself. And we're going to send it straight over to Worlds cooldown. Ender and a very elated Goldberg. Over to you guys.
Woo! That's what I'm talking about! Let's get that jacket off him! Let's get that jacket off him!
I promised I'd wear it if it happened.
Show it to the camera, my friend.
All
my God.
That is just absolutely gorgeous.
I can smell it.
Fashion at its finest. Congratulations to
God.
Team BDS. Look, this team found themselves just 5 months ago. They were in the spring finals in the LEC where they were up 2-0 and got reverse swept by the Mad Lions to be denied a position at MSI. Now they pull off the reverse sweep here to deny the European play-ins curse and make it to the Swiss stage.
Just the way it started, like this game looked hopeless. It was a slow burner, nothing happened. Wako took over on the Kaiser, and just to contrast that to the ending, completely different. BDS looked defeated in the beginning of this series.
Some of these replays are just at the start of the series to showcase how hard it was of a track for BDS to make this comeback. A lot of the focus was on draft because they weren't playing their game. Then they throw out the Olaf. And a lot of people are saying, oh, they're doing it just to spell out gods before they go back home, right? That is not the case. It was a perfect angle for them. The Kai'Sa pickup made it so much better for Crownie. It was a tough one for them. And then we got to see Garen come out.
Ooh, Adam Smasher in the top lane absolutely carves up PSG Talon. It was a fantastic performance from him. And then in this final game, they lose both inhibitors, but find this gorgeous, gorgeous team fight around the mid lane. Nuke, the redemption story of him dominating in this game throughout with the quad.
I can't remember the last time I watched a series this tense.
Ooh.
I think the goal graph shows it. You can see it. They started getting ahead, then they fell back into it. Then they got a good team fight again, then they fell back into it. And then we got to that late game where the gold lead just kind of did not matter. Everyone was almost full items. Everything came down to execution. And in the end, it was BDS that executed upon it.
Yeah, Crownie started off it was a hard one early on, but he farmed up. Team fights were better. I think everyone stepped up. Huge series for Adam. He stepped up big to put them in this momentum. For them to even be in a game 5, I just still couldn't handle him. That solo kill top lane on the Gnar. They tried everything. They even early picked the Gnar because that felt like the only pick he could have versus him was not enough.
I think Shio might have broken the chair or the armrest he was showing to the camera right there. I'm not sure what that was. But
a little too much excitement at the end there.
I mean, who wouldn't be?
Straight up. Just an absolutely incredible Game 5, an incredible series. And we're going to see what Nuke has to say after that fantastic game in the Verizon post-game interview.
It's been a long day for BDS and a couple heart attacks for EUFan, but in the end, they make it, and we will see BDS making their debut in the Sweet Stage next week. Nuke, thank you so much. Merci beaucoup for joining me. It's been an incredible day for you. Tell me about the third game. You're down 0-2. If you lose, you're out. If you lose, you have to go home. How did you guys reset? How did you guys get ready for this game 3 and pull the reverse sweep in the end?
I mean, I'm thankful to God because enemy just ran it down the draft. It was so crazy. Like, if they didn't change their playstyle and everything, we would probably lose, I think. But since they went Sylas and everything, I had Azir, except the mid dive that I inted totally. Like, this game was totally free win. And it just gave us momentum, and we just got back into the track, and yeah.
How did you feel in that last moment before the last Nexus exploded, when you finally realized that you guys finally made it and pulled the reverse sweep?
Crazy moment. I mean, the game was way harder than it should be. I think under the pressure, everyone just collapsed at some point. There's something that comes into my mind is the Nash fight.
Yeah.
It's 5v4, and we're just running away instead of acing them. This is one of the many thing happened this game, and I mean we just got it through. So this is the most important. So yeah, I'm happy.
It must be so hard to stay calm and collected in moments like this, and taking a step back, looking at the journey you had, Nuke. Actually, looking at last with BDS, coming into this year in the LEC, no one believed in you guys. You guys were ranked 10, 9 in the LEC standing. Next week, you're about to play your very first Swiss stage at Worlds. How does that make you feel?
Feeling great. I mean, the last year and a half, before this year, right? I lost everything confidence-wise. I was just collapsing slowly, and yeah, this was probably the hardest year of my life, where I had to get back to good gameplay, to have good confidence, to just be a good mid laner, right? And it was a long journey. There were a lot of highs, a lot of lows, a lot of everything, basically every emotion possible that came into my mind, and we are at World main stage, which is crazy. So yeah, I'm super happy.
I remember that you tweeted something 3 years ago.
Yeah,
you said,
true.
In 3 years, in 2023, I will be at Worlds.
Yeah.
You did it in the end. If you could speak to your former self from 3 years ago, what would you tell yourself?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't think he would ever believe what I would say to him, but just keep going, don't stop. Even for everyone that is following this path of e-sport and just video game overall, since there's a few people that succeed, just never give up and just keep going until the end, until you die, basically.
You worked for it. You did everything you could, and you're entering the Big Boys Club for next week, facing off against the likes of Knight, Chovy, Palafox. These are your potential opponents. What are your thoughts when you think about this opposition in the mid lane and what you'll be looking to achieve here at Worlds?
I mean, yeah, it will be a first time, right? It's my totally first experience. I still have to get used to the stage pressure and everything. And now we will even change the stage, change place, everything basically. Yeah, big names, Chovy and everything. I just give everything I have. I think we did the best thing we could do this year, which qualified to World's group stage. Now it's just to give everyone happiness by trying to play good and just delivering good gameplay, trying against the biggest team in the world.
I just hope you get everything you want from this World Stage. I'm losing it. You're completely. Thank you so much, Luc, for the interview. Merci beaucoup. Félicitations de la part de toute l'Europe. And back to you guys.
Wow. Thank you so much, Lore. Nuke, man of the hour there in the final game, dominating. And I think throughout, you heard about the roller coaster year that BDS had from the preseason expectations to spring to now here at Worlds. But when you even just look at how they got to this match, how many games they played with 4 players never on the international stage before, the amount they've learned is massive.
I will say right now, when BDS came into this year and they kept Nuke on the roster, I was that critic that said, okay, you're going 10th again. Because if the same gameplay we saw from over a year ago was going to present itself on the roster, it wouldn't amount to anything. But this is a guy, as he said himself, he worked hard. He was not just a Aurelia player or that Victory player he was when he was playing EMEA Masters as well. He elevated himself past what was needed from him, found himself on a Tristana in this game, had the Azir, had the Orianna continuously banned against him. And while the champion pool is still slim, you cannot deny now that this guy absolutely deserves to be here, and he's blew the expectations through the roof.
Let's not forget what his name used. His name used to have Int in it, man, and now it's Nuke Carry right there. What a game 5 from him.
Yeah, you mentioned the year. Talking about their career, that was a beautiful interview from Lore. I don't think he can get any better than that. Taking a snapshot in a career like that, talking about the confidence, feeling like it's collapsing on himself, just looking at the roster down the line. Adam and Crownie both found themselves in LFL, not able to find an LEC spot, right? When you're in that position, it's like, what do I need to do to get back in there? Is this the end of my career? A lot of the players will have that feeling. Both Labrov and Crownie had that same exact experience being on Vitality before. And so being on the same team together, having that kind of support group, knowing and having that faith in each other because they have been in that shared experience, that means a lot. Because you're talking about how much of a roller coaster it's been throughout a year. When you've had that throughout your career before this year, you know you can get out of it. So that's a really inspirational interview and an inspirational story for these players, and I just want to see them continue.
It's just been amazing to see their journey, their games, everything throughout. But as we move in towards the Swiss stage, we're going to take a final look at the play-ins bracket. Soon, we're going to be drawing our 8 matchups for the opening round. Earlier today, GAM Esports took down Team Wales in that VCS Autumn Finals rematch. And of course, we also have Team BDS advancing. That does mean no representatives from the PCS will make it to the Swiss stage. And those 4th seeds that we named will be facing either JDG, Gen G, G2, or NRG.
It's a very stacked roster you'll be going up against here. It also kind of makes it a bit more tough for G2 actually that BDS made it through, because you cannot pull your own region, which means that either it's GAM, Weibo Gaming, or Damwon now actually that they're going up against.
Hey, and I'll say, even though it'll make the pool a little harder for your first game in Swiss, from that point forward, it's a lot easier, I think, kind of like compared to group stage of last year. You're not just stuck in a bad group. You can fight your way out as long as you are learning throughout. If you're finding yourself in a good matchup going into the 2nd, 3rd portions of the Swiss stage, I really love this format.
Yeah, I think it's amazing. And BDS already sort of got to see some of the boons from results. Just the raw quantity of games that they got to play. And their read on the meta from the Ezreal Renekton first pick prio from their first series to now with all the counter picks and everything, they have come a very long way. But earlier today, GAM Esports secured their spot in the Swiss stage, and Lore caught up with Levi in the Verizon post-game interview.
Welcome back to Seoul, as GAM will be representing the VCS in the Swiss stage, and I have Levi with me to talk about this qualification. Thank you so much for joining me, and congrats on making it to the first round. It must be an important victory for you, especially when you think of the way things went at MSI. What was the first thought that crossed your mind when the last Nexus exploded, reflecting on the year and the last run you had internationally?
Thì khi mà cái giây phút mà cái nhà chính cuối cùng vừa rồi á, nó mới vừa nổ tung lên á, thì em đã có những cái suy nghĩ nào thoáng qua đầu mình?
Thực sự thì em chẳng nghĩ gì cả. Em chỉ cảm thấy rất là hạnh phúc bởi vì mình đã làm được.
Honestly, I didn't think of anything. I just felt immense happy because I've done it.
All right, well, let's focus on the next stage then. You can only face off against Pool 1 teams. That includes Gen G, JDG, G2, and RG. Any thoughts on these matchups and the junglers that you're going to have to face off against?
Thì sắp tới là em sẽ gặp JDG. Em có thể sẽ gặp là JDG, NRG,
G2
and
Gen G.
Và Gen G và em sẽ gặp những người đi rừng của họ. Thì em cảm thấy thế nào?
Em nghĩ là hai đại diện của Hàn Quốc và Trung Quốc quá mạnh. Em nghĩ là trong 4 đội đấy thì có lẽ là đại diện của Bắc Mỹ là NRG sẽ dễ đối đầu nhất. Nên em hy vọng là sẽ gặp may mắn.
I think the opponents from LPL and LCK are the toughest one. And the representatives from LCS is something maybe I can handle. And with luck, we'll get a victory.
We'll see about the draw at the end of the day, of course. I want to follow up on something you said the last time we had an interview. The fact that you felt inspired over the years from the players who keep on thriving, pushing themselves, and who never give up. With this in mind, what is your resolution for the next stage?
Thì lần trước khi mà phỏng vấn với chị á, thì em có nói là sau những cái năm mà chinh chiến ở các đấu trường quốc tế á, là em rất là được inspire bởi những cái bạn kiểu giống như là đã đứng ở trên đỉnh rồi nhưng vẫn không có ngừng cố gắng á. Thì lần này khi em tiến vào vòng trong thì cái suy nghĩ của em sẽ là gì?
Bọn em cũng đang rất là nỗ lực, rất là cố gắng để có thể tiến sâu hơn ở trong cái thế giới, và bọn em hy vọng là với những cái suy nghĩ đó thì bọn em có thể làm được.
We are also trying non-stop on our side, and I hope that with the inspiration, we can make it.
And last question for you. Do you have any message for the international fans watching this interview right now? What can they expect from GAM?
I hope to show you guys some entertainment matches.
Entertaining matches, amazing. Levi, thank you so much. Cameron, for the interview. And Koa, thank you so much for the translation, as always. And you guys, back to you.
That's it from Levi there, making it on into the Swiss stage and previewing a potential matchup against NRG. Raz, how do you think that match would go down?
Hey, I'm ready for it. That would be an exciting one. I still think, obviously, NRG will take it, but GAM has a history in 2017 to bop a specific IMT. And Fnatic as well. So I'm just saying you could take those hands too.
Was that the Ezreal jungle year? Is that the Smithy flashbacks?
Sure.
Okay, I like it.
I'm also saying, you know, Levi's got some history at NA after going to 100 Thieves, so maybe there's something to play for too there if you go up against NRG. I think that would be very good.
That's true.
There could be some spice to be had for sure. I think that, obviously for him, he's saying that's the match you want to face off. Makes sense because a lot of those Seed 1s are looking incredibly powerful.
Very true. And we were talking a lot about the inspirational point for BDS, but for GAM to be able to find their form again and be in the main stage is just important. That was needed for them as a team to show themselves, the region, that they could do it. So I'm excited to see them play.
Yeah, I mean, we're living in a world now where VCS has advanced to the Swiss stage, PCS has not, and as you can see behind us,
kind of seeing the setup behind
we're getting ready.
Yeah,
we've got some new ways of drawing the pools this year. You know, we've done what? We've done the balls, we've done the cards.
Yes.
Now we've got the baggies. We're doing it all.
True.
What's your preferred mode of group drawing?
I like this. I know the cultural significance, I've been told, so I think this is a very cute way, and I think it's going to be a fun win.
As long as Odoamne is not drawing it, I'm super happy about this. Like, I know he's in Korea right now, so if he comes out with a steel chair, whatever it is, from the sideline drawing these, I'm going to lose my mind.
Yeah, I don't think security would let that happen.
I'm hoping. I really hope not.
I just wanted a Jizuke moment holding RNG upside down.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. I'm not sure if it's paper inside.
It is paper inside.
It is paper inside,
yes.
so there's chances to be upside down unless it's like a card and it goes both ways. We'll have to end up seeing exactly how it all
Got to see the rehearsals a little bit, so they do randomize it, obviously. So I'm excited to see how it goes.
Oh, let's head down to the main stage in Seoul. It's time for the Swiss stage draw.
Welcome to the Swiss stage round 1 draw show. I'm your host, Hyejibae. Nice to meet you. 네, 오늘까지 플레이인 경기를 모두 마쳤고요. 드디어
We will
스위스
draw the
스테이지에
first draw
진출한
for Pool 1
16개
against
팀이
Pool
모두
4 before continuing
가려지게
to the Pool
됐습니다.
2
진출한
and
팀들에게
Pool
다시
3.
한번
Same region is
축하
not
인사를
able to be
올립니다.
matched up in round 1, and the draw order may not reflect the order in which the games will be played. For today's draw, the teams are divided into 4 pools. Pool 1 consisting of Gen G, JDG, G2, and NRG. In Pool 2, we have T1, BLG, Mad Lions, and Cloud9. Pool 3 has KT, LNG, Fnatic, and Team Liquid, and Pool 4 has Damwon, WBG, GAM, and BDS.
1시드와 4시드
I'm excited to see it. I mean, this is what it's all about. Just a lot of talk about JDG and Gen G, like the top teams going into Seed 1. I'm excited to see who they're going to be facing off right from the get-go. Any teams you're excited for?
I'm looking at Pool 3 at LNG. You know, they're one of my favorites. I've always been a hardcore LNG fan, even when I was casting that region for half a year in the LPL. And honestly, they've been taking JDG to 5 games multiple times, even beating out BLG. So I'm kind of seeing them as a dark horse in Pool 3 where people might get scared of them.
They definitely made the right pickups going into Summer Split, picking up Gala. Scout's been out playing insane. For me, it's going to be T1. They had trials and tribulations throughout the split. Faker came back and righted a lot of wrongs to the team, and now they're here in Pool 2, so nice to see how they end up performing in homeland territory.
Oh yeah, that would be a big one, Faker. But now we're going to send it down to Seoul with Haeji to meet our draw show guest. Live translation will be provided by Ji-Sun Park.
To help the Swiss stage draw, everyone, please welcome the LCK's legendary support, Mara. He's the champion of Worlds 2014, hosted in Korea, and the first ever support player to win Worlds MVP. Welcome, Mara. Hello, everyone. I'm Mara, former League of Legends professional player. It is our honor to invite you to the draw show. Mara, how do you feel? Are you ready? I've always just watched it from home. Now that I can do the draw, I think this is a great opportunity for me. I'm looking forward to making a lot of LCK versus LPL matchups. I came here like early this morning and I was watching all 9 games today, and I want to make BDS to meet Gen G or JDG if possible. And Mara, I want to hear your thoughts on the Swiss stage, a new format. Yeah, this is a completely new format, and starting from round 2, we can have like regional matchups, so I think it's gonna be a lot more interesting than before. I cannot wait to have all the draw results. And as Worlds is being hosted in Korea, we are featuring a special and traditional item for the draw. These are called 복주머니, the bags on the stand. It is Korea's traditional pouch, meaning fortune pouch. For competitive integrity, Mara, do you want to make some change or shuffle the bags? Here we go. Another swap.
세 번째 풀도 가나요?
혜진님이 한번 뽑아주시면
그렇다면 저는 이렇게 한번 바꿔볼게요.
And then Haeji also making some changes.
마타님이 마지막.
Mara, you want to go for the last one?
1번, 3번 위치를 또 한번 바꿔봤습니다.
There we have it
자,
all.
저희가 공정성을 조금 더 더하기 위해서
But before we actually start,
이거 바꿔주세요.
is there anyone in the audience who would like to join us as well?
크게 이야기해 주세요. 이렇게 조용할 수가.
Everyone is being super quiet. Anyone want to make a change?
얘기해 주세요. 2번 풀에 1번과 3번.
Pool 2, number 2, number 1 and 3. They reset Mara's change.
네, 여기.
And last one?
여자분. 4번 풀에 1번과
Pool 4,
4번의 자리를
number 1 and 4.
자, 이렇게 해서 저희가 정말 공정하게 많은 분들의
Now
의견을
we
수렴해가지고
are ready to start the draw.
자, 그렇다면 이제 복주머니 위치도 바뀌었겠다.
Mara, let's get started.
볼까요? 자, 그럼 본격적으로 스위스 스테이지 1라운드 대진 추첨을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 마타님 먼저 1번 풀 첫 번째 팀부터
To see what we've got up here first, the first team of the Swiss stage draw. Mata, what's it going to be?
What we're getting now.
The suspense is killing me. We've got Gen G. Of course, we got to kick it off with Gen G.
Number one coming out from Korea, of course, and maybe not the favorites, but I think a lot of people see them as contenders for JDG after an MSI where Korea couldn't really contest with the LPL. I think a lot of people are looking towards Gen.G in terms of trying to stop that golden road to happen.
Slow and steady wins the race, carried by Chovy and Taze. Ah, my boys NRG getting on there, so gonna be the second team picked here.
It's really easy in the beginning with the pool ones. We don't really have to contest in the beginning. We just get the order for them here. Is it going to be a G2?
I'm thinking it's G2 coming in right here.
Yeah, we're going pretty fast here.
We're just blitzing through it. I absolutely love it, and it is G2. How did we know?
We're just
That's crazy.
Wait, don't make it sound so sarcastic.
No, it's not like that. It's not like that. I promise. I promise. Yeah, of course, G2 also the number ones, dominating pretty much all year long, apart from a small slip in spring. They are looking very good. The final team, of course, from the LPL will be JDG to round out our pool.
Yeah, I'm looking to finish the golden road for that team. As you can see, this is the round matches what we've seen so far of our first seed teams.
And now the next forward drawing, these are going to be their opponents going across here. So Mata, which one's he going to go for here? He's debating.
Craziest one you can get is a Weibo.
Let's see. The suspense is killing me.
지금 팬분들이 원하는 팀을 막 불러주고 계신데요. 과연 어떤 팀일지.
He really likes to take his time, doesn't he?
He is. He's getting the peak first. He likes this one.
All right off the bat. Love to see that. So that'll be Gen.G versus Gam to start things off.
Immediately, Levi is not getting his way. He's getting one of the hardest opponents you can get.
That's going to be difficult. I believe the second team we drew was NRG. We'll see what we've got here for Mata in his hands. These pool 4 teams, so a BDS could be here. We've also got Weibo.
That one is the hardest one you can get for sure, outside of like D+ gaming actually. So, well, I'm looking forward to that Dokle the Shy matchup.
That's a good one. I think Kadril is also looking forward to that one.
He's looking for the Shy versus any matchup.
Yeah, pretty sure. Oh my god, that's certainly a way to sort of enter into the world stage, getting to go up against Superstar up there.
That's a storied matchup. Multiple quarterfinals between G2 and Damwon Gaming. You know, going back and forth, but doable.
And now for the final matchup here versus JDG. I don't know if you can fill in the blanks of what's been left open here, but that's BDS.
Yes. What better way to start the golden road? BDS in there.
Let's see, how does 369 deal with Darius, Garen? I want to answer that
Honestly,
question.
yeah, any matchup BDS goes into, top lane's going to be awesome. But now we move on to Pool 2 for our next 4 teams. They'll, of course, be facing against the 4 teams from Pool number 3. The middle of the road here. Any chances to break in towards the top, but you might recognize perhaps a T1 as a team that some people might know floating around here.
Yeah, and just to remind, Pool 2 does consist of T1, BLG, Fnatic, and Cloud9. Just for a refresh of memory there.
It's funny because T1, Fnatic, C9 used to always be the group of death that we would draw every single time. Like that was always Group C, the absolute bloodbath. Now in round 1, all 3 of those teams will be avoiding each other to face off against the Pool 3 reps.
Let's see what he's going for right now. One of the most demonic matchups you can get here is a T1 versus LNG.
Ooh.
I mean, I'm a different way than you. T1 is there, but there is a possibility of a MSI rematch between T1 and Mad Lions, which for a lot of people might be even more interesting.
Yeah. Look, if your bedtime is important to you and you want to go to bed early, that's a very good matchup for you. If you want to see a lot of League, it's not a great match.
Yes.
I'm liking Redemption. It could be a Redemption angle for the boys.
I always like a good redemption angle. Reminder that teams from the same region cannot play in the first round here. So that'll be important when we move over into pool number 3, but that'll be Cloud9 coming in as the second match out of pool 2.
Yeah, they were quite disappointed finishing second in the fashion that they did for how they dominated during the regular season. So boot camp is the biggest focus for them to see if they can get any better going into the tournament.
BLG and Fnatic left.
And it'll be BLG coming in from the LPL here. So now we don't have any matchups yet. We're just drawing the 4 teams first, and then the pool 3 teams will have to face off against them. But of course, last should end up being Fnatic here, and it is this team coming in with mixed expectations. Of course, towards the end of the season finals, Wunder came in as an emergency substitute for Fnatic, so they are a bit of an unknown quantity. That will be the final matchup here between pool 2 and 3. Now we can go ahead draw the matchup, starting with T1's opponent in the first round.
This is where it gets exciting. Once again, KT Rolster, LNG, Mad Lions, and Team Liquid left in the pool 3.
Which matchup are you interested in for this one? We already talked about the LNG and Mad matchup. I want to see KT. They made it difficult. Obviously cannot be played against T1. If they do get picked, they would have to be bumped down to C9. Something like that.
I could see a world where a T1 versus TL might be a little bit spicy. I'm sorry to put that on your plate.
I am crying.
Who will be the stronger team? Yeah, that is a tough one to draw right off the rip. But you're gonna, if you want to win it all, you're gonna have to go through T1 at some point. You would have to imagine. Second matchup here. Who's it gonna be?
The matchups there are exciting.
Not give us the answers. This is Mad Lions.
So we do get an EU versus NA again. It's Cloud9 against Mad Lions.
Hold on.
How many times?
Who's Mad Lions mid laner?
That is Nisqy.
That's kind of a fun little matchup, isn't it?
You'll love to see that.
Nisqy versus the former team over in Cloud9. Couldn't have asked for a better one. Unfortunately, we can't get Fnatic versus Team Liquid. That would have given us the perfect back-to-back NA versus EU. But the third team being drawn here by Mata will be LNG.
So they would have to face Fnatic, is my understanding, because they cannot go up against BLG.
Yes. Of course, again, if you are just joining us, teams from the same region cannot face off in the first round of Swiss Stage. After that, anything's game. First round, not going to happen. So it will be KT going up against BLG with the swap over to Fnatic and LNG. To close the draw, we will be sending it back over to Heiji with translations from G-Sun.
Now let's take a look at the final results.
그리고 징동과 BDS 대결 이미 준비가 되어 있고요. 그리고 2시드와 3시드도 확인해 보겠습니다. T1과 팀 리퀴드, 그리고 C9과 매드라이언즈, BLG와 KT, 그리고 프나틱과 마지막으로 LNG의 대결 준비되어 있습니다. 자, 이렇게 결과가 나오게 됐네요.
With that, we have all the matches decided for Swiss round 1. Mata, are you happy how it turned out? I am very, very unhappy. I really wanted to make LCK versus LPL match, but still, BDS, KT, BLG, those matches are gonna be pretty good. I'll take those. Then Mata, which match do you look forward to the most? G2 versus DK and BLG versus KT. I really want to see how it turns out. Especially, I was part of KT in the past. So KT versus BLG is gonna be a banger. Especially the top side of the map, you know? Their top side are both really strong. So Pin versus Keen will be so fun to watch. Thank you for your time, Mata. Please give it up one more time for Mata, and thank you everyone for tuning in. We will be back on October 19th with a brand new Swiss Stage format. Thank you everyone.
저희는 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 함께 해주신 여러분 고맙습니다.
I am so looking forward to this Swiss Stage. And I love Mata with the chaos of wanting to get a little bit more LCK LPL, but I'm sure that is going to find us a little bit later in this event. I think we've got some great matchups right off the rip. I'm personally super excited for Mad Lions versus Cloud9. That's going to be fire.
I know you mentioned the fact that it was a former mid laner, Nisqy, going up against his old team. I'm interested in Blabber versus Elyoya, two jungle powerhouses. That matchup has a lot going for it. So that one for sure catches my mind immediately.
Yeah, you know, I'm feeling quite good about the first draw we had with G2 versus Damwon. I think that's going to be really exciting. I actually think it's doable for G2 to actually come up and contest here. I do feel a bit bad for the likes of BDS going straight into JDG.
Well, you know, maybe don't be fourth seed.
Yes. Sorry. But outside of that, another one, I guess, is just like Fnatic versus LNG. Like, as I said, I'm super excited about LNG.
Yeah.
I'm super excited about our EU team. So that, for me, is just a matchup that I'm going to have my eyes peeled on.
I mean, mean, if you're talking about Fnatic, like seeing Noah on the international stage, I think just has to give you so much excitement how that's going to go for sure.
Yike versus Canyon, you mentioned Goldberg, the G2 versus D plus history, Showmaker versus Caps, that one's going to be a great matchup overall. I know Showmaker's had like an up and down split overall, but I think that would really come in the clutch. And I just want to see the Energy Boys on an international stage. The first time they came in as first seed, surprised a lot of people throughout their split. They had high highs, beating all the best teams and then losing to some of the worst teams during the regular season. And then they go into playoffs and then shock everyone. I think people would be really surprised at how good these players can be. That being said, going to be very tough. Xiaohu versus Palafox is the matchup I want to see. Xiaohu has just been a demon, so I do think he's going to obviously have the heads up on that one, but it's the first games.
It's funny how like NRG are like the expected favorite from NA, but also kind of the wild card in my eyes, because like usually when you come to international events, Cloud9 is always the team. Even if they're not the #1 seed, they're usually performing.
Yes.
NRG have a chance to do something special here.
I was just looking at that BLG versus KT in the beginning as well. That's a banger between China and Korea. BLG, of course, had a great performance at MSI. KT looking for redemption for what happened this summer in the LCK. Going up against another region like this, I mean, what better opportunity for it?
Look, that's enough waffling from us for now. I want to get a reaction on the draw from Crownie, who will be facing the reigning MSI champions JDG in our Verizon postgame interview.
We could not wrap up the playing stage without talking to Crownie now that you guys have your opponent. Thank you so much for joining me.
No problem.
First things first, let's talk a bit about what we just witnessed for the past 4 or 5 hours. I don't know how long it was. How did you react when you grabbed the win and realizing that you did it and you would advance to the Swiss stage?
I think first I don't even remember the fight exactly. I know we killed someone first and then we just started killing more and more. My GA popped, so then it's not like on me to kill them, but Nuke was like free hitting because the Talia used her spells. And then we like kill everyone and then Nuke started screaming, but we like didn't have a wave. So I was like, still not sure if I end, but then it kind of started hitting me slowly, and I looked at Labro, and then it was crazy.
It was a beautiful victory. Nothing is easy with Europe ever anyway, but moving on, we just had the draw. You versus Ruler in the first game. Any first thoughts on this matchup and JDG as a whole?
I mean, I think Ruler is pretty much the ADC GOAT right now. So, of course, it's not going to be easy. I think me and Labro just need to play even better than we did. I think we did some mistakes. We just need to be very, very good 2v2. Because against these teams, if you give them like an inch, they will just take everything. So, yeah. Obviously, it's very exciting. I never thought I would be playing against Ruler in this year, you know. So I'm just grateful, yeah.
It's actually amazing because I know that I tell you this all the time, but you've been playing for so long and this is actually your first World Championship participation. What are you looking to prove here, Crownie?
I mean, I think we proved a lot of people wrong, not only me individually, but our whole team this year. I think we've been doubted since the roster was announced, and then from January, pretty much the whole year, even in spring when we were winning everything. And now, after we won against GGS, people believed for a bit, but then when we lost again, they stopped believing. But I think we proved to everyone that, you know, we play what works for us, kind of. Obviously, sometimes we go a bit away from that and we struggle a bit, but as long as we find ourselves in time, it's good. But yeah, I think I proved to everyone that I belong to be here. And yeah, I think all of my teammates did too, yeah.
Well, wishing you the best of luck in the next stage, of course. Thank you so much for the interview. Congrats again on qualifying for Swiss. And back to you guys in Dublin.
It was just a commendable effort from BDS all year long, and especially in the last week. What a grind. I imagine the players are exhausted. We've also had 9 games go down today. Yeah. I'm personally exhausted.
11 to 12 hours.
It is absolutely brutal, but I think BDS have now like realized a lot of their potential coming into Worlds.
I think so too, and I think of course a lot of people are looking at BDS, looking forward at the Swiss stage, and know it's going to be hard with how they almost managed to not get out of the play-ins. But I also think that they've kind of succeeded already from what the expectation should be to this team, and I think whatever they gain now will only be more experience. You see how young these players are. You saw how little Worlds appearances they had. This was a lot of them's first Worlds ever, so even making it here will give them a lot moving forward.
Everyone except Adam.
Yeah, well, look.
He's been here once.
The sky's the limit for him. I just love that he was excited to go up against Ruler, right? Most people will look at that and be like, I'm facing against the best team in the world. But he wants to really face the best and learn. And it is the next step, the next journey. I don't know who their scrim partners were, probably playing teams. Now the next step is some hard-ass teams.
Okay, listen, it's a best of one in the first stage.
Yeah.
Adam gets one of the God picks and absolutely smashes 369, and then maybe they win.
I haven't really seen him lose on the God picks. I'm going to be awesome.
Look, this guy has been Nostradamus. He already got me wearing
It's working. He got Raz in the shirt. It's working.
Days in a row,
Look,
so I'm going to trust him.
I need you to make me a few more shirts. If you missed any of the action today, the rebroadcast begins later at midnight PDT and 9 a.m. CEST on logesports.com. We return on Thursday, the 19th of October for our opening day of the Swiss stage, starting at 5 a.m. CEST. That's 10 p.m. PST. No matter where you are in the world, good morning, good evening, and good night. 7.
There, Levi didn't spot the Sonic Wave.
See the Sonic Wave, he's going to face check it. Oh no, those are two big red outlines and a Void Seeker across the map.
Trying to play off the fact that they just have power in the early game.
Oh no, Ultimate comes out. Sky of the Week does land, and there's the solo kill. Absolutely shredding the health bar here as Glory flies in as well. Trying to deny the flash here, Ignite, burning away. The first strike is there! He's slowly but surely clearing this wave. Here we go, CC Chain comes on in, he needs the sustain, and he gets it! Dashing on out, Slater flashes to find the kill, secure it for Gam, and slam down the Herald. When you hit level 6, that's a big advantage towards Glory. Pallet flashing forward, so he's hit level 6. As we're all grouped up, Sparta has the ultimate available. They're just going to go for the closest target. But that's a Wukong across everyone. And Pallet finds one. Slater flies in from the side. Damage to the shotgun on the backside. Wacko looking to take out Noob. Good flash away from the Shurima ultimate. And now he's taking out Noob. The ultimate from the Maokai keeps everybody in place. And a double kill for Wacko as the Scion is now dead. And there it is. Ace 5 for none. PSG. They were just as bored as we were. Seeing if they can go for something. There's the double Hex Flash. Nobody ever expects the double Hex Flash. You cannot slice and dice away. Woody once more. And Woody will get everything he wants.
If we win one, they will do a BDS spring, okay? We don't need to win 3 games. We need to win 1.
Flashes forward, jumps in onto Wacko, and that's the play you need. Asha will try and turn it around like he did at Baron, but not today. Flash over by Adam. He wants this kill, needs it to spin to win. Let's Beyblade. A little bit of damage out, trying to get those stacks up, brings down the ult, and Adam was done with passiveness in this laning phase. Side of this, a lot of damage. It's a lot of rocks to the back of the head. Wacko finishes him off.
Slow. Alhamdulillah! Oh my god! Holy God. We got plus armor, I told you! We got plus armor!
BDS are doing it! BDS are killing them! And BDS will complete it! Quadra kill for Noob! Be damned your curses! Be damned your expectations! BDS are going to Swiss!
What's your play, God? What's your play, God? They gotta crumble one by one. Then we go right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby, unstoppable, phenomenal, awakening, we are the more.